Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever I are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket! Yay, we're back. And it's the second test. And currently, we don't have a third person in the studio because David's stuck in traffic. But hey, it's the second test. We're at Trent Bridge. It's the first test in 21 years that the possibility of Jimmy Anderson bowling for England has disappeared. We are in a new era. It is post-Anderson and Broad now. And that's quite scary. If you're England, they were kind of like a little comfort blanket, you know. But we have to, we are going to have to move on from it, and see what comes. West Indies have won the toss, and they have decided to bowl. It's quite interesting. There's a little bit of grass on it. It's been wet in England, so the groundsman says it's a bit soft underneath. Could be a good decision, but it's one of the best days we've had all summer in England, let's be honest. It's a nice 25, 26 degrees, quite pleasant. Blue skies over Trent Bridge, and if they don't get some early wickets, they could get severely punished. Usually pretty quick in the outfield at Trent Bridge, quite a small ground as well. The runs do flow, and it can get away from you pretty quick. Equally, they do have a good bowling unit, and if the ground does offer something, I'm sure those boys can nick a few early wickets out, cause a bit of panic in the English ranks. Could they get us out for 150? I don't know, but I'm joined in the studio by Messi Jez, all the way from Perth. Morning, Messi, how are you?
Good morning, Bat. I'm still dealing with the image of you wrapped in a comfort blanket made up of Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson.
I know, it's quite a weird thought, but I mean, you think, all the other fuck-ups in England team, the last 10 years, the sort of solid structure of England has basically been Joe Root in the batting order at times. I suppose you had Alistair Cook and back end of that lot, but and Jimmy and Broad always put you in with a chance with the bowling, you know.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you it's 23 degrees at Trent Bridge. Forecast to get to 26 today. Not a drop of rain. Beautiful blue sky. If they don't take 3 wickets before lunchtime, they're going to be in deep shit with West Indies, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that could be true. And also, if it is quite nice batting surface, I mean, the thing is, the first hour is always going to be quite tricky on a fresh pitch. But if you can get through that, and I'm sure England won't get through that by prodding at the ball, they'll still be trying to attack. So there is a chance they could lose 1 or 2 early wickets. Bit like an ODI, a bit like a T20 this side. But with a bit of luck, if they don't lose a wicket for an hour, West Indies could, look to suffer. Let's put it that way. I guess Ben Duckett's brain might be elsewhere. He's expecting a baby. Well, not him personally, obviously his wife, but or Mrs. might not be married. I don't know. So I don't know what happens, because he wasn't going to be in the side if the baby was going to be born, but now he's in the side. Do they think it's not going to come in the next 5 days, or if it suddenly comes on Sundays and he's batting, he's going to leg it off to see his missus?
Well, basically, he's going to make 100 before lunch and then rush off to the hospital.
Well, he could do that. He's totally capable. Haven't seen much of him. Didn't have a very good... Well, we only batted once and he didn't get many runs. A lot of mid-scores in the last test for the England batsmen. No one really went on. In fact, no one went on either side. Well, the West Indies were rolled twice. It was over before lunch on day 3, which is a pretty poor show, really. Lots of excuses they've got. They turned up late, had 1 practice game. Massively undercooked, which is a shame, really, because if even if this test England sort of walloped them, and then the 3rd test they kind of come back and look like a side, test series done, you know.
One of the sad things for this test for the West Indies is that arguably their best bowler at Lord's was Moti, and he's sick this morning, so he's been replaced in the team.
Yes.
By Kevin Sinclair. So I don't know anything about Kevin Sinclair, to be honest, but
I don't either.
Interesting to see.
And obviously England's only change from the team that played the first test at Lord's is Anderson is out, funnily enough. He's retired. God damn it. And Woody's in, though. That should be quite fun. Pace.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if Shoaib Bashir actually gets to bowl this test match.
Well, it relies. To be fair, that relies on the West Indies batting out for more than 60, 67 overs odd in 60, 70 overs in the first innings. You know, if it gets to that sort of point, then obviously a spinner comes into it because everyone else is knackered, and you might as well chance something else. But I mean, if the seamers are getting all the wickets, he doesn't get a look in. You're not just bowling. You're in a professional team. You don't bowl him just give him a bowl just for the sake of it. You want to get it done, man.
Well, I noticed that Shoaib Bashir has earned Jimmy Anderson's spot at number 11 after making naught after, 25 deliveries in the first test. He looked like a number 11, and that's where he is now. Mark Wood's up at number 10.
Yeah, well, we can retire all these Jimmy Anderson jingles. Oh, my God.
Yeah, well, he's no doubt... I saw a good description of it on bloody Crick Info. Somebody saying it was a bit like having the bloke who's retired still coming back to the office to see if he can lend a hand.
Yeah, there is a bit of that. It's like he doesn't really want to let go, which I can understand. I think it's not a bad move. I mean, no one likes being shoved out, but if you refuse to go, at some point it's a gentle kind of, come on, man.
Yeah. I still think they should have let him get past Warren.
See, that was it. I mean, that's what I thought. I thought he'd get the series against the West Indies, or he got past thing. And that'd be because remember they did that with Shiv Chanderpaul, didn't they, in the West Indies? Because he was so close to Brian Lara's record, and he had that test series, and he fucked it up. Didn't get there, fell short by about 13 runs. And I really wanted him to do it, but he didn't quite manage it.
Well, I reckon they should give Jimmy a surprise extra test in New Zealand or somewhere just to get it.
If he's out, he's out. You got to move on. It's not a bad thing. Look, Gus Atkinson did well. He's going to face up against better batsmen than he bowled against the first. And you know, it's going to be interesting to see how he does first test. Well, hey, you know, brilliant. We've all seen him bowl. Second test, we didn't see him really under a lot of pressure. See what happens if someone gets on top of him. We should open up with some jingles, of course. The bowler is
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph
is going to come into bowl to Zach Crawley, who moves away a little bit off the seam, goes through to the keeper, no run. Good first ball. I thought Alzari Joseph bowled really well, along with Jaden Seals. What? Squirty. You and your fucking Squirty. Mind you, I see Biden's got COVID. Man, they've got to get rid of fucking Biden. Please, get rid of Biden. The man is, you know, I don't want to speak ill of the old, but he's not fit for fucking office. Isn't that patently obvious to virtually everybody in the world except him? Well, which is fair enough.
He'll get there.
Oh, wow, now that spits, and Crawley stands up and fences at it. There's no short leg, fortunately. I don't think anybody even carried a short leg. I think it came off the handle, just dropped in front. And there is no run. And David didn't make it for ball one.
No, he didn't.
Some of you would be surprised at that. Not all of us were. But I'm going to be joined here. Tony's come away from very important business, wasn't it, Tony? Writing some document or something?
I was actually writing a post for our appeal.
Good man.
I was,
Dave,
learning Canva last night.
You stopped us. Oh, really? Who was teaching you Canva?
Arian was our fabulous writer.
We used to use Canva when Knackle was here, but no one else could be asked to learn how to use it. It's edge gone! Crawley's gone! That's a great ball from Alzari Joseph. It's short of a length, fenced at by Crawley. Classic Crawley out. You can get those. It's only the third ball of the innings, and it's come off the shoulder of the bat. It's been caught. There's 3 slips in there. Well done. I didn't even get to play his jingle, but instead I'll play him this.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. I have to say, it's a good ball. Third ball of the morning. You know,
all 3 balls have been great.
Yeah. Good length, just short of a length. On the right line outside off stump, just enough little movement. If it is a bit soft underneath, you should get a bit of bite. Zach Crawley has gone after 3 balls. I'm going to play the other opener's jingle because he's at the other end. He's safe for 3 balls.
He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stokes School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
And a new batsman coming in.
We got a poke, take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope, take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
Well, that wasn't in the script for England, was it?
No, of course it isn't. But there is a soft underbelly to this England side. We all know it. You can get into it. It does have a tendency to collapse. We've seen it against Australia. We've seen it against India.
Well, it does sort of give hope of a more interesting contest than we had at Lords, doesn't it?
You have to say, I mean, the naysayers' view was that West Indies is a bit square, but the positive view is, much like when England were weak, they see their bowling as a stronger suit. And because cricket is a psychological game, if you bowl first and don't have a lot to get past the runs required to get a lead going, so that's worked into the leg side and there's no run, even if your batting is quite shit, you might be able to get past whatever total, and then you're still in the game and the pressure gets put back on the opposition for the third innings and you're still in it then. If you're a shit batting unit and you're going to get rolled for 120, you know, England spent years doing it. The bowlers are very good, but you can't fucking protect that, really, in a competitive game for 2 innings. You can for 1, but not. You can't really hold it together. So it'll keep them in the game longer, is their thought process here. They've got a decent bowling attack. That's Joseph's 5th ball. It's full, and it's defended by Pope. Back to the bowler, no run.
Bear, you're not meant to put Tony on the screen.
He is on the screen.
He's not on YouTube. Oh, sorry, no. Sorry.
You need to refresh your screen, son.
You're exactly right. That's exactly what I need to do.
I'm here.
And all of a sudden, there's Teddy. Good morning, Tony.
Do we know why Sinclair's in for Gutikesh Moti?
Yeah, Moti's ill.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
I don't know what
'Cause he had a
illness he's got, because to
fantastic
keep him out of a
test
test match. So that's full, and 2 full, and that's a lovely shot by Pope. Back down the ground. Not as quick as I've seen Trent Bridge. It is just about going to beat the chasing fielder down to the long on boundary, and the first boundary of the test match scored by Ollie Pope.
Confident one too.
Yeah, it was. He plays that shot really well, but he also gets out to it.
That's what fours are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Pope's weakness is, like many a batsman, is around the off stump, but he likes to work a lot into the leg side, plays across his pad still, and he does fiddle outside his off stump.
Indeed. Just shout out to a whole lot of people who are with us. Leah's with us. Jonathan Shortland, Matthew Cullen, Alan Turfmore, Stephen Kelk,
New clarets.
Cisco Hyder, Spangly Sai, Ben McCormack, Jim Smith in Australia, Muttley's with us, and Cammy and Masterton 65, who's in New Zealand.
Hello to you
Cammy's
all.
in Barbados. It's great to have you all with us. When we get more time, we'll actually read out some of the stuff you say.
Jim Smith
Oh,
was-
Mog's also with us. He says, morning, hello, motherfuckers, and Missy.
Morning to you, Mog, good sir.
Jim
Right.
Smith was a football manager. He used to be called Bald Eagle because he had a big sort of
Yes, I remember
dome,
Jim
if you
Smith. He
remember.
managed.
Birmingham and goodness knows how many other teams as well. He was
I
a
remember.
bit of a
bold-
journeyman.
Yeah, one of those English journeymen. Probably what we're going to get as the next England manager. Oh, horrible ball first up by Jaden Seals. In fact, it's a wide. Don't see many of them in Test match cricket. Let's give him a jingle.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Some would say the pick of the bowlers in the first test for the West Indies did get 4 wickets in innings. That's driven beautifully by Duckett. Don't see many of them from Duckett. He likes to cut, but that was full and wide enough, and he drove it. Foot wasn't to the ball, I'll give it that, but still went all the way to the boundary. 4 runs.
Well, the one thing you won't do very often is leave. We do know that with Ben Duckett, but I mean that was slightly over pitched.
What I will say is there's been no movement in the air. It's all off the pitch,
Well,
which doesn't bode well if the pitch flattens out for the West Indies and they don't take wickets.
It doesn't. Well, the fact is they have taken a wicket.
Yes, well,
and a
yeah,
very good
but
one it was too.
Yeah, it was. But England won't, they could. Yeah, let's see. Short, wide cut, that's going to be 4 more. Can't bowl there to him either. Yeah, it's going to make it to the boundary. It does indeed. We'll have a 4 for that one too.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan
I've forgotten this is how England play. We got a wicket in the first over.
Well, 2012, it was arguably the birth of Bazball was really here at
Yeah,
Trent Bridge,
I
wasn't
didn't think the last test they didn't play. They sort of played aggressive. It really wasn't Bazballian in what we learned. It wasn't so slapdash. I don't.
I was thinking back to 22. Was it New Zealand where Johnny Bairstow
It just went
so
mental after
nearly
lunch.
beat the
fastest 100.
fastest
Test match
100, 77 balls. He did it in 78.
Yeah.
Oh no, he did
And
it in
he easily had
77.
time as well. He had about 7 or 8 balls to bloody
76.
do it.
Yeah.
He didn't manage it. But hey, well, Jaden Seals gone for 9 in 2 balls because he bowled a wide too. He's come around the wicket now to Ben Duckett, who then is going to clip that sweetly through the leg side. There was a bit of swing on that, in swing, but right into his arc. And I think he's going to get 3 4s on the trot. He is indeed.
Much better ball though, actually, even though it went for 4.
Well, yeah, but left-handers especially like it there.
To get funky on the dance floor.
True, if you miss it, there's a good chance you're LBW. But if you said to a left-hander, you want a full one on your pads, they go, yeah. Nice shot. Well, 3 balls faced, 12 scored runs. Jaden Seals
maybe
can't believe
Duckett's
it.
thinking, okay, just in case Mrs. D
Well, this is it.
does start the process.
Need 100 before lunch.
I need 100 before lunch.
That's full again, and it's driven again, and it's going to be 4 more.
Wow.
He's trying it. There is swing now. Well, Jaden Seals is getting swing, but he's having to bowl it very full to get there.
Wow.
We're going to have 4 more. 4 fours off this over.
4 fours and a wide.
Yeah.
Where I live is the address I give. The phone.
Yeah. Nice shot, that. Another perfect cover drive. Well, he must be seeing it like a football now. He's been there 4 balls, hit 4 fours. And a wide as a sighter. It'd be hard to stop him now, I can imagine. He's expecting a short one. He's practicing a pull. Double bluff, bowling, middle stump, wide, 4-4-4-4, wicket. Crazy over. Could be. Jaden Seals. Yeah, at the end of his run. He's up to the crease now. That one's shorter and fished at horribly by Duckett.
Well, I know he pulled the bat away. Chalk that
Well,
one
he
up
did.
as a rare event. That was a genuine leave.
Yeah,
although he
he
started not
fenced it. I think he pulled the bat away after it had gone past the bat, to be fair.
Worth seeing again.
But yeah, it was pretty ugly. There was no foot movement. That's the length to him, isn't it? Because just a little bit short, he's cutting it quite high. Gets top edges.
84 to go if he wants that ton before lunch.
Yeah.
Decent
well,
start
he's
for
done
him.
it in 10 minutes. He's got to 16, so, you know.
Update from David.
Yes. I'm stuck in traffic.
There's been an accident and the road is blocked next to my destination.
Oh, that's a pain in the arse. I do know that feeling. That's played out to the offside despite Duckett. It's not going to be a boundary, but it is going to be 2 runs. And is that the end of the over? There should be 1 ball left. There was a wide. No, there's 19 off that over from Jaden Seals.
I think Jaden Seals is probably happy it's over.
Yeah.
Auntie Andy's with us. She says, Guerrilla Cricket, let's have it. And Muttley's sent us today's food porn, which is last night's toasted tortillas with baby leaf salad and minted herb. You bastard, Muttley. You know I'm on a diet, don't you?
Well, that sounds quite
That
healthy.
sounds
That
quite
sounds
healthy.
remarkably... Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds pretty
I
healthy.
suppose
to
it's
me.
all on portion size as well these days.
It is absolutely portion size, which is why I get it delivered, and I only eat what's delivered, which is a lot less than I would serve myself normally. Spangley Size says we're doomed. And Alan Turfmore says, oh my god, oh fucking dear. Ben McCormack says collapse is on. Makes it interesting.
Well, Alto Joseph is up to the crease to bowl down the leg side to Pope. It's not a wide because it's a test match. Would have been a big wide in an ODI.
Yeah, it would. It certainly would.
Short of a length we're seeing. Oh, and there were 3 good balls first up.
They were. Both short, the first 2, and then, well, still short.
Still
the
short,
third
yeah,
one, the one to the edge.
just short of a length, yeah, exactly. 3 cracking deliveries, and he got his man. Can happen. I don't, Crawley, third ball.
Now, who's bowling from the Stuart Broad end, as it is now known, as of today?
Oh, that's full, and that is a fucking cracking delivery from Aljo Joseph. Beats the outside edge of Pope's bat, propping forward. He actually tried to get to the pitch of the ball, well, the line of the ball. Did get across, but still beat his outside edge. It's a brilliant ball. Joseph looks dangerous. Got a big old fucking watch on, hasn't he?
Now you would
looks
think,
like a Casio.
Well, you'd think that would be a sort of a distraction or an impediment on his. I suppose it's his non-bowling arm, but nonetheless.
Yeah, it is a non-bowling arm. Maybe it helps have weight as he gets over.
Balances out.
It's short though, and that's pulled. Nice shot by Pope. Doesn't get all of it. Will be fielded down in the deep by. I presume that's Sinclair because I don't recognise that man, and therefore he's a newbie. I think it was Sinclair down at long leg, but it shouldn't be down at long leg, should he? Bowler should be down there. Anyway, well, traditionally your bowler should be down there. There's 2 runs to Pope. He moves on to 6 off 6. Duckett's 18 off 6. We're in the 3rd over and England are 25 for 1. We lost Crawley, 3rd ball of the morning. My mate met Brian Lara the other night. Sent me a load of photos going, my new best friend.
Oh, yeah.
So you sent back one of Clive Lloyd.
Well, I could have done, you know. That's clipped out on the leg side, misfielded by the man at square leg, so they will get back for 2. It should have only been a single, probably.
Presumably you haven't still got Clive Lloyd locked in the back of your car. I mean,
you know what?
You let him out after the World Cup in 2019.
You know, and I never got a photo of myself with Clive Lloyd. I've got my self with all these other fucking cricketers, because I've kind of resisted it as sort of star fuckery.
It was a daily event.
Well, it was
the
but at the start it was all star fuckery, and everyone was doing it, and I thought, you fucking bunch of lame ass fuckers, you know, da-da-da-da-da. And then I kind of got peer pressured into doing it, because I felt like I should do, because everyone else is doing it, and why not? And then I thought, it might not be bad advertising for guerrilla cricket at some point. So it actually wasn't such a bad idea. But yeah, I've got lots of photos with lots of famous cricketers. That one's cut, but really got pretty much on top of it, but not. It might have offered a chance to a wideish third, fourth slip. But instead it gets past them and makes its way down to the boundary for 4 more runs.
Well, while Davy's been sat in traffic, this has been all entertaining stuff, hasn't it?
It has, he's missed me. He'd have been crowing at the fall of... he becomes a West Indian... Basically, he does become a West Indian supporter, even though he's English. He does love them that much, I've come to the conclusion. That was a good shot, actually. He did get it down before it got to where the slips were. It was a good shot from Ollie Pope. Let it come onto the bat, ride it, and play it behind square. I think that's you crackling.
Yeah,
it's not. It's
the connection of this one is.
It's no. It's not the headphones. The crackle is coming off the microphone. That's because it probably needs servicing, because it's been dropped so many times. That's clipped in the leg side. Poor bit of fielding at mid wicket. Probably should have stopped it. Instead, it races away across all the cut strips. Down to the boundary once more. 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
That's dropped as in accidentally, not dropped as in the job done.
No. Dropped, stood on, exactly. I mean, these are quite hardy mics, to be fair, and I've got 5 of them now, because 2 more need fucking servicing next door.
What, 5 that need servicing?
4 that need servicing. I think this one's okay, and I think that one's okay.
Well, not
actually.
Fred's, so 3. He brings his own.
Yeah, Fred brings his own. Is that out? No, that was the last test, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, this was yeah.
These are highlights of Duckett's. There's no score on the bottom. Although occasionally the man in the scorebox decides that he can't operate, or the software stops working. So, Seals, we've only bowled 3 overs. I know 1 went for 19 and had a wide in it, but it's nearly 20 past. That's nearly, we're down to nearly 6 overs an hour at this rate. It's a bit pathetic. Jaden Seals is in. That one is a little bit shorter. Cut again. It's going to run away. You know what the result of that one is? Another one of these.
I think you mean 12 overs an hour. Yeah. I think even Gary Naylor would explode if it was 6 overs an hour.
No, it'd be 9, wouldn't it? 3 overs and 20 minutes. You get 9 overs, not 6. Yeah, no, I'm going a bit stupid.
You'd have to have Toby Rowland-Jones at one end, and I'm trying to think who else at the other end. Bob Willis, maybe. Who the really long run-up? John Price, maybe.
Those boys in the 70s and 80s, they all had fucking... They used to run in from the boundary, basically.
Mind you, the scoring rate is 12.32 per over. So,
yeah,
you know.
that's a defensive shot. It's going to be a dot ball, god damn it, as it goes to backward point and there is no run.
Well, speaking of scoring rates and plenty of runs at 39 for 1, we should talk about the GPL, Bears. The GPL open today?
The GPL is open today.
Fantastic.
The prize pot is, if I can go there, I shall tell you what it is.
I'm guessing... That's 80 something. Yeah,
it's about 84, I believe.
And how would I?
And Ombre Nuevo's already in it. Well, Ombre Nuevo's gone high. 367 England batting. That could be low at Trent Bridge. England batting.
Yeah.
I will tell you after this ball. Ooh, flashed out. Is that out? No. It looked like it moved after it went past the bat, but no one's actually appealing.
Classic Duckett waggle.
Yeah,
the classic Duckett.
That's
waggle.
how you get Duckett out. You hang it out there.
Leave.
I mean, the problem is getting Duckett out requires that you kind of have to feed his shot a little bit.
So he's only faced 9 balls, and he has actually, in your well, you think accidentally, I think on purpose, left 1.
He didn't leave that.
You've done. You think it was a retrospective
Yeah, it was a retrospective pull. He
away.
He flapped at it. It was horrible. It was disgusting. Jaden Seals is. Oh no! You see, that's it. He's trying to feed his shot. Duckett's not going to shy away from it. It's wide, and therefore, kind of, throw your bat at it. That was a little bit full, though.
It's almost like the West Indies have done their homework and gone, hello.
Well,
throwing it wide of his off stump.
Well, the problem is it can be expensive as well.
Come in. It might well be Annie, or it could
I
be
know,
David.
it's David.
It is Mr. Brook.
He made it past. I went down to fucking Broadstairs yesterday, and there was a massive accident on the A2.
Right.
A school bus. They had a bunch of school kids on the thing. They weren't fortunately involved in the
good.
accident. There was a Tesco van on its side and a white car that was totally mashed up. There was like 2 fire engines and fucking 5 ambulances and all this shit. It took forever to get past it. That's nicely guarded by Duckett into the ground. It bounces past the man at about 4th slip, and the guy chasing down from gully can't catch up with it.
Beautiful shot from
it
Duckett.
Was, and it's 4 runs. Well, I think England would be happy with 43 for 1 after 3.5 overs.
Well, to be honest, yes.
Why wouldn't you be?
Oh, in fact, it was palmed around the post by Gully.
But
it was travelling. It was a decent shot. He guided it nicely.
It was pure natural timing.
Yeah.
He's got these feet, the weight of his feet right, without really having to get up onto his toes. Because as we've often mentioned, he's not a big man.
No, he's not.
But he just glided that. It was excellent shot, young Ben. If you do have to do a run-up,
His 24 out of his 26 is from boundaries.
Yeah.
If there's a duckling on the way, he's going about earning some time off, isn't he? Superb effort.
Well, he's facing up now. Seals is around the wicket into his hip, and he just works that. That'll be a single only down as there is a long leg.
So Seals is bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. That means that Alzari Joseph is bowling from the Stuart Broad end.
Yeah, it's been renamed, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Is it permanent, or is it just for this
No,
test?
it's permanent. Yeah.
Stuart Broad end. Oh, okay.
Instead of the Pavilion end. So what was the Pavilion end is now the Stuart Broad end.
Is now the hero of Trent Bridge.
8 for 15. Hard to see that ever being beaten, but you can never say never, can you?
You can never say never. That was.
You know who the top run scorer ever in tests was at Trent Bridge? All Middlesex fans should know this. There's a clue for you. No, you have to go back a wee bit.
Well, if you go back beyond that, I haven't a fucking clue.
The great DCS Compton, 1954 against Pakistan. He made 278.
That's the highest Test match score
at Trent Bridge. Yes.
Okay, so we have a lot of people with us on YouTube, I'm pleased to say. Mayank's with us from a very hot Rome. Just got there this morning, heading to the wine country north of here tomorrow. Bloody air conditioning isn't working in the B&B room, so sweating it out here.
That's short again, pulled. Better timing this time. Gets it square and it might come back for 2. They are going to come back for 2, and it's quite an easy 2. The throw is way over Josh de Silva's head. And there'll be 2 more to Duckett. Close in on 30. See if he got out now. He's nearly at his average.
Well, no,
he's only been. I don't know. You don't want it to, but that's a good start for anyone coming in after, even though the ball's still brand new.
Did we actually say how you get to the GPL?
No, you don't. You go to Guerrilla Cricket competition, and you read the things there. If you're already a member, you can log in. You know how it works. You estimate the amount of runs that we scored.
Use your skill and judgment.
Exactly. In a full day's play of the Test match. Get it on the button, you win the pot, which started at 84 every time someone enters.
It goes up.
86 now.
86
now.
We're you win the money. If not, it rolls over to the next day. That's short, wide, pushed again out over the cut strips. It's again. This outfield is quickly pacing up. It's 4 more runs. I mean, Ollie Pope's just sitting at the other end saying, yeah, this is fun.
Well, it was Ollie Pope, wasn't it, who hit the... Or was it Duckett?
Ollie Pope hit the first ball.
But which was a gentle sort of... Well, it was a very well judged on drive, which he didn't put much into, but it seemed to labour a little bit to the boundary sponge.
Well, I guess there's a lot of cut strips, isn't there? They're always quicker.
But this is like one of the greens at Augusta. It's like glass.
It is. Well, you look at it, it's a bit like the oval. The cut strips go virtually all the way across the middle of the park, so presumably they're all a lot harder.
Oh, that's my favourite shot.
It's a really nice shot, isn't it? But the ball's coming on at 84 miles an hour. You time that. Where does Duckett play when he...
At Trent Bridge. This is his home
test.
This is one of the reasons he was so desperate to play because it's his home test. But obviously, I mean, they must have a hotline to the maternity unit.
Yeah. That's missed time back to the bowler, and there is no run. Well, he's into the 30s already.
Well, it's a calculated gamble, isn't it? So
yes, that's how he played. Well, this is it. This is how he played.
You either pull him out at the last minute, which arguably if he'd done, then we wouldn't have this anxiety. But you have to say before the toss, don't you? So you have to make the call before the toss, or you're committed. Unless, as Louis and I worked out yesterday, he passed it off as a concussion injury.
Well, possibly. Short pulled with authority by Duckett. What's the fastest Test match? 50. He's on 37 off of 16 balls. And that's England's 50 up, by the way. It was out the ball before, in fact. England move on to 54. This is an all-out assault from Duckett.
Mog's making me chuckle. He says, if Duckett is the father, he should be expecting a short one, right?
Well, presumably, his missus can't be far away from the ground either then, because if he plays at Trent Bridge, then presumably they live near there anyway. So probably the local hospital is just down the road, and that might be where his wife.
Well, it'd be the John Radcliffe, wouldn't it, in Nottingham?
Well, there you go. So it's
or is that Oxford?
It's only a quick, you can nip there 5 minutes before. Hello. 10 minutes later, he's back in the ground.
Back, retired paternity.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess that to a certain degree, if he really wants to be there for the birth, that's played out to the leg side and there's no run. He would only miss.
He does.
Well,
and Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes very, very publicly saying family first all the time. So that they've obviously taken the view that if he has to go during the game, he has to go. He will come back as soon as he's done whatever he needs to do.
Yep.
Probably cop a whole load of abuse from his missus. That's what I got when my first one was born. I think though it's his second one.
Okay.
So good for him. Fingers crossed.
There's always a fair amount of abuse during birth, isn't there, for the man?
Yeah, everybody gets.
I did take large gulps of the air that was on offer as well.
Yeah, well, that's what I did too. It was quite enjoyable. Just played it inside out to cover, and there's no run. In fact, I paid to watch Match of the Day. We were there for so long. On the
whilst your missus was giving birth, you watched Match of the Day.
She was in labour for like 24 hours, so we went in at I think we went in about 12 o'clock on Saturday morning, and she gave birth at 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning. It was a long process. And so she was, having contractions for donkeys, and Match of the Day was on. I was bored shitless,
And fed up with being abused. So no.
Yes, exactly. By this point, it was just being screamed at. She'd had an epidural by then, so she was reasonably comfortable.
Oh, change
of bowling. Can I just interject a minute and say, poor you, Bear. Poor you. I do feel sorry for you.
Well, exactly. The kind of abuse I was getting on the day, Annie.
Yeah, it was slightly better than having your body ripped apart by this little
yes.
baby.
Oh, yes. No. I understand that completely. But there you go. Just a little humour.
There will be a change at the end of this over. If not now, when do we want to do it?
I'm going to have this over.
David's poised.
Well, he is, but he got stuck in traffic.
Like a
so we're
cobra ready to strike.
We're going to have this bowler. He is coming in to bowl to Duckett, who sort of went going on drive, gets a big fat half outside edge of it, and it goes out to point for a single.
By the way, that's the fastest England 50 at the start of a test. 23 balls to get to 50. That's the fastest England have ever done it.
What's the fastest ever test 50? I presume it's around about no for any individual. I imagine 18 balls has actually probably passed it already.
That I don't know.
I imagine someone's done it at about 14 or 15.
We can look that up for you, Bear.
Yeah, that'd be quite an easy one. Just ask Google. Fastest ever test 50. Jason Holder comes in, bowls. It's tempting for Pope. 78 miles an hour, and
Miss Barrel Huck, 21 balls.
Oh, really? Okay, so he's got 3 balls, couple of sixes. He's there in 2.
It was indeed.
I remember
David Warner got the second highest at 23 balls. in Sydney 2017 against Pakistan.
I think we watched that Misbah game. Was it against us or Australia? Everyone was saying how slow it was.
Pakistan against Australia in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
2014.
I think we commentated on that. Well, that's a strange shot from Pope. He's lucky to get away with that because Holder's a very tall man. He kind of went to defend it, got there a little bit earlier, ballooned just up over Jason Holder on his follow through as he plucked up his arm and fell short of the man at mid-off. Don't know what happened there. I think the change in pace is it was wide as well, actually. He just about got away with that. Bit of wobble seam. Maybe it stuck a little bit in the pitch. 16 off 12 is Ollie Pope. That's full. It's just
actually
he's
the last
slow,
test here,
isn't he, Jason Holder?
The last test here was that New Zealand test.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
The 2022.
No run.
Misbah al-Haq also went on to get his 100 in 63.
Yeah.
Sorry, 56 balls.
Exactly. And it was hilarious because isn't that the fastest ever Test 100 as well? That 56 balls, I think.
I think.
Which for someone like Misbah, who'd been a really conscientious, diligent, slow scorer and got the piss taken out of him for it, was quite funny. That's a nice drive.
I think it was at the time. I'm not sure it is anymore.
I think it still is actually. Driven up to mid-on and there's no run.
No, McCullum had one in 54 balls against Australia in Christchurch.
Right.
Into that.
Weirdly,
Richards 56.
Weirdly, I watched that game as well. Considering it was against some team, we weren't commentating on it. I just happened to watch it on the telly the first day of that test. It was against Australia, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It went crazy.
Yeah, he did. He got a lot of top edges over the keeper, I seem to remember, that went for 6 or 4.
Yeah.
Swinging wildly. Right, this is my last ball. Have we lost the ball? We having a change of the ball? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, we're going to put it through the handcuffs, I suspect. Brathwaite seems very interested in changing it.
There we go. Let's have a look.
Nothing
Goes
wrong
through
with
one
that.
ring.
Oh, I reckon he's going to say just get on with it.
He is going to say just get on with it.
Tough luck, mate.
Yeah. It could be just to slow the game down. We're going to have a change. At the end of this over, David B, fresh from Traffic Jam, is going to come on to take over the commentary. Annie is going to do your socials. That's always entertaining. Sorry, Annie. And Tony is going
to stay doing the job that I'm already.
Well, you're going to have to move here though and press some buttons.
Oh well, I can.
Last ball is left through to the keeper, and there's no run. Morning, Annie. Morning, David. How are you?
Morning, Annie.
Morning,
just to let you know,
morning.
the next tweet is from Leah from 12 minutes ago. You may want to get a mic close to your mouth too. And just before I go, there's a super chat from Sagir Pakar. Thank you, Sagir. $10. Apologies for not being available to join you guys. Thank you so much.
Stay there
Sagir.
for this next over, just to summarise. I just need to.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to stay here until Tony gets back. Morning, Annie. Morning, Dave. How are you two faring?
Good morning. Morning, Bear. Morning, Annie.
Morning, both. Very nice to see you both.
56 for 1. England having been inserted. Only 6 overs. And Alzari Joseph. He's been to bowl now. And Duckett looking like he means business this morning. Drills that out to cover. He's made 39 of just 18 balls. And this could be a day where Duckett goes big, Bear. You're going to be going over on Duckett?
No. Weirdly, I didn't go under on the fall of the first wicket either. This is a bit strange. I mean, the problem with Duckett is, well, that's not a problem because if he got out of an hour for 39, you can't knock that as a score, really, can you? In fact, he's done it in 19 balls.
Test match, you can knock it.
Well, I don't know if he gets the team off to a decent start. Ideally, he wanted to be there for a few more overs.
This one is drilled nicely down to mid-off, but there's no run.
I don't know about you, Bear, but I don't want the test match to be over in 2 days.
No, I don't want it over in 2 days. That's true.
Why would it be over in 2 days, Annie?
Well, I'm just worried that it might get that one.
West Indies always improve as the series go on. If you bring a team over and don't allow them any preparation beforehand, don't be surprised if they lose the first test as they did.
No, absolutely. Ridiculous.
It's very true.
No preparation at all.
If it wasn't for Jimmy Adams, they wouldn't have even had that match. His the warm-up match that they had is played out for off stumps, no run. Do you realise why it was all in Kent? They played an ECB Select 11 at Beckenham, having also had a 2-week camp at Tunbridge School. Jimmy Adams had to arrange it off his own bat. nothing had been arranged by West Indies Cricket Board or English Cricket Board. Disgrace. Absolute disgrace.
Whose responsibility is to organise it? Is it the English responsibility or is it the West Indians? Is
Joint.
it joint, really?
Joint. Both boards are at fault. West Indies have just been focused on the World Cup. Here's Joseph Bowles, and it's played out to the off-stump. I mean, all the entire West Indies Cricket Board staff have seconded to the World Cup. No one has been thinking about this series.
No, I've just been reading Brian Lara's book, and there's the amount of cricket they played then in the 90s compared to what they played this time. It's totally different.
Yeah, I mean, surely that's the kind of thing that should have been sorted out well in advance of the World Cup. Even.
Of course it should.
Anyway, Tony will take over my thread for me because I'm off. He's supposed to be on. I'll see you guys later.
Well,
Bye,
good
Bear.
to hear your position on that issue, Bear, which was, as usual, very forthright. Joseph Bowles, and that's played out by Duckett. There's an easy single there. And Joseph just beginning to hit more of a length after a very good first over where he got the wicket of Crawley. And England with one change in the team, we got Wood coming in for... who's been left out? Who's been dropped after the first test? Jimmy Anderson has been dropped.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? 58 for 1. And West Indies have had to make a change. Not the change I was hoping for, because Moti apparently is ill.
Oh, that is a shame.
He's a key part of this team. And I think he's one of the best spin bowlers in the world at the moment.
He was terrific, and he was terrific at Lords, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's a huge loss. Here's Joseph Bowles, and that's played away busily by Pope. No run. Changes that's the only change in the West Indies team. Sinclair's come in, who's a very good player, better batsman than Moti, although Moti was top scorer in the second innings.
Yeah, he did well.
And some of us took 3-1 on the last day on that. Oh, Ben. Sinclair there's a lot to like about Kevin Sinclair. He's the one who does the somersault after he takes a wicket, and he's also a very good bat and just got a really great attitude about him. So it's great to see him playing, but really disappointing that Moti misses out. Joseph Bowles, and that's played away by Pope to extra cover, and there's no run. I'd have made a couple of changes. I've seen enough of Kurt McKenzie to know that he's struggling in this series. I think they could have replaced him. Imlach, the reserve wicketkeeper from Guyana, is a very good bat with an excellent third highest score in first class cricket last year, and could have found a room for him. And then I thought Shamar Joseph looked really short of prep.
Yeah,
it was really rusty. He's nursing an injury. You've got an ideal replacement in Mikhail Louis' brother, Jeremiah Louis, who was called up to replace Kemar Roach. He should have been in. He's 150 wickets in his career, 28-year-old, lot of experience, and he would have done a good job on this. And I hope that Shamar, because he had that sort of twinge or some sort of injury that was really preventing him from... Tony's back.
I have been for a while, David. Just listening to you, was enjoying your traffic updates from Brighton. Quite a highlight
Jason
of the day.
Holder has been brought on early to slow things down, and he usually manages to do that. He's doing it now, bowling to Duckett, not giving him anything to hit there. Duckett on 40. Has he left? Did I hear you say he left a ball this morning, Tony?
Well, the Bear and I couldn't quite agree on it, David. I thought he left it. The Bear thought he went towards it and retrospectively withdrew the bat. So there you go. You believe one or other of us. It's up to you.
Let's see what he does with this one. Not the Bear, Duckett. Duckett takes a hand off the bat. It's an accurate ball, and it's sort of leading edge down to mid-off. It's perfectly safe. And
he didn't leave that one.
Well, the primary speculation for Duckett was he just wants to get on with it, get his 100, and just in case Mrs. D, the ducklings are on their way. Duckling number 2, I think.
Trent Bridge looking an absolute picture this
just
morning, bathed in sunshine. It's a fantastic place to watch cricket from. Is Holder, and it's played away by Duckett, and there's no run. There's no equivalent of the Hollis stand, which completely ruins the experience of watching at Edgbaston. If I wanted to sit on the terrace at Watford, I'd join Tony on Saturday.
Well, I used to sit on that, but there were the days in the early 70s when I did sit on the terrace because there weren't many of us there. You certainly didn't have to stand in a big crowd.
you want to stand in the middle of a football crowd, you know, go to a football match, hold the bowls. And that's flayed away by Duckett. There's no chance for the extra cover to stop that. So much power behind it. And another 4 for him. And Duckett's on fire this morning.
He is. He should be on the verge of paternity every test if this is what he's going to do to him.
But he's not going to make the fastest 50.
No, I think that's already gone.
This is the time to fill his boots before the birth of the child. After that, watch his form drop off. You've heard my theory on this. Annie, you've heard my theory on this before.
Have I? I don't think I have. But I don't know if I want to.
Oh, okay. You didn't like it then, you don't like it now. Hold her wide of the crease. Good ball. And Duckett has to watch that one carefully. So he's having to fight harder for his runs. Jaden Seals will be disappointed with his opening spell today. He's much better bowler than that, as we saw at Lords.
Yeah.
But
he got thrown out of whack, didn't he, by that blitz, the 4 bits from Duckett. He kept bowling just that little bit too full, whereas Joseph got reward from just a fraction short of a length, didn't he?
They're playing 4 seamers, so just put, if one gets hit, pull them out of the attack. I mean, I didn't understand the captaincy in the first test, allowing Alzari Joseph to concede so many runs in what was obviously a low-scoring match. Hold the bowls. And that's played very straight by Duckett. Evasive action from Pope because it was heading his way, but all along the ground, it's another boundary. So Holder's come on to slow things down, but he's been hit for 2 4s by Ben Duckett. The end of 8 overs.
4 on the floor. And 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
Just as well the Pope wasn't wearing his mitre, because that would have knocked it off.
Right, look, I'm going to try and get a word in edgeways and actually get some tweets in. So, Josie Oates says, morning, when will England collapse? Good question. Paul Dennett, as someone who has a small bet on West Indies at 15 for 1, I can't believe they chose to bowl. The sun is blazing. Disinterested Hadjob says, RAP him, fucking new one, Annie, as if he'd given birth himself. That's all to do with what Bear was saying earlier.
What did he say earlier?
Well, he was complaining about how difficult it was for him at the birth of his children.
Thank you. And Alzai comes in to bowl. That's played vistally away by Pope. Well fielded at square. That looks like Kevin. Is that Kevin Sinclair? Could well be number 77, Kevin Sinclair. He's a top fielder and a real live wire. One of those personalities who's going to make a real impact. Something of a David Holford character, Tony, if I can take you back to the 60s. More of a bat, actually, than a bowler. But off spin it, Holford obviously was number 2 bowler behind Lance Gibbs. But still useful to have that second spinner, and that's what Sinclair will give you. Not quite there as a first spinner yet. Played into the gully, good diving stop there. That looks like Hodge there. And Gully. The player I'm looking forward to seeing in this match again, Mikhail Louis, top scorer in the first innings for West Indies. First Kittian ever to play for the West Indies.
First what?
From St Kitts.
Yes, from the island of St Kitts.
8th smallest country in the world. We worked out during the last test, David.
Joseph bowls, and that's left by.
Did you name the other 7?
We did. We did. Oh yeah, Annie. Of course we did. You can't give a stat like that and not go immediately. Well, what are the other 7 countries then? It varies slightly whether you're talking population or land mass, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
But we absolutely went through that.
Well, we won't do it again then.
Well, I was going to say, if you want to know, I mean, we can absolutely tell you. You'll know the smallest, surely. I mean,
maybe one.
The Pope would be a clue.
Maybe one for the green room after. Here's Joseph bowls. That's pushed out. It's half stopped there by does look like Mikhail Louis, and no, it's not. That is in fact yes, it is. It is Mikhail Louis. So Mikhail Louis. Still talk about him, the opening bat for West Indies, because those who studied the first class tournament in West Indies will see that he was the highest run scorer in last season's first class tournament in his first year. Got 3 centuries, 7 half centuries, fantastic average and strike rate, bats really nicely. He is the Jamie Smith selection. If you go on current championship form, he's the selection. That's why I'm disappointed that Tevin Imlach, who's the reserve keeper, Also, heavy scorer for Guyana, wasn't given a chance today because the middle order of West Indies looks very shaky at the moment. Joseph bowls. That's I had a slight buffering on my. Can you describe what happened there?
It was an attempted pull, straight through, which he didn't get, and it went straight through to Josh De Silva. Some interest in whether or not it had got an edge, but I think we're going to move on reasonably quickly. Was it Tevin Imlach, whose mum and dad couldn't spell Kevin?
Well, and Kevan Hodge, whose mother couldn't spell Hodge. No, Kevan. He's Kevam, and
that's Kavem though. Is it Kavem or Kavem?
Here's Joseph, and that's flicked away by Duckett. Doesn't make a lot of contact, but enough for a single. I think came off the bat. And at the end of 9 overs, England having been put in by West Indies this morning are 68 for 1. Annie.
Pirate Basher on YouTube says, "Morning, old salts and sea dogs." Morning, Pirate Basher. And Alan Turfmore replies saying, "Shiver me timbers," which is all very piratey.
Piratical.
Hattie, the mad old Batty Atkinson says, "Had an email from ECB for half-price bucket hats. They have a Jimmy Anderson one, but no Duckett bucket. GC have it right, but haven't checked if the daft delivery charges from last year still apply."
No, we're still trying to work that out. It's really there's so many limitations on Patreon. I mean, one of our wonderful patrons said, "Don't send me a mug." I'd love, nothing against your mugs, but I live a long way away, and it costs so much. Stop yourself doing it. And for the life of us, we couldn't figure out how to work the system to actually not send something that somebody specifically said they didn't want. So.
No, so it's really bad.
Whilst it's wonderful, and we absolutely need patrons, administratively it's not the most flexible system sometimes.
Holder, wide of the crease. Nicely angled by Duckett. Just lens on that, and there's no one going to stop that. Another boundary to Duckett. He really looks in top form. Goes to 50. That's his half century.
Yeah.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
52
well,
in what?
Yes, that's an impressively
32.
fast 50, a very Bazball 50 indeed.
Wasn't it just?
Very Ben Duckett 50.
Holder, this time, that's right in Duckett's territory there. Off outside the off stump, he plays a nice drive, doesn't go the whole way to the boundary this time, and they take a well run 3, I'd say.
David, I'm going to ask you, what's your thoughts about them opting to field?
Well, it's a defensive move because of the lack of confidence in the batting camp. If you've just been bowled out for 2 low scores, then you really want to get into the game first and put the stronger bowling side than batting side, and I think it's an okay decision actually. I
think it's a dreadful,
and that's pushed up to just wide of mid on for a single. Sorry, Annie.
I think it's a dreadful shame that they didn't win the toss at Lords.
Yes.
That was the saddest thing. I was talking to Shield Berry just before, and he was saying, I will desperately, it would be really good if the Windies win the toss.
By the way, Annie, got one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Have we?
Oh.
Right on the ball. Too busy name dropping famous journalists.
Sorry.
Now, that is the 3rd fastest Test 50 for England. Astonishing. 32 balls, Duckett. 3rd in the history of Test cricket.
That's
3rd
fantastic,
fastest Test 50.
Misbah, we think we worked out was number 1, wasn't that right?
Was it?
For England. 3rd fastest for England.
Oh, yeah. Right, yeah.
Sorry, I should have said that. Beg your pardon.
Yeah,
Duckett.
it makes a bit of a difference.
Yeah, hold around the wicket to Duckett. Oh, that squares him up, hits the pad, going down leg, no appeal from Holder. But
I'll just do this super chat. Stephen Kelk says, just a little bit of summer love.
Much appreciated, Stephen.
Summer
Thank
loving.
you.
had me a plan.
And Russell Hibbard says, "Hi Annie, are you at Taunton tonight?" Unfortunately, I'm not. I wish I was. I haven't been to any of the T20s, so unfortunately I'm not. But get in, Somerset.
Holders round the wicket now to Duckett. Plays that little chop shot he likes to play, but it just goes to Sinclair at cover point, and there's no run. He's on 55. Pope's on 18. England have got off to a very fast start here, 76 for 1, and we're not even through the 10th over. There's a ball remaining, and that's mainly down to Duckett. 55 or 35, the third fastest 50 for a England player in Test cricket. Big shout out all the way to Australia. Paul Dennett's listening to us, leading podcaster, broadcaster over there, very funny guy. We should get him onto Guerrilla Cricket, you know, Tony. Down to mid-on, and there's no run. He's that rare thing, an objective Aussie.
Well, they do exist.
Yeah. Like Messi and Forthy.
As I say, he's that rare thing, a genuine objective Aussie, not someone who's moved from the UK.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Just going back to Alan Turfmore says, "Loving the jingles. I'm going to miss the Jimmy ones. Burnley's finest." And Stephen Kelt says, If I'd known my super chat would induce Tony to sing songs from Greece."
He wouldn't have sent it.
No, exactly.
Or he'd have doubled the amount to have me not sing.
Yeah, double the amount. That's what he's saying. Linux Lear says, "Misbah isn't number 1. My wisdoms are in moving boxes, but I think he's number 2 behind McCullum because, of course, Baz is fastest." And Martin Lawrence, lovely Martin Lawrence on Twitter says, "This feels like a T20 style of game," and you're not wrong, Martin.
Well, the only difference is none of Duckett's scoring shots have been aerial. They've all been drives. I think only one pull that I can recall. I'm not even sure about that. They've mainly been on and off drive and cover drives. The speed of the outfield has helped, which has been like cut glass.
Shamar Joseph, the first time into the attack, and that's played by Pope out to cover point, and there's no run. This is what he sounds like.
Well, he hopefully does. It's rather helpfully, there's a jingle here just called Joseph brackets 1, as in lucky dip as to which Joseph you happen to get. Here's Shamar though, definitely.
Jesus, Mary and Shamar Joseph. Who's this coming up out in the lists? Is it a warrior in times gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quack.
Have you read his book?
I haven't yet. Shamar Joseph, that's down the leg side, and well, it was almost a wide actually, the way where Silva had to finish, but down the leg side, good stop from Silva. Brian Lara's latest book.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's quite it's quite honest.
Right, if you're listening, anyone like to buy me that? Down the leg side. No, people always want to know what I want. You know, a birthday's coming.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant just generally.
No, we've got a birthday coming up. You know, the end of the season. A good read. Then I'll probably buy it before that. Pope waits for Shamar Joseph. This one is right on the money this time, and no sign of any niggling injury. You'll be relieved to hear Shamar Joseph fans, and there was an awful lot of them after that Test match in Australia where he achieved that famous spell in the second inning, 17 wickets in the match.
With a damaged foot, wasn't he? Because he'd caught one on the boot when he was batting.
Yeah, but that was sort of bruising. Whereas I thought in the first Test he was nursing some sort of sprain.
I think it was cramp in the end. I thought they decided it was just repetitive cramp for him, possibly because
Here he comes again, Shamar Joseph. That's chopped down by Pope. That's going to go for a boundary, make good contact, and the shot out of nothing, but good shot.
But this has been the England approach. Yes, it's been remarkably quick, and they're really looking, to get on with it and get runs on the board early, which they're doing very well. But rarely a false shot and rarely a forced shot. They've all been excellent cricket shots.
Absolutely. I think there was talk before the game. Hope in the press conference talked about a slight reset on the approach, dialing down slightly of the ultra-aggressive approach that marked the start of the Bazball reign.
Bazball 2.0.
Yeah, Brathwaite's having a little chat with. There's no sign of that this morning.
No, I was going to say.
Well, no, but this is my point. The balls that have been hit have been well executed, attacking shots to balls that were there to be hit. None of it's been forced.
Shamar Joseph bowls. That's well pitched up, driven nicely on towards the leg. Jaden Seals does well to stop that. Actually, big man, big unit, and Joseph looks happy with that. 81 for 1. England scoring at 8. Just done 8 and over, run rate 7.4. Well, just done 7.5 actually. And yeah, they'll be looking to Jason Holder at the other end to stem the run flow, and they'll be looking to Shamar Joseph to take a wicket. That was the point of putting in England this morning, was to take wickets. Looked like they were going to succeed with that in the first over, but since then, Duckett, it's been the Ben Duckett show in his new home ground. He moved from Northampton to Notts, a few years ago, Annie?
Yeah, well, 2 years ago, I think. Yeah.
2 years. Shamar Joseph, can he produce a bit of extra magic? It was missing from that first test, and well, he seemed pleased with that, but there's bat on it from Duckett. Goes down to long leg. He takes a single. Duckett moves on to 56. Hope is on 23, 11 overs gone. England 82 for 1.
Oh yes, it's me, isn't it? I've forgotten. Right, so Martin Lawrence again says, I really struggle to understand the logic of West Indies wanting to bowl on a bright sunny day like this. I think David had made a sensible point about why they did, but yeah, it's obviously not ideal batting conditions. Disinterested Handjob says, I'm not objective in any way, Tony. I think that's to do with what you were saying earlier, Tony.
Sorry, I missed that. I was just checking a fact.
Oh, I see.
So what did I miss, Annie? Sorry, I was remiss there.
Handjob says, I'm not objective in any way, Tony.
Oh, okay. I was trying to be defensive of our Australian friends, as we have so many of them.
And Martin Lawrence says, he's not the only objective Australian born in Australia. I'm here. Exactly.
Ah, well, there you go.
Here comes hold around the wicket now to Duckett, and Duckett played a nice shot through beating the extra cover fielder again. It's yet another boundary for this man Duckett, who's going to break all the records. Is he going to get the fastest century in Test cricket? He's on 60.
Another score. It's just another 4.
But that again, it was just slightly too full, big high elbow. It wasn't a wild swing. He just got his foot to the pitch of the ball, angled the bat,
it certainly wasn't
and away it went.
Was it? No.
I tell you, the crowd are absolutely loving this. They got to their seats early. It's a packed house at Trent Bridge in Nottingham, and they've been very happy with what they've seen in the first 11 overs. 86 for 1, and Duckett's already made 60. What can Holder do to stem the tide?
That's more Duckett-like.
That one, almost out, almost the second wicket for West Indies. The first sort of real risky shot that Duckett has played. I don't know why they don't bowl every ball outside the off-stump.
Well, they have. Well, that's what Alzari Joseph was doing very well, and they've got a heavily loaded offside field because, I mean, if you look at that, you've got the slip, you've got the gully, a backward point, a cover, a comparatively short mid-off, and then I think you've got a man deep setter, deep extra. So they're really guarding that offside.
Holder bowls around the wicket. That's going to be a wide. He was aiming for off-stump. He's actually missed the whole strip, and I'm sure that we'll see a wide signal. If that's not a wide,
well,
then I'm an underwater explorer.
You're an out-of-water explorer, are you?
Well, I can't believe that's not a wide.
Did you say an underwater explorer?
I'm not quite sure what he is.
I was trying to think of the least likely profession. Underwater explorer.
Underwater explorer, not out-of-water.
Swimming's really poor. 86 for 1. Can't believe that wasn't given.
Wearing concrete boots.
Holder bowls, and Duckett has a little poke at that one, goes down to mid-off, and there's no run. So, if you're just
Can I just say, David, you are an underwater explorer then, because it wasn't a wide.
Yeah.
No, I didn't think it was wide.
I'm going to have to go get
buy some kit.
get the kit first of all. I'm not doing it without the kit. I'm telling you now. There's no way I'm going underwater without snorkel and all the things.
Snorkel? I don't think that'll
You
help.
want full scuba gear, mate.
Yes, scuba. That's it. Out to next ball goes into extra cover. Sinclair is there and fields it nicely.
Do you know what scuba stands for?
What?
Do you know what scuba stands for?
Obviously not, as I don't.
Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus.
You're
That's what I need.
amazing, Tony.
Well, scuba diving was for years was
Yeah.
probably my favourite hobby.
I'll have a go at doing that. 86 for 1. Holder, first morning of this test match, Holder bowls. Duckett plays that to extra cover, so it's a good first session for England so far. 12 overs gone.
Mature change
First
team.
day, second test, England 86 for 1 against the West Indies.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you, Annie. Now, I'm just trying to remember who's supposed to be doing
I'm on
what.
still, I think.
You
I think
are,
Messi's
Annie. Messi's going to come back and join us. Hopefully no grumbling and rumbling about so many tweets that we haven't got to. I'm sure there will be.
Yeah, well, I don't think so.
The
'cause
famous
I think
three
it's
are back
pretty
together.
good. Yay!
It is
I think
indeed.
I've been pretty good, Messi, at keeping up.
I have no doubt you have.
Actually. I've been quite impressed.
Thank you very much. I had to shut David up a couple of times.
Well, we all do that.
Indeed. We know the answer now. Just put him underwater. Obviously not for too long.
With a snorkel.
Well, as long as he's got his snorkel, yeah. Well, the West, a reminder, the West Indies, they won the toss. They chose to put England in. Looked like a very, very good decision when in the fourth ball of the first over. Edged by Crawley in can be his manner, slightly loosely outside of the off stump, off a good over from Alzari Joseph. But since then, it has been the potential dad, Ben Duckett, show. Well, he's already a dad. I think it's Duckling 2 on the way. He has played some beautiful cricket shots, and I would, Annie, emphasise everything he's done has been great cricket shots. None of it, well, about one or two loose swings, but it's been stylish as well as incredibly effective, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's nice to see. It's proper cricket. It's just bloody fast scoring. But like you say, they've been the balls have been there to play, and he's been playing them well. So
we think it's the third fastest 50 for
an England
for an England player. So the outfield has been lightning fast. Possibly, with the exception of Joseph, West Indies have been bowling a tad too full, making the ball more drivable. We are having a drink break, so we have a bit of time.
He's going to have to move on to get the fastest 100, though. Brendan McCallum had 154 deliveries.
Duckett's had how many so
56.
far? 56.
He's had 40, I think. 41.
So he's got to get the rest of his runs, in 16 balls? What's the maths on that?
I don't think that's going to happen. I was just interested. I was looking at the fastest hundreds in Test cricket. 4 of the fastest 9 have all been at the Wacker, which is extraordinary. But
that also has a very fast outfield, doesn't it? Or had a very fast outfield, the
Wacker. Strangely, one figure that's not there, of course, this is the first 100 runs made. Nathan Hassel scored 222 against England in Christchurch in 2001-2. His second 100 took just 39 balls. That's pretty good going.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there we go. Actually, I wonder if... sorry, you carry on.
So Mog says that Annie did a great job. He says, and Annie read all my tweets. That's all that matters.
Well, there you go. Everyone has their own self-interest at heart.
thank you very much, Mog.
Kieran Roseblade suggests Anderson could be smelted down to make a strong glue to patch up Stokes if he gets injured.
Well, the challenge for Ben Stokes at the moment, I think, is his batting. You look at his recent run of 6 or 7. I think the last century was last year, wasn't it? It was the Ashes. Since then, he's had I think he's only got past 20 in 3 or 4 of 16 innings.
He needs to score in crises, though, Tony. That's when he's best.
Well, that is a very good point. He's also, I sense, focused a lot more on his bowling return than he has perhaps in his batting. The whole thing about, was it the 2 games he played for Durham? It was all about his bowling and not about his batting. Right, anyway, it's going to be the hero of Brisbane, Shamar Joseph.
Oh no, I'd love to see a bit of that.
Who's bowling, I think, from the Stuart Broad end. He has 2 slips in place, and it's left by, well, obviously Ollie Pope, because the word left by seldom ends in the word Duckett. And through it goes to our sort of vicarious friend Josh De Silva. and there is no run. The run rate, well, it's dropped a bit. It's dropped to over 7. It was at one point, and about nearly 9, wasn't it? They were going at the best part of 9 and over, England.
They were going
may have
12
passed.
over
Yeah,
at one
well, it was
Yeah,
phenomenal.
like Martin said, it felt more like a
Ollie Pope.
T20 in that way.
That's a funny little shot, and he nearly got an edge. A very indeterminate shot. Looked like he'd stepped back to think about a cut, changed his mind, and all he did was an ineffectual waggle.
Do you think there's a
was very
case
lucky.
of when you're watching another batter at the other end scoring an awful lot? Do you think there's a case of you kind of relax a bit and you don't concentrate so much?
That's an interesting thought. I would have thought possibly, though, it might even have the opposite effect. It
Well,
might
you
sort of
might,
galvanise you into wanting to think you can do the same thing. That is a really sharp delivery from Shamar Joseph. He'd had some success outside Ollie Pope's first off stump. He did the same, but just dropped it slightly shorter. Got some real lift, and
That's intelligent cricket.
it was very intelligent. And Ollie Pope again. They know he wants to try and play that offside shot. They know he likes to play that late cut. But if the ball's too close for you, Annie, it's a very hard shot to play, and they've been really angling that ball into him. Let's see what he's got this time. He's bowling from the Stuart Broad end. That's full and quick, and they're going to run what should be a leg by. Rod Tucker takes evasive action, and I think Ollie
Stretch much
Pope.
further if he tried, could he?
Well, I think Ollie Pope was sent back by the expectant Duckett, and yes, he was, and he had to turn probably 4 or 5 paces into what he was hoping would be a quickly run leg by. Yeah, Shamar Joseph was past him. Pope turned and dived. Got away with it, but a little bit skittish. In fact, to be fair on Ollie Pope, he said no. He found Duckett herring towards him. Duckett then changed his mind, and I'm afraid that was all a bit yes, no, after you, Claude, and it could have been a disaster for England.
Fast, isn't it, really?
In comes Joseph, nicely defended by Pope. Good response, really, having got yourself into a bit of a state and of a near run out. It's good to play a nice defensive shot, and as if to emphasise that point, he wanders out and does a spot of gardening, just trying to collect himself after the ungainly events of the previous delivery.
Mercy Jess tells us that Jessup in 1902 scored a
77.
century in 76 balls.
76, that's right, because it's the one that it wasn't quite beaten by Bairstow. That's eased out towards mid-off. It's the end of the over.
Impressive.
It's 86 for 1 off 13. The other thing that's impressive about that, Annie, is I think I'm right in saying you had to clear the boundary to get a 4 in those days, so it's actually quicker in some ways than that. I don't.
So what's a 6 then?
Well, that's the good question. I think you'd have to check.
I think it had to go over the rope, maybe.
Yeah, that's right.
But not necessarily on the full.
Correct.
Jay Grover said 13 minutes ago, and I don't know the context of this, as long as you don't buy Dave a carpet. And then 3 minutes ago he said, didn't read mine though, did you, Annie?
I think I didn't understand the context.
Well, here we go. Here is.
Warren says, morning all. Morning, Warren.
Sorry, Jay.
Well, we have a change of bowling, and it is the man we weren't really expecting to see. He's only in because of sickness at the last minute for Gutikesh Moti, but he's being talked up by David, and he knows his West Indian cricketers. It's this fellow. It is Kevin Sinclair. He's bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. He does have a slip and a forward short leg, and his first ball is just tickled away by Duckett, and this time they do take an easy single, so he's conceded a run off his first ball here. What can we tell you about Kevin Sinclair that David hasn't already?
He's only played 1 test previously and taken 1 for 53, but he has played 29 first-class matches, taken 80 wickets at an average of 25.81 with best of 6 for 33.
And he's a batter, David says he's a good bat.
Yeah,
compared
he
to
is.
Moti. But I think they really will miss Moti because he really made the difference in the first innings, and did do some good batting as well. In the
Over the wicket he comes.
Yes.
Onto the back foot goes Pope, and he's sharp about his work. Is Sinclair to spring across to his right and field off his own bowling.
Yet another Guineas.
He is indeed.
Mm.
Although he plays for St Kitts and Nevis Patriots in the CPL, from what I can tell. He only made one. He was LBW to Farhan Ahmed in the first class counties game, and he took none for 57 off his 10 down at Beckenham. That was nicely just steered really to mid-on by Ollie Pope.
Did any of you make it to Beckenham? I mean, not you, Messi, obviously. Did you make it to Beckenham?
I didn't, Annie. No. Tell you what I'm rather kicking myself about is I didn't think to go to Lord's last night when I sort of hadn't twigged at that last women's T20, and I.
Speaking of where you get to, though, did you get to Taunton for that amazing win by Somerset?
Turned off the back foot by Ben Duckett, who's a little bit watchful, a little bit careful. Something new to him. Kevin Sinclair.
You mean the first class one?
Yes.
Yes, I commentated for the first 3 days, but I missed the last one.
And again, there's half a shout from Sinclair. I think it was more in frustration. Duckett was looking to turn it round the corner, didn't lay anything on it. It was pad but going down leg, and he's only conceded 2 runs off his first over, so not a bad start from Kevin Sinclair. Yeah. It's 88 for 1.
But you're right, Nancy. It was a bloody great chase by Somerset.
Yeah.
They did 410 and they went for it and they did it, and I'm really, really impressed. Anyway.
Kieran Roseblade says, surprised no one has... Oh, sorry. Martin says, hang on, did Tony just suggest waterboarding, David? A bit extreme. I'm not entirely sure that's what he meant.
I don't think I did.
Kieran says, surprised no one has thought about it earlier, to be honest.
That is very, very harsh indeed.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Stephen Kelk says, what is this Sibley-esque nonsense from Duckett? Oliver Weed says, Fluffy, I'm not sure what that's
in comes Shamar Joseph. 2 slips for him, nicely defended by Pope. In fact, I say defended, but it was a very straight drive. It should get him a couple. It does.
But he hardly hit it. This is what you're saying about this fast outfield, because it's just he just absolutely flew, didn't it?
Like the greens of Augusta, Annie.
Oh, lovely. Oh, it's the Open, isn't it?
In fact, generally, from what we can see here, lovely high cloud, plenty of blue sky. It looks a gorgeous day
perfect
for watching Test cricket, and yeah, indeed, a perfect bat. So it did seem a rather defensive move somehow to be inserted for England. That one's pulled by Pope, but he doesn't really get hold of it at all. Fielded at square leg, and there will be no run.
Trent Bridge are quite pleased that they fielded first, though. If it would.
Well, the other thing about Trent Bridge is it doesn't get as regular tests as some of the other venues, does it? So hence the 2022 against New Zealand, I think, was the last one. In fact, really? I'm sure it was. Interestingly, the West Indies very, very much hold sway here. 4-1 in terms of tests won. A few draws along the way as well since 1950. That's defended into the offside by Pope.
Well,
yeah, 1950. That fabulous
if they won this, and then it would be going to a decider in the third test. That would be fabulous.
Well, things are going to have to. I wouldn't say it would be a dramatic turnaround, because a lot can change. We're only heading towards the last half hour of the first morning. But from a pretty disastrous start, where the West Indies will have thought, hello, we might be in this. Ben Duckett and aided by Ollie Pope, as we'll just wait for Joseph, swung away by Pope, but I think he missed it completely. It looked one of the most elegant non-contacts with the ball you'll ever see.
Yeah, compared to Duckett, it looks like a different game when Pope's on strike at the moment.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it was a swing and a miss, could easily have taken the edge. It was rather like as we were talking about the Augusta greens, if you can imagine the swing a golfer takes before he actually hits the ball as the practice swing, it was one of those. And through it went to Josh De Silva. Bit wild, not a lot of foot movement from Ollie Pope.
No.
Needs to settle himself down. What's he going to do here? 2 slips go down in waiting, and that ducks into him, and he defends out towards mid-off. and there is no run. Yeah, 1950, Annie. Messers might remember. You and I obviously won't.
No.
Worrell and Weeks.
1950 was a great year, I'll have you know.
There you are.
Some of the best things around were
well, I wonder what those might be.
What did they open with, Worrell and Weeks then? Because
they got a phenomenal partnership. Worrell got 261, Everton Weeks 129, and the West Indies won by 10 wickets.
See, I've just read the Worrell autobiography, and it's really, really interesting.
Well, we can commend another great book for you, as that one is just turned away, backward of square, tickled down to fine leg. They take 2.
He was a complex character, definitely, Worrell.
Well, he was, and we could commend to you Clyde Walcott as well. Fantastic book. First ever biography of him, actually. He's written a couple of autobiographies, but
this one's,
we had its
interesting
author.
Relationship they had.
Walcott. Yeah, they may well have done. Well, Clyde Walcott was very much a big hitter, wasn't he? He's a muscly big hitter. Everton Weeks, and to a lesser extent, Clyde Worrell were more about elegance.
It gets very confusing, doesn't it? Anyway, look, we should
91 for 1. We should do. It's going to be Sinclair.
Sorry, Messi.
In comes Kevin Sinclair, and that is flicked wristily, but effectively out towards wide mid-on.
The truth is, Messi, I just
And
want
they'll take
everyone
single.
to complain that you're not reading out their tweets, and rather than just me.
Well, I'll do them as we go. Josie Oak says Duckett seems to be in a rush for some reason, although he has only made 9 off his last 14
Well, he's been somewhat
balls.
becalmed, hasn't he, after that start? The slip goes down. It's a sort of a shovel sweep, I think, by the Duckster. He ends up.
It's a bit low to do that.
He ends up somehow sort of dribbling it to square leg and getting himself a single, and we'll get Ollie Pope back onto strike. Yes,
and
it's a good flighted delivery, by the way.
That nothing of value were lost in the non-reading of his tweet.
No, that's true.
Onto the back foot goes Ollie Pope, defends Kevin Sinclair, just 57 miles an hour. He had worked to go, or certainly picked the brains of Mahidi Hassan in Bangladesh on how to improve his red ball bowling. Had Sinclair, and it's done pretty well for him so far. That one's just defended back to him again by Ollie Pope, very much the more considered of the two so far, Pope, although he's had a couple of rash moments of wild swings. In
Really
trots
has.
Sinclair, gives that plenty of flight. Pope plays that nicely, no real intent to get a 4, but just guides it down towards deep backward point and will bring the more aggressive Duckster on to strike. I wonder if Mrs. D is watching this.
I doubt it.
You don't think so? Well, she's not actually in labour, Annie.
She's not in labour. Oh,
no,
right, okay.
but she is due, therefore it could happen at any point.
Oh, well, she might be watching it.
Defended again by the Duckster, and Sinclair's done a nice job here. As we said, talked up by Joseph. He's gone for by David, gone for just 5 off his 2. He's bowling
if he can keep the
from
runs
the broad
down,
end.
that's part of the job, isn't it? Anyway, Messi.
16 gone, 94
yes,
for 1.
Thank you. The Bombot says close balls getting tickled around the corner. Click here. Jay says Mint Man were born in 1950. Thus Mint, same as me. Also, the Worrell biography were very good.
It was good. It was very interesting.
And over on YouTube, there's been a lot of discussion about the initiated by Mog saying Annie read my tweets, which could have been interpreted as Annie read my tweets.
Oh.
But my view is if you use the imperative read, it should be accompanied by an exclamation mark. There you go.
Shamar Joseph. Oh, that's an attempted pull by Ollie Pope, and once again, just maybe a shade short of a length, Annie, and it was just too quick. Mistimed it.
But he's not looking comfortable with the bowling, Pope. It's like I said, it's a very different.
Well, he's what I call a whippy bowler. He's very slender, isn't he, Shamar Joseph? He's not big and tall and muscly, and he is quite in the. I've had a mental blank on his name. I'm having a Biden moment. The lad who's playing for Surrey but is injured. Kemar Roach. He's rather in the Kemar Roach style, isn't he?
He is actually.
Bowler.
Yeah, no, it's a good shout.
94 for one.
It's a shame. Such a shame Roach isn't bowling.
Well, I think he would have been a natural pick, especially given his so much experience in England, and that is one of the things that they've lost.
They really haven't. David's absolutely right, though. There's just not enough experience in England. I mean, I know Holder came over for a little while.
Well, he was playing at Worcestershire, wasn't he? And was doing okay for them.
And it was a bit soggy, to be fair.
Well, yes. David would have needed his scuba gear at New Road, as that one was an attempted pull. Rod Tucker just shakes his head, nothing on it. Dive to his left from behind the stumps.
But it cut home in half, that.
It was a good ball. It was a good ball. And again, they're trying to bowling just short and noticeably not at the body, but close to the body. I mean, you could say that's targeting the stumps, but they're giving Ollie Pope no room to move, and that has on a couple of occasions forced him to try and play shots he likes to play, but without the room to play them. So it's been a good tactic by the West Indies, and it has most definitely slowed down the scoring rate, as Shamar Joseph will be in to Pope again, and that's taken by Josh De Silva and left on that occasion. 87 miles now, so he's cranking it up just enough, is Shamar. Got a big smile on his face. He's enjoying his work. Is the former logger security guard. Extraordinary life story for him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The Guyanese. Quick.
So here's an interesting thing for you. Although the run rate is 5.7 and over, so the last 10 overs are only going at 3.8 and over, which is a really good comeback from the West
Well, that run
Indies,
rate's now dropped to 5.7, which says everything you need to know. 94 for one. We're halfway through the 17th. And that again was going down leg, but mistimed once more by Ollie Pope. He's furious with himself. He's really castigating himself and then smiling back towards Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mixture of quite good probing bowling and definitely not, as you say, he's just not timing the ball very well at all. He's
probing bowling.
Yes,
I love the way you say that. Probing bowling.
Probing bowling.
Probing bowling. Oh, hello. I am a wide-mouthed frog. Oh, you don't see many of those about. Probing bowling. 94.
You're very cruel.
94 for one as Shamar Joseph. Oh, that's just more sweetly driven, but straight to short extra, no run.
That was probing, wasn't it?
Now every time you say that, it's going to make me laugh.
You do know that the porn bot's already online, don't you?
Oh no, is it?
Probing bowling. Oh, hello.
This is not going to be going to be pretty. I can tell you that the forthcoming tweet is being composed as we speak.
Oh Lord, 94 for one, and the splendid probing bowling from Shamar Joseph has been immaculate, if I may say so.
It's my BBC.
Over the wicket he comes. That's pulled by Ollie Pope down towards deep mid-wicket. There is a man there, though. It's Kevin Sinclair. There'll be no run. Good arm, too, right above the stumps. It means Ollie Pope moves on to 30. He keeps the strike. England move on to 95, and the run rate is a pedestrian 5.5. Goodness me, Messers.
Jay says, why does Pope not get equal shit for being short? He's the same size as Duckett. Also, neither is short.
Because he's not so squat.
Peak masculine performance. I wonder why you think that's peak figure, Jay, by any chance.
It's about the physiognomy or whatever the word is of Ben Duckett, because he's so sort of solid and squat.
He looks a lot shorter, doesn't he?
And therefore when he walks out next to Creepy Crawley, who don't forget is about 6'7", that's defended by Sinclair, or away from by Pope off Sinclair. Out it goes towards mid-wicket again. There's no run. He's done well, Sinclair. I've been impressed so far. Not necessarily any movement, but he's used plenty of flight. Always like to see a bowler give the ball plenty of hair. Do you not find that rather gratifying?
Stephen Kelk says Tony was having a TMS moment there.
As that one is defended to the offside. Fielded off
Well
his own bowling.
fielded off his, off his bowling. I don't want to say anything now. You're
No,
gonna say the
no.
piss out of me.
Well, I'll say it, my other half.
Oh, Annie, if you
Don't
were
ever do
worried
that.
about people taking the piss out of you, you'd never say a word.
Defended by
That's
Duckett.
pretty true.
Well, okay. If you one goes to the Oval, you get off at Vauxhall Station. According to my other half, it's Vauxhall. She always calls it Vauxhall. She's from the northeast. It's like, where does she get Vauxhall from? But
Does
for
she
some
say
reason she does.
Batersia as well?
Well, no, she doesn't say Patersia. No. Defended.
Did you know anybody called City Batime?
Mr. Sidi Batem. Or Balham, gateway to the south. 96 for 1.
And Clam.
Clam, absolutely. There's a forward short leg. There is a slip. Swept from his off stump beautifully by Duckett. And it's beaten. Well, actually, it shouldn't have beaten. It's Jaden Seals there. And I have to say,
I think he was
not the
touching the-
finest bit of fielding.
No.
He was there at square. It's beaten him to the boundary. And it's 4 runs for Ollie Pope. He'll probably be quite relieved of it. The partnership of 100 is up, which must mean 100 is up for England because there weren't any. Were there any runs on the board when Crawley was out? No, because he faced 1, 2 and then out, wasn't he? So 100 for 1 England, 100 partnership for these two. Defended by Duckett. But they did they take a single? It was down to sort of a fairly deep set mid off. I beg your pardon. Yes, they did. Ollie Pope. Right, sorry, Messers. 18 overs gone, 101 for 1.
Well, true to form, the Paul Bot says, does Annie prefer probing on a good length?
Oh. No, only probing.
And Matt Lawrence says, is the baseball philosophy making its way to the county championship? To a certain extent.
Yeah.
Yes, I think there was a lot of evidence about that. I saw it firsthand when I think Gloucestershire thumped Middlesex, having been about 8 wickets down, needing about 160, and we all thought, well, this game's done. And I can't remember who it was. Annie, you might remember, but even though you weren't there, you just know this stuff. But somehow they just
it's all mixed
attacked
into
it.
one now. There's been a lot of it though, definitely.
Jay says, first BS bit of the day, courtesy of Bishop's probing. He also says, I don't know what that one about. I'm at least 6'2".
2 slips and a gully.
Online stuff works, does it?
Shamar Joseph comes around the wicket and it's defended to mid-off by Ben Duckett.
I'm not saying
No
probing
run.
again. You see, it's too much BBC work with Anthony. I get, it's all posh stuff in it.
Anthony.
Anthony, yeah. Anthony.
Is that Anthony with the H or without the H?
Anthony.
That's completely the wrong way to spell it.
Bishop.
No! I have no H in my Anthony, I will have you know. As Duckett stands tall and defends. The ball came on.
Important
to the bat
message
very
to
nicely.
you. Tell the bear to check the phone for the soon arriving goodies.
Oh! Would that
Brian
be our
sent him
friend
the
Brian?
codes. Yes, he sent 2 lots to you this time as well.
I've never been there when there's
so
goodies
kind.
arrive. I've never been there.
Well, Annie, you know the answer to that.
I have to go more often.
Yes, you do. We miss having you here. It's always good fun. Not that it's not good fun when you're remote, because that one is defended by Duckett, fielded off his own bowling, away to the offside by Shamar Joseph. None for 10 from him. A little bit loose start, but since then he's got into the rhythm of his work very, very nicely. Kevin Sinclair from the other end.
Good to see, isn't it?
Has exercised a lot of control. He's bowling from, of course, the Stuart Broad end, newly named as of today, the old pavilion end.
Everyone wants an end named after them, don't they?
What, the probing end?
Is this one? Oh, that's driven. That, having talked up how accurate he was, he so overpitched that. It's driven away through extra cover by Ben Duckett. Again, all the way along the ground. He's rarely gone aerial, but he's got one of these. Let's have a look at this, Annie. Actually, it wasn't that short. If anything, it wasn't that short. Just didn't get up. And again, the Duckster just waited for it. Bent his knee.
Unlike Pope, he's timing it perfectly, isn't he?
He is, and poor old Ollie just isn't, is he?
Yeah. No.
He's really struggling, and it's frustrating the life out of him. 2 balls left of our little spell, 2 balls left of this Shamar Joseph over. That is defended by Duckett. They thought possibly fleetingly about a quick single, but Shamar Joseph could see that going through his the mind of Ben Duckett. Decided not to. We are joined in the studio by the youth and vigour of Not Fred.
These things are relative.
These things.
Alan Turfmore said, "My ex-wife hated probing on a good length. That's why she's my ex-wife."
Joseph in. That's taken the edge. Has he got him? I think he has. Yep,
yes!
It's a wicket for Shamar Joseph. Duckett has gone for 71. Maybe he got the message that Mrs. D somewhere in the nearby hospital is imminent. That was a terrific delivery. Just suckered him into that.
That's what the doctor's
nudge.
going to say later this afternoon.
Well, it may or may not be. Let's just have a look at that again. He was coming around the wicket with Shamar Joseph to the left-handed Duckett. Yep, squared him up a little bit. Took the edge of the left-hander, taken low down at ankle height by Jason Holder, and it's a vital wicket. They'd stemmed the flow of runs, but they hadn't been able to split this 100-run partnership. They have now. Duckett has gone. We are due a change. 19 overs complete. It's 105 for 2, and I shall take my leave.
Yes, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Tony. Okay, while we're changing over, I shall just mention that Frank Rockefeller's with us. Says game evenly poised. Duckett finally getting busy. Yeah, well, that was a good call. Pokey says probative value. Yes, maybe. And actually, we're up to date on Twitter, which is unusual at handover. So I'm pleased to leave you in the capable hands of those in the studio.
Yeah, it's a 3-man change. Hector is going to take us through the next half hour. Morning, Hector. Morning, Fred.
Morning.
Hello. Afternoon, actually. Don't let pedantry get in the way.
Oh, you bought your own mic again, then?
Oh, I have, yes.
No, listen to you.
I've bought it. I might as well use it.
Well, that's true. You can only use it here, so you might as well just leave it here. We'll incorporate it into the studio.
No, I don't think any incorporation will be necessary.
Fair enough.
Well, the West Indies very much back in the contest now after a rough start. After the wicket of Crawley, Duckett looked in fine form, but 105 for 2, and the run rate being clawed back thanks to Kevin Sinclair and Shamar Joseph.
Still pretty handy though, about 5.5. You'd have to say.
Pope clipped it away into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, very much a defensive move by the West Indies to put England in. I mean, the weather conditions and the pitch was probably going to be decent for batting, but they just didn't want to bat.
Sinclair in again, Pope forward and again guides it to mid-wicket.
Yeah, we were discussing this earlier though. I mean, England were like this, weren't they, when Stokes first came in? But if you've got a better bowling attack and you've got a batting side, you're going to be in the game if you bowl first, and you can keep the things down.
Pope back and punches away down to deep point. They'll jog through deep backward point, jog through for 1.
But I mean, if the wickets tend to be at their best at the start of play, and if the weather conditions suggest it's with all things neutral, it's going to be good for batting. You're really admitting that you're scared about your batting lineup if you put.
Yes, I mean,
as you say, England have done that many times in the last few years.
Yeah.
But it's just not a great vote of confidence in your team, is it?
No. True.
This time, Root defends off his first ball. What do you think about this wicket? Is it going to get better as the afternoon goes on, or?
I'd hope so.
Yeah, well,
with the sun beating down on it, no one knows that much about wickets. I'll give you the chat that was at the toss this morning after this ball.
Root punches away down to point. They'll jog through for another single. Root off the mark.
The consensus was that, from the commentators who know nothing on the telly, from the groundsman said that they'd had a lot of rain and it was quite soft underneath, and so that it might create indentations, in which case it would give it a little bit of up and down as the test goes on.
Okay.
But other than that, there was 8 millimetres of grass and it looked quite flat.
Well, then do you want to win the toss and bat last?
No, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, and you look up as well and you think, well, first over test match on a fresh wicket.
Sinclair changes to round, and Pope. Oh, on misfield.
Terrible.
Misfield. Pope will run through just a one. Misfield from Kavem Hodge at mid wicket. End of the over. 108 for 2.
That may have been an example of some of the subsoil moisture, because I think he did slip.
That was
either
good.
that, or he was doing a good bit of acting to suggest that he slipped, which is why a fairly simple ball got through him. Still, when you've put the opposition in, the general consensus is, well, you want to take 3 wickets before lunch, and they're still on for that, and they still have an opportunity for that, but there are a lot of runs on the board already.
Yeah, England have got off to a decent start. Let me do some socials if there are any. There doesn't seem to be a lot. Everyone's been quite quiet. Stephen Kelter says, too many puns and Tony will be put on probation. He already is. Apologies for that. We should say that the GPL is open, and it has currently £86 in the pot.
That's worth
£87 should be in a pot. Work out the amount of runs to be scored in the day. You get it on the button, you win the pot.
Shamar Joseph continues, 2 slips in the gully into Ollie Pope, who slashes away at it. Gully diving to his right, mistimed, but no run.
Did that get to him on the full, or was that on the
I
bounce?
thought he got bottom edge into the floor, I think.
Otherwise, there'd be a little bit more consternation, I think, of the fielders if that was a chance. No, he's playing down.
Sorry, guided down.
It was a decent stop, actually, by Athenaeus.
Yeah, good stop. Well, Pope hasn't looked as fluid as he can be. He's had a couple uppish moments this morning as Joseph's in again and flicked to mid-wicket from Pope for no run.
He does have an unerring ability to hit the fielder, doesn't he, Pope?
Well, he didn't look fluid at all in the last Test match, actually. He scored some runs, but he never looked like he was in. I mean, he was playing and missing, and he was not at his best. But I mean, I suppose it's a sign of a good batsman if you can score runs even when you're not at your best.
Joseph here, just looking at these images on the screen. Joseph's been the one West Indian seam bowler to go a little bit shorter, I feel. As he's in again, Pope drives for no run. I think the seamers early on were going a little bit too full, allowing Duckett to drive.
If you are going to err in length, you do want to go too full, give the opportunity for the ball to move and bring your wicketkeeper and slips into play. It's nothing worse than putting a team in and bowling short and getting tonked in that direction. There's playing with a mixing desk.
108 for 2. Joseph runs back in shorter, pulled by Pope out to the boundary for 4. Pulled finally, pulled square. Nice stroke. Pope will get 4 more.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
I have no idea what that jingle's about.
Rudy Giuliani doing his Trump speech outside. What was it?
Again, Shorter and Pope up, and for 6. Shorter and picked up by Pope. Follows his fall with a maximum.
Well, just after you saying A, that he wasn't looking fluent, he's hit 4 and a 6, and B, that Joseph has been the one to pitch the ball up, and he wasn't. Oh no, you said he was going a bit short.
Yeah.
So he's probably erred a little bit too much on the going short, because the last 2 balls have gone quickly. That was a pretty flat 6, actually. It was just a pickup shot off his hip.
Pull from me. He just lost his line there, and Pope makes the most of it.
You talk about this Trent Bridge wicket. I mean, a few years ago, I'm talking about 5-6 years ago, they'd play 50 over games on that, and teams would be scoring 400 on a regular basis.
Defended this time by Pope, 43 from 63.
Which suggests that, I mean, it was very good for batting. I mean, I think, was it New Zealand? couldn't even defend 400. We had some incredible 50 over matches at Trent Bridge.
Did he score 500 there?
Oh,
It was a
well,
game
it
against
looked
the
like they-
Kiwis when we
yeah.
got nearly 500 and they got 450 in response or something.
Yeah,
stupid like that.
and so it gives you some idea of the Trent Bridge wicket. I mean, it's not up to that standard at the moment, but it still should be pretty good for batting.
Well, the average first inning score at Trent Bridge is 323.
Yeah, but that's in 100 years of history, I would have thought.
Yeah, in 65
65,
matches.
right.
Yeah, I mean, against the Kiwis last time, I mean, that's where Bairstow did that crazy shit after lunch and we won. We scored, what, 360 or something in about 45 overs.
Yes. So
change of bowling here. Seals on for Sinclair.
He's gone for 28 off his 2 overs so far, which is not very good even at T20, I would imagine.
No.
Let alone a test match.
Go over the top.
Root leaves it alone.
No matter how far, see the blow flow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Well, taken off after just the 2 overs. Bowling to the new batsman Root. Hopefully Seals can settle into a nice spell here. 2 slips and a gully. Holder at second slip as he's in again and left alone again by Root.
His economy rate is plummeting, isn't it? 2 dot balls. I don't think we mentioned quite how good a catch that was from Jason Holder off Ben Duckett. He's a very tall man. He's about 6'8", and he had to get down as low as you can
Very
possibly
low,
get,
yeah.
a couple of inches off the ground. Got 2 hands underneath it. Never looked like putting it down. Proper slip catch.
Buckets for hands in the cordon.
Oh, he does have enormous hands, yeah, that's true, which is a physical advantage.
Zari Joseph seems to be warming up. Could be a double change. Seals in again. Ooh, Fuller swinging away. Root tries to punch it. Misses it. Goes through to Josh De Silva. Right.
Yeah, I haven't been watching the first hour of play, but how many balls have beaten the bat like that? Not that many, I would have thought. That was a genuine play and a miss from Root.
Look to drive it with intent. Just again, as you say, the Fuller ball swung away as he's standing quite far out of his crease this time. Looks to have shuffled out. Seals shuffles in again and defended solidly by Root for no run. 84 miles an hour.
Yeah, Seals has probably done more bowling than any of his teammates, having done well in county cricket this year. Will have bowled a lot of overs.
Yes, I think 2 fifers against Glamorgan and a couple of fourthers in his six matches.
Do they count if they're against Glamorgan? I suppose they do. Yeah.
Who knows?
Still a first-class county.
Again, left alone by Root. Well, Glamorgan were involved in the huge game against Gloucestershire the other day. Was it?
Yeah.
What were they chasing? 500?
They were chasing 480 odd or something, and the match was tied.
Tied off the last ball.
Yeah, Sam Northeast scoring buckets of runs for them, as he has done over the years. Friend of Gorilla Cricket. He's been on here.
He was the one we locked in, wasn't he, in the World Cup?
What, to stop him getting out?
And I think the lock broke or something. Get him out for about 15 minutes.
Seals comes in for the last ball of his over. Again, defended by Root. End of the over. England 118 for 2 off 22 overs.
And Bear, I think we need to thank somebody for a delivery.
Yes, Brian. We once again, you're a fucking star, mate. You're a star. You supply beer, the working lube of the cricket commentary circuit. As you sent us some more beer and some snacks. Thank you very much. I believe there's a Greg's order on its way as well. So if you can, I don't know when it's going to arrive, but we are awaiting that still. But thank you very much, Brian. As per usual, we love you. There was a mic check from Fred, that's why I was going up and going over there. Although I did that before I even looked at YouTube and saw that comment. But yeah, you were quite quiet. So
it's just me. I talk very quietly.
Yeah, you also don't usually actually. Now you've got your own mic, you are actually putting it on your lip, but normally you hold it away from your mouth. And they don't actually, even a small distance. These mics, if you go away from your lip, they don't work very well. That's the whole point of them. Anyway, these lads hit sixes like we used to hit threes back in the day. This is Frank Rockefeller. And Turf Moore says, any thoughts on the new England football manager? Ooh, now there's a conversation starter.
Joseph and then clipped by Pope down to wide-ish. Fine leg almost. The double change. Azari Joseph comes on for Shamal Joseph. I'd like to see Pochettino as the
Pochettino is my second choice, but I'd love to see Jurgen Klopp in charge of England, but it's not going to happen. But I doubt they get Pochettino. It's looking like Potter is the early favourite.
I hope not.
I don't know. I mean, he did well at Brighton, but I mean, as I was saying to you in agreement, we all pretty much remember his time at Chelsea, which was pretty ineffectual.
Time to forget.
You a Chelsea supporter?
I am, yeah. Hasn't been a good time over the past few years. Joseph in again. Shorter route, gets back and defends for no run. Well, also I've seen rumours that because Pep Guardiola might just have the year left at City and England might appoint an interim manager.
What, try and get Poch to do the international side?
Well, no, Guardiola.
Guardiola, didn't they? He'd go Spain, surely, wouldn't he?
Well, he says he wants to do some form of international after City.
Fuck me, that would be a good one to have.
Well, I'm enjoying the 4-day break between football seasons. So let's get back to the cricket.
Joseph, leading edge by Root.
Yeah, it turned him round slightly. Looking to play it on the leg side. As you say, got a leading edge. The ball found its way to cover, which is not where he was aiming.
Yeah, England on a little bit of a back foot at the moment, aren't they? Having started off so brightly, they got into their shells a little bit. Which isn't very Bazball, has to be said. But I'm quite happy for Root to play like this. He does naturally score reasonably quickly anyway. And there is only, 13 minutes till lunch.
Well, the ball just seems to be finding a way in here as Joseph in again, but defended a lot very compactly there from Root.
I mean, it's 22 overs old, this ball. Sometimes it takes a while for the lacquer to come off and any movement to become apparent. It doesn't normally take as long as 20 overs. It's normally they sort of say 7 or 8 overs. But either way, it's better than the Kookaburra, which only does something for 3 overs and then dies for the next day and a half.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone wants to see that. Except Australians, and as we know, they're completely weird.
Yes.
Joseph bustles in again. And Root clips it to mid-wicket. No run. 85 miles an hour.
It's a pretty easy 85. It doesn't look like any great effort on his part.
No, well, he was bowling at Lords. He was bowling around the 90 mark for most of his spells.
Shamal Joseph looks a lot different prospect today, doesn't he? I mean, he looks really rusty at Lords. It was coming up on the speed gun as that, but it didn't look that slippery, whereas here, he looks pretty slippery in pace.
Very much so. Last ball of Joseph's over. Root on strike and clipped away. Fine leg coming round to deep square. They'll run back for 2 to end the over. Root moves to 3.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that. I mean, it's a good over, and then the last ball he's just pushed one down the leg side, and Root helps himself to a couple. Those are the ones that annoy bowlers often more than boundaries when they've just given some free runs away.
Just lost his line there. Building pressure. Easy escape there for Root. Pope on 44, Root on 3. England 121 for 2 after 23 overs. Seals to continue.
There's Brian Charles Lara watching on from probably some kind of hospitality stand because he's wearing a jacket. He doesn't want to mingle with the hoi polloi. Who can blame him? I've been to Nottingham.
I've been in the commentary box at Nottingham.
It's a nice ground.
Seals to Pope. Full and again lost his line down leg. Pope tried to get some bad on it but missed it. De Silva, nice take, diving down to his left.
It's a proper cricket ground. It's not a stadium. It's very much a cricket ground, and it's a nice place to watch cricket.
That was my mate the other day who went to some fucking launch of his book or something.
Oh.
Was having a chat with Brian.
Well, whatever box he's in doesn't seem to be very exciting. Cause,
need to get off their phones. Seals in again, defended by Root back to Seals, no run. Should be a couple, 1 over after this or 2 overs after this too.
Oh, at least there's 10 minutes to lunch, which means there's 10 minutes to get your entries into the GPL.
Very true.
If you want to guess how many runs are scored in the day, go to guerrillacricket.com, click on competitions. It's £1 per entry. If you're spot on, you will win the pot, which is currently in the upper 80s of pounds.
£87.
If two of you, or two or more, get the right answer, it will be shared. Can you see what other people have guessed?
Yes.
Right.
Root scampers through for 1 down to mid-on. By run, almost collided with the umpire there, but
so
good running.
You can avoid the same number as somebody else if you want to make sure that you win it outright.
Do wickets come into play?
No, there's no tiebreakers. If it's not one, it rolls over to the next day. What's the biggest we've ever had? How big has the pot ever got?
It's got to about 260, 270, maybe over 300 even.
Right. So,
but when you finally get up to 300 though, you get like 60, 70 entries in a day and no one can lose.
Well, you say that.
Root faces up, defends. Again, back to Seals. Nice passage of play this for the West Indies. Really, well, far more settled than earlier, I hope.
Nothing slows the run rate like a wicket. And Root is 3 off 14, which is very different to how Duckett started his innings today with boundary after boundary.
Well, the run rate now down to 5.15 from over 10s at one point after 8 overs, I think.
Yeah, I mean, in historical terms, that's still ridiculously high for the first morning of a Test match.
Seals again, and Root shuffles down the wicket, but clips it down to mid-on for no run.
He's a bit on the move, Root. As you say, he's batting outside his crease, looking to negate the late swing or movement, and also pick up some extra half volleys if the bowlers are not cognizant of the fact that you're batting a yard further forward than you normally would.
Yeah. Well, Duckett still in the pavilion, no
berth running yet.
Yeah, but why would you pick him if you think he's going to be absent?
Fuller clip there from Root. That's beautiful through mid wicket, pure timing, and that will be 4 runs.
That was a lovely shot. We'll give it that.
1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to say I told you so, but that was the type of half volley you get when you're batting a yard outside your crease.
Picked up perfectly and timed fantastically well.
And we'll see from the side-on view. Oh no, he actually was on his crease. That was a genuine half volley. Okay, take that back. I didn't tell you so. Oh, well, he started outside his crease, and then he took a trigger movement back so that his back foot was just in the crease. But either way, it was a full ball, and it was nicely dispatched. Only 24 overs bowled in 1 hour and 55 minutes. That's
pretty poorly.
Yeah,
well, they've had to collect the ball from the boundary.
That's true.
Many times.
I don't think the crowd will be feeling shortchanged.
As Joseph will begin, well, 2 slips, a gully, point in close to cover on the offside.
In fact, this is, in some ways, it's good for Pope that people haven't been watching him. He can just go about his business and find his form.
Joseph in shorter and punched down to a wide-ish mid-on. Yeah, well, he's just crept to 45 here off the 68. Plays second fiddle for most of this morning with Ben Duckett at the crease.
Yeah, and for somebody who's not in the absolute peak of form, that's probably a good thing. You can just go about your business without.
Well, the foundation's been laid as well, isn't it? 126 for 2 at lunch on day 1. I mean,
well, we're not at lunch yet.
Well, no, but you can, assuming that touch wood. Let's not get too assumptuous, but the wicket doesn't fall before lunch. You're coming out in a nice position after lunch. You've already run some legs off in the West Indian bowling attack, and the ball's nearly 30 overs old, and it's time to make hay in the afternoon.
Shorter this time and slashed away from Pope. Very well fielded.
Again, so he was a fucking fielder.
Just before that ball, they've put the man square leg back on the deep square leg boundary, and the next ball was short and wide outside the off stump. So if there is
planning,
if there is a plan,
the bluff, not the double.
Oh, don't get started on the double bluff. You'll get Andy Ward phoning in.
Kirk Mackenzie down at deep square leg. Short ball plan could be in place, just as Gus Atkinson did very well to Jason Holder.
And Pope did hit a flat 6 there not too long ago.
He did. Fuller clipped too wideish mid off, and they'll jog through for the single.
I assume he will come up. Not sure you want a deep square leg for Root.
No. 127 for 2. Joseph 1 for 34 from his 6.5 overs, and yes, square leg has been brought up. To bowl a bit fuller to Root 2 again. Starts outside, shuffles back in shorter and pulled through the mid wicket region, and that'll be 4 runs.
Good shot.
It wasn't off the absolute middle because it took its time to get to the boundary. But it was a short ball. It was a bit of a gimme. Help yourself.
Everything I've said today seemed to the opposite has happened the ball after. So I think I might just be quiet from now on.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Nobody's discovered anything in the world of physics that allows you to affect the play from your microphone in Sydenham.
Joseph back in, and that time Fuller clipped from Root, won't make it to the boundary. They'll run through for 2.
That was a decent delivery actually, because he came down a little bit late on that. It was full. I'm not sure how much it swung, but it was an attempted Yorker, and it was pretty close to Root's toe.
Yeah, well dug out by Root. Moves to 13.
Yeah,
very well dug out. He has got this trigger where he's starting outside his crease and then just jumps back in.
Yeah, and if you can't get it very full, I mean, it's a very fine line. You don't have a lot of room to play with.
Shorter and defended.
But that's one way of the bowler asserting his authority to somebody who's either coming too far down the wicket or trying to adjust the lengths of the bowlers. That's one way that the bowler can get back at you.
Absolutely.
Well, our West Indian contingent on YouTube are mulling over the situation. Curtin Williams says when the opposing teams win the toss, they send us into bat, and when we win the toss, we don't bat because we don't read the pitch. Cowards, he says. To which Sandra says, well, England has been going at an incredible run rate in the test. Just goes to show the West Indies captain lacks confidence in his batting. I think that's what we all kind of agree on, don't we? Sherman says we need a new captain in the West Indies. This captain is ultra conservative. Well, you're dealt the cards you've got, I suppose.
You could come in as the new captain. As Seals starts us over, short outside off. Pope punches it down.
To be fair, I think any West Indies captain would have chosen to bowl today, and it's nothing to do with the conditions. It's just to do. I mean, when you've capitulated so badly both innings of the first Test match, and your bowlers have come out to bowl, and they've got a decent bowling attack with only 120 runs. At least this way, you give your bowlers a clean slate. You're not bowling when you're already behind the 8 ball. You're giving them an opportunity, so it is defensive, but it's understandable.
Yeah, it gives you an opportunity to get into the game, doesn't it? Really.
Driven by Pope to middle, and also if you're from Brathwaite's perspective, you've got a very, very inexperienced middle order to protect almost. You don't want to collapse on the day that's perfect for batting.
Well, that is very much a defensive mindset, but if things go very well for you and you have a good day with the ball, then that will gee up your batsmen a little bit. If they bowled England out for 220, they could say, well, we're in this. Let's
Oh wow.
let's build off the back of that.
Seals again, and inside edge from Pope, looking to drive down to mid-on for no run.
Well, Root's closing in on 12,000 test runs, so if he gets there, he'll overtake Shiv and Brian Lara. He could quite easily do that in the next 2 tests. And Sangakkara is 12,400. He's next on the list. Could do that this summer, possibly.
Yeah, me and personal milestones. I can't be.
Yeah,
not that interested in them.
The thing is, I'd like to see Root. I'd like to see Root overtake Sachin. I need someone to take over Sachin.
That would be unbelievable. 3 balls to come. Seals in again, and Pope back foot defending.
What England will not do, which is what Indian did when Tendulkar was coming to the end of his career, was to put in matches against Sri Lanka just to give him extra chances to get milestones.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? He was looking for his
it was a bit embarrassing.
He was looking for his 100th
100th international between the tests and ODIs.
Oh, was it between?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And they gave him about a year and a half, 2 years to do it, didn't they?
Yeah, and they just kept adding in more test matches against Sri Lanka.
Seals again, shorter, and dropped at backwards point. Short and outside the off stump. Pope rocked back and guided it, and it's dropped.
It was a sharp chance. Was it the skipper?
Yeah, he got there quickly, but then again, we saw the catch that Pope took in the last test match. If it gets there, even if it gets there quickly, I think it was pretty. It was pretty good height for the gully fielder. Let's have a look at it from side on. They're not showing it from side on. Yeah, it was about knee height. Probably should have been held. Expect to take that.
And that
7 or 8 times out of 10.
It was right on his knee, wasn't it? It wasn't even out from the body. That's quite a tricky one.
Well, that's where your hands are.
Yeah, I know, but
again, Root defends. That should bring lunch.
It should do.
Yeah, but good from the bowler in that, having seen the catch gone down, there was no petulant display of body language. He clapped the fielder. He was pleased to have got the edge. So it seems like the spirit is good in the West Indies camp, which is a good thing to see. And we have got to lunch, 134 for 2. And whose session? Well, you have to say it's been England's session, really, when you've got 130 runs before lunch.
Massive missed chance. So just at the end there, you feel 134 for 3. The West Indies go in there. They're feeling buoyant at lunch, but that is a shame.
Yep.
Oh well. What can we say? Crawley was out for a duck, wasn't he?
And Duckett hit every ball for 4 for the next 4 overs.
And these two have been quite sane. Jaden Seals got a mauling his first 2 overs, but last socials. GC naked fun ball. What was it? New England manager Donald Trump. It's a wild shot. Yes, boom. On Twitter, it's a conversation between Fluffy and Alan Turfmore, and that's about it. So we're going to go and have some lunch, and you can listen to the end of the podcast that you normally don't get because it usually starts after 40 minutes and I restart it. So I'm actually starting it midway through, which is genius, and you'll actually get to hear the end. So enjoy, and we'll be back in about 35-40 minutes. Until then, goodbye.
Happy transition from the World T20s, which for us were relentless. It seemed to go on forever, a bit like the IPL. But David Bear, I mean, it was. I personally, I loved it. And I always stand up and I go, I prefer Test cricket to absolutely everything. But there was something about it was flawed and yet fabulous somehow. I thought this World T20. What was each of your impressions? Bear, why don't you start?
Well, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. And as I said many a time during the actual games themselves, I thought the panacea to the IPL, the fact that there was no bloody substitute impact players and the pitches offered something to the bowlers, I thought made the games a lot more interesting. They were more competitive. It was fun. There was some really tight, low-scoring games, which I think is and there's always tension. I think the international arena and knockout cricket and that kind of thing, it just adds that extra dimension. Endless IPL games over the course of 2 months where towards the end, nothing really means anything because everything's sort of set in place and virtually everyone gets through anyway and all that kind of. Well, I suppose they do in the T20 World Cup because you move from the group stages to the Super 8s and stuff. But because each group has fewer games, suddenly everything becomes knockout so much quicker. So there's so much more on things so much earlier in the competition always, and even in the next stage in the Super 8s it becomes even more urgent that you kind of win something. And I just thought it became a great thing. I think it was a shame about the weather. I think, you know, another classic ICC.
As we sit here watching the rainfall.
Well, indeed, but another classic ICC will arrange a premier tournament in sort of rainy season. I mean, the World Cup in India was kind of towards the end of rainy season, and there was a few games knocked off, and that was the end of last year. And this one, I mean, you think Beryl hit Grenada literally, or Barbados, the day after the final.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how close it was to being a complete wipeout. It just seems a bit nonsensical.
I think South Africans had to delay their flight home, I think, because of that.
Well, not surprised. But I mean, it was a good tournament. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great.
David, I mean, India won it. Finally, there was the Chokers Derby, and something had to give, right?
Well, that's a little bit unfair, Tony, given that both teams entered the final unbeaten.
Well,
and
yeah,
you know, but you're right. Through the lens of history, you'd say South Africa failed to step up in the key moments in finals. And you know, when Klaassen and Miller were in, needing 36 off 34 balls and 5-6 wickets in hand, you know, it was almost game over. And then, well, what do you do in those circumstances? You throw the ball to the guy who's in a league of his own, Jasprit Bumrah, and you know, and having relied on Virat Kohli, you know, to put you in a winning position. So in the end, they went back to their two absolute quality players. But Rohit's captaincy and the performance of Hardik Pandya, you know, would be two massive plus points, given that they didn't perform in the IPL. There was a lot of pressure on Pandya, and you saw this outpouring of emotion when India did win. Because, you know, they were the nearly guys, as you said. They hadn't none of that team had won a World Cup, and the likes of Jadeja, Rahul Dravid as coach, you know, they're coming to the end of their reign. So it meant so much to them. And as Bear said, it was a great antidote to the IPL because of the pitches, because of the enthusiasm of the USA crowds. You know, I love the games in the States. I love the fact that USA, with their...
except maybe Florida.
Yeah,
when most of them never got played, sure. but I agree. I certainly agree about New York.
Yeah, and you know, the success of USA with their West Indian players, and the success of Afghanistan. You know, yes, again, and then you look in the disappointment column, and you'd say, well, Ireland weren't very good, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh weren't very good, West Indies in England, you know, Pakistan were no good, and West Indies in England did their very best, weren't good enough. You know, there's going to be massive, repercussions for England's white ball side, because that has to be. You can't fail in 2 World Cups and expect to retain. And when
I mean, you've got to think,
coach, when he said there at the end, there's things that are more important than results. I just thought,
I think Matthew Mott's job's on the line. It's got to be. I don't think Joss Butler is a particularly good captain. He may be a great white ball batter, but I think it weighs too heavy on him as captaincy. I think you just need to release him to be the batsman he can be in that form of cricket, and hand the captaincy on to someone else. I don't know who it would be particularly. I mean,
I think there's a couple of players as well coming to the end of their road, aren't they? We're seeing that in the Test selections, which we're coming on to for the series now. But I mean, you look at Johnny Bairstow as one example. His figures have been trending the wrong way for a while.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Quick one for Peter as well. I mean, yes, it was played on a cabbage patch in New York, but some amazing matches, some big crowds. Very deliberately, they stationed India there for a lot of it, so that they get the biggest crowds and the biggest attention. In this kind of crazy pop-up stadium on Long Island, which then got dismantled and kind of disappeared and went back to being a park again. It was a bold move, and they're desperate. The ICC, where Sir Clyde used to be chairman, desperate to crack and make cricket big in the US. Do you think they've got a fair bit of the way to achieving that as a result of the World T20?
Well, I think you've always got this problem in America of NFL and baseball, and they're not going to let you sneak in under the radar, really. I think whatever sport, even football, which has fared quite well, I think is at a high level, maybe, in terms of amateur level, it may establish itself, but I think it's always difficult to get past those two sports, and they're not going to let you sneak in very easily. On a wider level, I think that I think it can't have done any harm. I'm sure it would have engaged a lot of people, but I just don't quite understand why the ICC wants to crack America, really.
Money.
Other than money. I was going to say other than money.
Yeah, money. It's all about the moolah.
Yeah, size-wise, it's already the third biggest cricket market after Southeast Asia and England.
Yeah. So sorry, I do understand, but I don't see the need for them to do it. It doesn't have to be a global game. It's nice that lots of countries play it, but we don't have to involve America, really. And if we do crack America, then there will be consequences, in terms of power structures and the way the game goes. So,
that's an interesting dichotomy for a very Indian run establishment.
Just careful what you wish for, really, I think.
Well, it's interesting you say that, isn't it? Yeah, because you can't see America going. I mean, this is why I guess T20 works in the way it does. I mean, it was the fact that you had a 20-team tournament. You think there are only 12, 13 test-playing nations. It broadens the sport to areas where teams probably couldn't afford put up competitive teams at longer. Even 50 overs. 20 overs is such a kind of hit and miss game that it does allow that variability for minnows and underdogs to create upsets, which I think everyone who likes competitive sport. Certainly in the Euros now, teams that people don't expect to win, when they suddenly get a result, it creates a little bit of excitement and a little bit of kind of, sport can get bigger and exist, especially in something like cricket, where you're already tied down to, and the amount of good test nations now is getting smaller and smaller, and the competitiveness, because of the lack of money for teams like South Africa, the West Indies, where, they're not so much interested in the long form game anymore, because it doesn't generate any income for them, and the players don't get paid well enough, and therefore you can't get those teams to be competitive enough. And so something like T20, you can imagine, can infiltrate in America. They could create it got to the Super 8. So I think in a way
it's been a big challenge for the West Indies, isn't it? Distribution of money, and the challenges for the West Indies, David, have been very much financial, and they're desperate for a larger slice of pie, global pie, aren't they?
Well, yes, and I think you have to applaud West Indies for keeping concentration on first-class cricket. Unlike Ireland, they've managed to get their first-class cricket going again after the COVID. It's amazing that Ireland have failed to get any first-class cricket going in their own country. Even failed to put out a decent team against England, saying it wasn't a marquee event, test match last year. For every West Indies tour of England, West Indies are written off. Non-competitive. It's not going to be competitive summer. This is going to be easy for England, not a proper test, and all this. And every time, West Indies confound that. And Shea Hope's here with those 2 centuries up at Headingley. When we asked West Indies to play a day-night match at Edgbaston in May. This time they're going to be on hard wickets in the middle of the summer. It's the first time West Indies have come to England in the middle of the summer for many, many years. They've always had that first May, June, send them up north, send them up to Durham.
No. There was the COVID summer. They came over and they played in August, and they won that first test. England came back and won the second.
The Rose Bowl, wasn't it? It was the one where Stuart Brook got dropped and then came roaring back, having been poked. Well, David, with consummate professionalism, you've moved us on to where we were going anyway. So I mean, when I looked at that West Indies squad, and you and Peter will know more than me, possibly, I don't know about the Bear, but I looked through it, and there's a lot of names there, and I'm going, who? But there are a lot of names there that I'm going, these are not familiar to me. I looked at Kirk Mackenzie, Athanasi, I know. Tavam Hodge, don't know so much as Zachary McCaskey. I guess I was looking at the team that's playing at Beckenham against the first class counties 11, which is an interesting mix of quite inexperienced players in itself. But tell us about one or two of the players that you're excited about seeing, because there really are a few that I don't know a lot about.
Well, there's no Tagnerine Chandler at this time, so he hasn't been scoring runs in first-class cricket, so he's been dropped. McCaskey, you meant, hasn't scored a lot of runs, he's managed to get in. But the two players I would look out for with the bat, young player, really lovely tall right-handed batsman, Nikhil Lewis, who is likely to get his first Test match on the back of 4 or 5 centuries in his breakthrough first-class season last year. It's a bold selection. He looked great at Beckenham. He's 28 not out overnight. Second innings, he scored a very good
50, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, made a good
50 in the first, yeah.
And I think he's going to impress people. I think he's got looked like he's got a really good temperament as well. And so he's one to look out for. And Cavan Hodge, yes, he may not be one of the better known players, but he had a very good tour of Australia. He's a gritty middle order batsman who doesn't give his wicket away, which you can't think of many have fallen into that category since the great days of Larry Gomes, Geoffrey Dujon, etc. So Hodge has got real stickability, got a ton on his first match of the tour after a very successful series against Australia. So Cavan Hodge and Jayden Seales, one of the
your boy from Sussex.
Yeah, the boy from Sussex who topped the wicket takers in Division 2, 5 wicket hauls. Sussex rate him very highly indeed. He has been injured since his breakthrough Test match when he got a 5 wicket haul against South Africa. You know, he moves the ball. It's not just a question of the speed gun, but if you want speed, then obviously Shamar Joseph took all the headlines quite rightly in Australia's back playing Test cricket. Now
He's the ex-security guard and logger now Test match winning batsman.
Carrying the drinks in the IPL and the World Cup, one outing in the World Cup. He's now able to express himself on Test matches, which he says is his preferred format. You know, and then of course, very underrated spinner in Gunesh Moti from Guyana. I mean, he's incredibly underrated. He's absolute quality spin bowler. He's better than Bashir. Come on, Bashir is I think an odd selection for England.
I think they've got to go somewhere, haven't they, with Bashir? I mean, they've got to make a decision. I think in England with English spinners, with unhelpful conditions, you've got to pick someone and then try and look what they did with Leach. I mean, I was always a big fan of Leach. I think everyone underrated him, but if you look at his stats are equal. Well, he hasn't played as many games as Lyon. His average and his strike rate and everything very similar to Nathan Lyon, and we all, rightfully laud Nathan Lyon as one of the great spinners in the game. But you look at Leach, and he's been unfortunate with the fact that he's got Crohn's disease, easily injured, gets ill a lot. But he was a decent player for England, considering we don't really create spinners. And I think they picked Bashir because he's tall and he gets good action from a good height. He's got to play more cricket in the country, but I think you've got to pick someone and put them in the side. I mean, I always say this about Nathan Lyon as well. I mean, he wasn't spectacular when he started with Australia, but if you stick with someone in Test cricket, let them play in conditions around the world, let them learn the game while they're on it. And it's a hard thing to do, but if you're English and you haven't got a lot of options, I think it's the best thing to do, much like Australia do. You put someone in the side, you see something in them, and you stick with them and you let them learn on the job. Because if you give them 2 or 3 hard years in the side playing all these tests, eventually they will work the game out if they're an intelligent cricketer. And I think that's what they've decided to do with Bashir. He's very young, he's got potentially a whole career ahead of him. And he could turn into, rightfully, England's Nathan Lyon. In 10 years' time, we'll be going, well, thank God we picked him. It might not turn out that way.
Yeah, he's certainly got his whole career in front of him. So he's got no stats, to support what he's doing at all. And
no, well, but you say
variation in pace.
But that's something he'll learn on the job, though, David. That's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, if you look at...
Has been already exploited by, was it Ben Stokes? No, who was it who hit it for 34 and over?
I don't know, but, I'm sure Nathan Lyon's gone for a lot of runs in and over as well, and I'm sure Leach has gone for a lot of. People do, but he got
interesting.
He got wickets in. He got a lot of wickets in India. completely inexperienced. He's better than who's the left-handed one we put in?
Hartley.
Hartley. I didn't. Hartley for me was too erratic. He got picked up wickets as well, but I think Bashir is more consistent than Hartley.
Okay, my point still stands. I don't think he's in the class of Moti. Moti, he took an 8-wicket haul on debut. He's shown that he can. He's got a very cool temperament in all forms of cricket. He's a massively improved bowler, and I think he's going to play a key role in this 3-test series. I don't think England will have it all their own way.
Well, I
would agree with you right now. He's not in the class of Moti. He hasn't had the chance to be yet. He hasn't had the amount of cricket.
Yeah. It's probably a good idea to mention Sonny, Ramadan and Valentine at this stage, because neither of them had much experience. And it's always been, back to Clyde Walcott's day, it's always been an issue with West Indies cricket. There's very little first-class cricket goes on there, and they have very little access to it anywhere else. I mean, there was that period in the 70s when a lot of people were playing in England, but back in Walcott's day, people just arrived on these shores and no one really knew them. So
they certainly arrived with a bang.
Yeah, at least West Indies have got 2 performers who've tried and tested. They've come over early. They've prepared well for this series. Jason Holder playing at Worcestershire, Jaden Seals at Sussex. So if you like, Peter, that's a bit of a throwback to the period you were talking about when people had experience of England conditions. I'm thrilled to see Jason Holder there, be one of 2 players that most people could recognise him in Brathwaite. But Holder's, his experience fielding at mid-off, advising the bowlers, his enthusiasm for Test cricket. The injury, I think, has worked out well for the Test team. He didn't make the World Cup. And actually, I think Kimar Roach's injury, in a funny sort of way, he's had a good season for Surrey, but he was injured. And rather than carrying a half-fit guy into the team, he's being replaced. It actually makes West Indies' selection easier for the first test, because you've got 2 Josephs, Alzari Joseph and Shimar Joseph, and Jaden Seals. And the option West Indies have got with so many all-rounders in their team, playing 2 spinners with Moti and Kevin Sinclair, who's got a lot to like about him as well, the guy who celebrates his wickets with Somersault. Or they could play a 4th quick with Jeremiah Louis, the guy they've pulled up to say who's got 151 wickets, and he looks a handful.
He also has the wonderful middle name of Stevenson.
Oh, yes, one for you, one for your competition.
As in Louis, yes. Louis
well,
as in Sir Robert Louis Stevenson.
Oh, yeah.
And you look at that, and you look past the first test, when obviously Jimmy Anderson will be picked and he'll bowl, and you've got probably Ben Stokes, Chris Wokes, Jimmy Anderson. But then beyond that, in the second test, when Ben Stokes is an all-rounder, Chris Wokes will be an up-front bowler. But then he's suddenly got total inexperience in England's bowling. I think of Gus Atkinson. He's quick, but I'm not sure I like him. Dylan Pennington I really have not seen. Matthew Potts I like. He's consistent. He's pretty young. But I mean, I would say that looking at that, I fancy the West Indies attack over the English attack past the first test, actually.
Well, we'll come on to Jimmy especially, I think, because we cannot not do that ahead of Lords. But it does seem to me, guys, that it's quite... England have picked this moment and this series to move a few players out and try some new things, and it is very Rob Key, Ben Stokes type thinking. I mean, what he said about Jack Leach was quite interesting. In the future, if we're somewhere like Pakistan, should we need a second spinner, I'm sure it might be Jack Leach. So it was like, you've just relegated.
It's hardly a ringing endorsement, is it?
Yeah, we've relegated you to second spinner. I think we want to promote and bring on Shoaib Bashir.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough, and I think probably because Jack Leach has, I mean, as I said, he's been really unfortunate. He fielded a ball in the first test in the Ashes and injured himself. He did the similar thing in India, didn't he, in the first test?
Yeah.
He does seem a bit fragile, and he's got Crohn's, and it's unfortunate for him. But if the guy's going to be ill and not available large parts of the time, or get injured quite easily, maybe it is time to look on and say thank you very much. You were a great
the other interesting
servant,
one for all of us, I think, is the wicket keeping debate. The best way to kill a debate is to come up with something completely left field and take the debate away. So it's not about Bairstow versus Folkes. He was, again, his choice of words was absolutely fascinating. Bairstow has been going in the wrong direction for 2 years. He needs to get back to where he was. I think he's thinking about 2000. 22. Folkes apparently doesn't have the extra gear that we sometimes need to. So he's great if he's got someone the other end. This, I'm paraphrasing Rob Key pretty much exactly here. He's got someone. If he's got someone at the other end that he needs to prop up, he'll do you a great job. But if he needs to accelerate an innings, which is the mentality that England have, then he can't do that. Enter a bloke who doesn't even keep wicket for his county as the solution, Peter. What do you make of that with Jamie Smith?
Yeah, I'm a big Folkes fan, and I think, you can't have everyone smashing the ball around all the time. You need people who can play the situation. And more than that, you need a keeper who can hold catches and not make mistakes. And that often gets overlooked. You can lose many more runs through mistakes behind the stumps than, by
as we saw in the Ashes.
I think Folkes should go. Folkes should be there, and if Bairstow has to do something else or isn't inside, then I think that'd be the right decision.
Yeah, personally, Tony, I'm really glad that England have moved on from the Bairstow Folkes things. I'll put the opposing view, which is, I think Robert Key got it spot on. Folkes doesn't go through the gears, so he's not good at batting with the tail. We saw this in the India series. As soon as he does get to 40 and start going for his shots, he gets out. And that's a fact. Every time he tries to push the score along, he gets out. And I think he missed his opportunity in India to make the position his own. We can't feel sorry for him. And as for the wicket-keeping ability of Jamie Smith, well, I haven't seen enough Surrey second 11 matches to know, but he is a keeper. Everyone seems to.
Well, he's done very well with the bat generally.
Yeah, absolutely. He hasn't kept the much in the first 11. And, and obviously you've got Phil Salt waiting in the wings, who's a perfectly respectable keeper. And if you batted him at 6 or 7, he could be the next Matt Bryant.
Keeping the Barbados link going as well.
Bearing in mind, one of the most successful periods, I wasn't that successful, was it? But Alex Stewart, when he was turned into a keeper, he was a batsman keeper, and that turned out to be a wonderful period for English cricket in terms of what Alex Stewart delivered over a period.
Yeah.
Jamie Smith is the next Alex Stewart, he could well be. And, there's no issue about his batting. And, keeping, come on.
It's also a pretty clear signal to Robinson. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say keeping in England is a whole different ball game, isn't it, as well, to keeping somewhere else. If most of the time you're standing back, you can be a perfectly acceptable keeper. That's why Bairstow, that's why we picked Butler, batsmen, keepers who could bat big and be aggressive in England are don't have to be the best wicket keepers. It's nice if they are, but they don't have to be. I think someone like Folkes is indispensable in places like Pakistan and the subcontinent where the ball rags, and you need someone who's smart behind the stumps with good footwork and stuff. Folkes was impeccable in India as a keeper. Can't deny that. He was certainly better than the Indian keeper.
But how many keepers in county cricket now bat 7, 8, 9, 10? Hardly any of them. They're all up in order.
I've always said, I think back to my days when I was playing. The keeper I played for South England. He wasn't actually that good standing out. He was very good standing out. He used to get me stumpings all the time. But I often think wicket keepers generally do have a good eye, though. There aren't that many bad keepers, batters, because they're watching the ball all the time off the pitch. They know what the pitch is doing. And they're pretty much doing a batsman's job, just catching it behind the stumps all the time. So you kind of expect them to be able to have a reasonable eye behind the stumps.
Yeah, and you had two choices: Jamie Smith or the guy that's done so well at Durham. The other Ollie Robinson.
The other Ollie.
Got all stats. He's got all first-class stats behind him, and that's my problem with Bashir. He's got no stats. And it's a learning curve, and you're using words like learning curve and all the rest of it, which in the Test series, your learning should be done in county cricket.
Yeah, but who else? Well, if you don't pick Leach, though, who else is your spinner? Do you go Hartley? I don't think so. Who else?
Tony's going to be amazed by this. Liam Dawson I'd have gone for, because he keeps delivering.
Weight of wickets, if you look at county scores, then I'd see that. But as we've often said, it seems that Rob Key and the England management have a not an agenda against county cricket, but not a faith in county cricket as a predictor of international capability.
Pendleton owes his selection to county cricket, and
to Ollie Robinson not being available, they clearly don't trust him. Rob Key said it's not about the 43 that he got off an over. But I can assure you, I suspect Ollie Robinson's chances of being in that side might have been improved if he hadn't gone for 43.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think he's not done it. He's not. Ollie Robinson hasn't done himself any favour the last 2 years. He's said some pretty stupid things, and he's not really got himself to fitness, has he?
He's too unpredictable. Right, look, guys, we cannot pull down the shutters on the Bishop and Bear this week without talking about Jimmy's last game. Now, his Oppo hit a 6 off his last ball and took a wicket with his last ball to win an Ashes test. Not quite this, with all respect, as they say, which I know is a terrible thing to say because it's a horrible phrase. But can Jimmy do something here, or is there terrible weight of expectation and the advancing years going to make that difficult?
By this, Liam Dawson I'd have gone for, because he keeps delivering.
Weight of wickets, yeah. If you look at county scores, then I'd see that. But as we've often said, it seems that Rob Key and the England management have a not an agenda against county cricket, but not a faith in county cricket as a predictor. Well,
Pendleton owes his selection to county cricket, and
to Ollie Robinson not being available, they clearly don't trust him. Rob Key said it's not about the 43 that he got off an over. But I can assure you, I suspect Ollie Robinson's chances of being in that side might have been improved if he hadn't gone for 43.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think he's not done it. He's not. Ollie Robinson hasn't done himself any favour the last 2 years. He's said some pretty stupid things, and he's not really got himself to fitness, has he?
He's too unpredictable. Right, look, guys, we cannot pull down the shutters on the Bishop and Bear this week without talking about Jimmy's last game. Now, his Oppo hit a 6 off his last ball and took a wicket with his last ball to win an Ashes test. Not quite this, with all respect, as they say, which I know is a terrible thing to say because it's a horrible phrase. But can Jimmy do something here, or is there terrible weight of expectation and the advancing years going to make that difficult? Peter, what do you reckon?
I think he'll have one last thing to do, something special. I don't think he's going to take 5 wickets or innings or anything like that. I think he'll just be very respectable. Perhaps take one very, very nice wicket with a knocking off top of middle and off, something like that. I don't think he'll be spectacular, but it'll be a great send off.
Well, it would be a big ask, but if he could get 8 wickets, he'd equal Shane Warne. That would be something for a pace bowler, given the extraordinary kind of longevity of that. We're all gentlemen of a certain age, I think. Do we think he got tapped on the shoulder too early?
No.
He's the youngest of the 3, and I don't know Peter's age as a guess.
I'm older than 41 anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Me too. Sorry, Bear, go on.
Well, no, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think he was particularly effective he was very... I expected him to do a lot better in the Ashes last year. Maybe he was a bit unlucky. He wasn't particularly... he was good at keeping the runs down in India, but he didn't look particularly effective. He got 7 for 30 odd, didn't he, in his first game for Lancashire last week or this week in this round of things. I expect him to go... I'd love it if he went out. His last scoring shot as a batsman was a reverse swept 4. That would be equal. That would be equal to Broady's 6, because I don't think Jimmy's ever going to hit a 6. But maybe never say never. But he's not a Broady type of batsman. He's certainly not a Nighthawk. But if he reverse swept a 4 for his last scoring shot and got a few wickets, that'd be nice. Yeah, exactly. That'd be quite fun.
Yeah,
it'd be very tight if he does that to win the match, Peter.
Yeah,
it'd be a very tight game, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I genuinely think his test record for a pace bowler will now never be beaten. I mean, like I just said, never say never, so I'm arguing against myself. But I can't see 700 plus runs in a test series as a test bowler. I just don't think there's enough.
700 plus
played.
runs? You mean 700 plus
wickets,
test wickets?
No, wickets, yes. I just don't see that happening. There is, I believe, a plan afoot to see if they can sort of create a role in coaching. He's staying on for the series in a sort of a mentor role. I hope it's better than the role. their bloody, what's his name, Pollard in as pitch advisor.
Well, I think Pollard gave them some good advice actually, but
they just didn't listen to it, maybe.
Well, I think they did, but they just, anyway, by.
They want to keep him in the setup somehow. It's a question of he wants to do it.
I think
he wants to do it. That's what I kind of.
He's a bit of a fashion designer, isn't he? Maybe he could design the kit, something like that.
Well, you never know.
I don't think his off-the-field contributions are going to be as memorable as Mike Walcott's, that's for sure. He's not going to be a future head of the ICC.
I think it'd be very wise to keep him on as a mentor if they can keep him on for a couple of years and embed it, because I mean, beyond Wokes, who's also 35 and probably isn't going on that long, I mean, we are going to have, I mean, you think the last, since we did Test Match Sofa, that started, that Jimmy Anderson started before that, and Broad was starting out, and that has been the linchpin of the attack for the last 15 years. And what a linchpin it has been.
I tell you something, he looked good there on that spell of 6 wickets before lunch in the game earlier this week for Lancashire. Yeah, I mean, he looked, honestly, I thought he looked back to his old self. He was really running in and hitting the pitch in a way that he didn't do in the Ashes or in India.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the thing, isn't it?
Southport there. Was it Southport that was played?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
The only proviso there is, as soon as you're, no disrespect to Southport, as soon as you're playing on an outground, you could, maybe he was getting a bit of help. Lords has a bit of a tendency to flatten out.
Just his action, the way he was,
a difficult start.
Yeah, just the way he was running up looked like he was really building up for his last Hussar. So, I wouldn't put it past him to take a fight.
He'll be desperate. And I think he's got, I believe, and I don't know the lad, I always think he's engaging, if somewhat dry character. But, he's just phenomenal achievement. I think he's got that Shane Warne 708.
Well, that was why I was shocked.
I genuinely think he has.
I thought they were going to let him go until he got that, and I thought he'd have probably wanted. I didn't think. I was surprised when he said, "I'm only going to play one test." I thought he'd have gone, "I want 708. I want to get past Warne. Just give me till that. If I get past it against the West Indies, I'll retire. If I get past
it was either going out at Lords or Old Trafford, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think his figures are much better at Lords. Much better at Lords. He got his best ever career figures against the West Indies at Lords. I think 2017 got a 7th. I think they think his best chance of going out with a bang is Lords. I think that might have factored in their thinking as well to a certain extent. Or his, I'm sure he was part of the discussion.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
So what do we each think? We really need to drink up, send people to their homes. We've taken last orders, etc. But David, where's your money for the series?
Okay, I'm going to go 1-1 for the series. Can't predict exactly the weather, and you never know if there's going to be interruptions. I'm going to go 1-1. I'll stick my neck out and say I don't think West Indies will lose the series.
I'm
going to go 2-1.
I might go with you.
I'm going to go 2-1 England. I don't think if the weather holds, even if it doesn't, I think there might not be any draws. In the modern parlance of cricket, if England play as they have in Bazball styley, most games, man, you need 3.5, 4 days, and if you lose a day and a half due to rain, I think there'll probably still be results in most of the games.
I suppose
I'd hope England at home will do something. I'm looking forward to seeing what England's new attack is going to look like. That does worry me. I do think the West Indian attack looks like it's got potential and potency. But I think England at home, experience and conditions, I hope will tell. It'll be interesting.
I think West Indies one batsman short for me. I'd be so much more confident if we had a Pooran, Brandon King, even Shea Hope in that batting order. I think they've underestimated the value of experience. They're going to be asking a lot. Jason Holder could be batting as high as 6, and De Silva at 7. In order to get everyone in. I think the short of a batsman, they'll be looking for. It's going to be one of the lesser known players. And in terms of the draw, I suppose I was thinking of the time Craig Brathwaite locked away for 2.5 days to draw that Test match in the Caribbean. I don't
think the pitches will be as bad as that here. I think they'll offer more to the bowlers. I'd expect anyway.
West Indies tests
anyway. Where are the 3 tests we played at West Indies? Lords,
Trent Bridge and Edgeworth.
Yeah.
Well, Trent Bridge could be a flat track. Lots of runs there.
Normally plenty of runs there. Peter, where's your money?
I think the David 1-all, perhaps. I think there might be a bit more rain looking outside than we expect, so that will help the West Indies. And I think they've got it in them to win a match. So yeah, 1-all, I think.
Yeah, I think we're all saying that the West Indies are stronger than we think they might be. We might be giving them credit for, and that England are making some interesting experiments that are good for the long term, but don't necessarily give you instant success.
Yes,
I feel it like
I think that's pretty accurate.
Well, there we go then. In that case, we should probably.
Oh, I didn't stop that. It stopped on its own. All right, Dylan. A natural end, though.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be back. A sensational start from England here.
Yep, it is indeed.
Right on the money.
Yeah, I mean, first over, West Indies would have been happy, and that's about it, really.
It's probably the swiftest turn of events I've seen in recent times. Obviously, West Indies were happy to get that wicket off Crawley, but Seals just leaking the pressure and sort of ran away from them at that point, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was a good counter-attack from England. I mean, they slowed down again before lunch with Root and Pope at the crease. It seems more like a sort of natural flow of Test cricket. But I imagine they'll look to get on the front foot when they can. That's where England at the moment. But maybe playing a little bit more circumspect when they're not on the front foot. They have been a bit rash at times over the last couple of years when they didn't need to be. Maybe they've learnt from that, and maybe Bazball will be a little bit slower, but hopefully just as aggressive. Pope's not out 47 off 75. Joe Root not out 13 off 20. England 124 for 2. There's only 26 overs bowled, which I suppose actually is not bad recovery. At one point it looked like it'd be about 23, 24. So there's a couple of overs from was it Sinclair spinning, wasn't it? He bowled all right for a few overs.
Indeed, and the 71 from Ben Duckett being the highlight of the first session this morning. 105-run partnership there with Ollie Pope. Let's see if West Indies can put pressure back on England here and take a wicket or two.
Well, I would like to see. I'm going to play some jingles. I'd like to see a Root ton. Get my summer going. I'll play him a jingle.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And actually, we've got Ollie Pope was dropped just before lunch. Probably should have been taken. We'll give him a jingle.
Indeed.
We got a Pope. We got a Pope. Take a good hard look. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
Well, that would have been a sensational comeback if West Indies took that catch, but let's see if...
I think England still would have been happy at 134 for 3, to be honest, reasonably anyway. First ball after lunch is defended by Pope, out to backward point, and there is no run. The bowler is... It's Shamar Joseph.
Jesus, Mary, and Shamar Joseph. Who's this coming up out of the mists? Is it a warrior of times gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quack.
He's looked a lot better in this test, hasn't he, than he did in the first test.
Absolutely.
Got some bowling under his belt. It looks a lot slipperier, even though his pace doesn't seem to be out there. It looks pretty slippery pace-wise. That's defended by Pope up towards mid-on. There's no run. 3 runs to him to get to a 50.
I mean, Stuart Broad was pointing out earlier that he, at Lords, was overstriding slightly, and that could have been the cause of the lack of rhythm. He looks in fine rhythm here, doesn't he, Ben?
Yeah. It's very much so. Got one of the wickets. He's only gone for 24 in his 7th over. It's quite a happy fellow as he comes into bowl to Pope, who drives him. Not a great power up to mid-off though, and there's no run. Run rate dropping now, it's just over 5. At one point it was 12, and admittedly that was after about 4 overs. And Duckett had hit Shamar Joseph for 27 in 2 overs.
So already seeing that difference in pace there. 85.2 today and 83.7 at Lords. He's really getting himself through the crease and keeping the line and length very tight.
Alright. Well, he's up again to the crease. Bowls full on the pads. Ooh, nice clip by Pope. Can't quite beat the man at mid-wicket. Good stop by Mackenzie, is that? I think so. But they do manage to get through for a single.
Pope's seeming to really like that flick shot. He's gotten 14 runs for him this innings so far.
That was Pope, though.
Yeah, Pope.
Yeah. Lots of batsmen like to clip off their legs, don't they? Professionals, they don't miss it, unlike the club players who all get pinned LBW looking for that glorious little flick off their toes. Root lets that one through. Good leave. Outside his off stump, through to the keeper. One ball left in the first over after lunch. And England starting quite well. They'll be happy. If they can get the same amount of runs in this session as they got in the last session, there'll be 270 at tea. With West Indian bowlers fast, running out of puff, I'd have thought, and what could be a very absorbing final session of the day. England trying to put them to the sword. Shamal Joseph is in. Final ball seems to be a little bit slower. It's defended. No, not really. Out to the covers. There's no run. Hector, your debut on Twitter and YouTube. Give us something.
Yeah. Afternoon, everyone. We have Sherwin. The West Indies captain is a coward, I agree. We need a new captain and a new head of selectors who is less biased, hopefully someone who can pick the best players regardless of place of birth. Well, discuss. I'm not too learned on the head of selectors for the West Indies, but
yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a long time ago, but what Clive Lloyd was lauded for was actually unifying the West Indian team. You know, I think there's always been inter-island jealousies and.
Jaden Seale's back into the attack now.
He is indeed. He's opening up after lunch from the other end. He's bowling at Pope. I think it's on the pad. It just drops into the leg side. Root calls him through for a quick single. Let's give him a little jingle.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow, watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
So his first 2 overs, they go for 28 runs.
Yeah, he got
Jaden
battered.
Absolutely hammered.
Duckett took a particular shine. That's guarded by Root. His favourite little shot, but can't beat the man at fourth slip. There's 2 slips, vacant third, and then a fourth. Go on.
That's right. You see the passion, the fire, and intensity from the young West Indian bowlers. They just need a bit more exposure to develop that all-important consistency to be effective in Test cricket, don't they?
Yeah, some of them, but I mean, Alzari Joseph isn't new to Test cricket. He's been around for a while. Jaden Seales has been in and around the squad. I think they're, they need more experience, but they're a pretty good unit, I reckon. They've got enough there to be a decent bowling unit. That's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. The real problem is their batting. I mean, you don't get experience unless you don't get experience unless you play Test matches. But they've got a whole top order that's hardly played any. I don't think you can be bloody.
It would be worthwhile with a bet of a few senior players.
Exactly. You've got to give youngsters a chance, but you can't just throw them all in at once because then it can all get a bit overwhelming.
Exactly.
You've got Brathwaite opening, that's all fair and well and good enough. But then who else in the middle order? Until you get to Jason Holder and Josh De Silva batting at 6 and 7, everyone else seems to be reasonably new and inexperienced.
And then just coming back to
mid-off,
people like Joe Root, an ever-present calming force there for England, and it's been great to see him come back to his original element. We saw on the onset of Bazball, he's very eager to kind of push at the ball. And now he's very much come back into his
Yeah,
in his own game.
and I think
taking his
everyone's
time.
been telling him, you just play your natural game, because he's quite a quick scorer anyway. He scores, 66, 67, even in a test match. Once he gets going, he's always manoeuvring into a space. He may not score a lot of boundaries, but he scores a lot of ones and twos. Jaden Seals is in. Root pushes that nicely off the back foot. Doesn't beat point. He does manage to field it. They thought about 2, but it's only going to be 1. Root moves on to 14. Pope just needs 1 run to get to 50. He's got 50 in the first test as well. Got dead on 50, didn't he? Got bowled the ball after. Was that him? Or did he get to 57? I can't remember. Oh, run rate's dropped below 5 now. Crikey. Mind you, you get 90 overs at 5 and over. It's 450 in a day. I think we take that, wouldn't we? Jaden Seals is in. That's nicely hit by Pope. Gets it dead square though. There is someone out there. And that brings up his 50. Well batted for him. We'll give him a little jingle.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
I might take my first bet of the day that this partnership will get over the fall of the next wicket, which is not very me, I have to say, but I'm looking forward to England batting all afternoon.
Well, Renal Joseph says, also dropping and removing Craig as captain is ridiculous right now. There is no one better in the domestic setting to take the job.
Yeah, I guess the West Indian contingent will argue that all day long like England would. I think when England chose Stokes, I always thought that Stokes wasn't prepared to take the captaincy. I thought it would affect his game and he didn't want it. I seem to remember him saying a couple of years earlier that he didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe things have changed, but I was quite surprised when he took it, but he was the obvious choice. Other than that, it would have been difficult to appoint anyone but Broad or Anderson. I don't think Anderson wanted it, so it would have been Stuart Broad would have been the other obvious. Ooh, flashed out by Pope outside his off stump. He gave it away dead on 50 again. No run. I seemed to jag a little bit off the seam, maybe jump a bit.
It'll be interesting to see how West Indies use Kevin Sinclair in this session, whether they put him on to bowl a long spell or whether they give him short, sharp bursts.
I think they'll go through the seamers first when they see how that pans out.
Well, he's certainly brought a lot of control back into the West Indies bowling and constricted the run flow for England.
Yeah, his partnership with Shamal Joseph.
Yep, Shamal Joseph is in and it's defended by Pope, no run. Ooh, they've changed their graphics at Bet365. It's a little bit disconcerting. Test at Trent Bridge. Ollie Pope averages 59.75. Got 145 here. Who was that against? Was that against the Aussies last year?
That's right.
No, because the Aussies they didn't play a test match at fucking Trent Bridge last year. What are on about? Must have been. Don't know. Can't remember. That's pulled. Not great timing, but enough to beat mid-wicket, and the outfield is quick. I think that's going to be the first 4 after lunch. It is indeed.
It races away from 4 there.
It does. This outfield is pretty quick. It has to be said.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Just gently caresses at Ollie Pope, beats the man, and it races away to the boundary.
Didn't seem to hit it perfectly though, but hey.
Welcome boundaries. Runs on offer here at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, well this is it, isn't it? It's a quick scoring round. It is reasonably quick scoring ground. Fast outfield, reasonably short boundaries. It's a bit like the oval with the fact there's so many squares on it. So many wickets on it that they go a long way out to the boundary on either side. That's defended in the offside and there's no run.
Pope just seemed to be a little bit early on that pull shot. But
yeah, enough on it though. These big bats these days
seem to catch a bit of one of the practice wickets and then just kick on.
There was a delivery in the first session where he tried to pull a ball that was on a good length, just missed the top of off. And he seemed to be a little bit jabby at the start of his innings, but he's really got his eye in now. Let's see if he can build a
Well,
partnership with Root.
Brathwaite Cragg wants a change of ball. I think this time he's going to get it. The ball isn't going through the handcuff it's supposed to go through, I don't think. It's supposed to go through one and not through the other, isn't it, or something like that?
Yeah, I think there's a smaller one that it shouldn't go through, and then obviously
the bigger one that it should.
Yeah, and it's stuck in that at the moment. Case
You go, the
being
case
built on.
comes out.
Yeah. Fourth umpire doing his job. Ball hasn't lasted 30 overs. Good start by the West Indies. Crawley went third ball of the morning. It was a good delivery though. Just short of a length.
Good catch by.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Went away from him slightly.
He was the one that put down Pope just before lunch.
Yeah.
That's right.
Looks like he's got an injured hand of some description. He's got a bandage on that one. Yeah, Duckett probing one outside of the stump. Having scored 71, it's a bit of an odd shot, but hey, 71, he'll take that all day long. Or 59 deliveries as well. Just a bit early on the shot. Nip a little away from him. Held its line from around the wicket. And a good take by Jason Holder in the slips. You might as well give us some tweets if there are any, or YouTubes, tubes.
West Indies were 4 overs behind this from George McPherson after the end of the first session, so doesn't that mean that they are looking at points deduction for a slow over rate?
I would presume so. I mean, that
Well, they certainly had to fetch the ball from the boundary every over.
Yeah.
That would have played into it.
They did, but it took them 20 minutes to bowl the first 3 overs. It's pretty shoddy. I know one of them went to the boundary a lot, but still. Jamal Jovis to continue. His last ball of his 8th over. He's bowling to Pope, who drives it straight back at him. He managed to get a paw on it, diverts it past the stumps at his own end, and that is the end of the 29th over. 142 for 2. Any more over there?
No more over there. Well, Linux Lear, imagine England declaring tomorrow 5 or 6 down with Crawley the only batsman not to make 50. Could well happen.
Could well happen. Yeah, that's alright. Someone has to fail. He did alright in the first test.
Seals to continue.
Yep. None for 37 and 6, so he's dragged it back because he went for 28 and 2.
Could you foresee Josh De Silva taking the West Indies captaincy anytime soon?
Ooh, now there's an interesting one. If he is going to be wicketkeeper for a while, yes, I think that's a good call. Good lead by Root.
Coming up on 30 test match caps, which is experience for this side.
Maybe.
Seal seems to have found some good rhythm now. His last few overs, all really zipping through well.
He's a good bowler. Him and Alzari Joe. I mean, it's a good bowling attack.
Just missing that little bit of experience in roads that really would make them a dangerous attack.
Exactly. Then it would be interesting whether they actually had a spinner in the side. That's full. Oh my word! That's a cracking delivery, and it deserved a wicket, but it didn't get one. It had Root groping at it to drive. It just seemed to go away from him at the last minute. Missed his outside edge somehow. Missed the stumps somehow. Everyone's hands were up, but
change of length. The Jaden Seals pitching the ball up, and it's missed everything.
It has missed everything.
The outside edge, the off stump.
We saw one similar.
Sensational delivery.
It's just gone off the seam a little bit. Straightened. Root just beaten on the drive. It's a cracking delivery.
Flavour of things to come here from Jaden Seals. Seems to have really gotten into his stride.
Just completely lost his balance there, Root.
Yeah, which is very unlike Root. Oh dear, and then he's spooning one up in the air. Is anyone going to catch it? They are. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, he's got him.
Joe Root has given it away. I don't know what's going through his brain there. It was shortish from Seals. Root went to pull it. It was well outside his off stump. That was a horrible shot. And he's got himself out. Muppet. And we have to say goodbye.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
It was in no shape whatsoever to play that shot, was it? It seemed to go off the pitch.
Wonderful setup there from Jaden Seals, with follow the fuller ball with a shorter one, and Root losing his bearings, juggle there from Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, very big juggle there from Alzari Joseph.
For the West
Christ.
Indies.
It seemed to go quite a bit off the pitch, didn't he? He bought it quite short, but then it seemed to sort of slow up and divert quite sharply off the pitch.
We saw a very similar dismissal from Harry Brook in the first test.
Yeah. They're trying to pull from way too wide of the off stump now.
Yeah, it was a very half-hearted shot. He just seemed to just flick the wrist over almost.
Yeah, well, I think he saw. I think he was committed to the shot, and he saw the ball had just gone off the pitch.
He didn't quite follow through with it, did he, Hector?
No. Yeah, and then that's a shame.
So West Indies will be very happy with that wicket. It brings them some sort of reprieve after a real punishing from Ben Duckett this morning.
Yep, they're dragging themselves back in. England are still reasonably happy at 142 for 3. I'd have thought.
This is the beauty of Test cricket, the ebbs and flows in the game.
Exactly. Now the next batsman I'd really like to see get a turn. Played 14 matches and his test average is 61.5.
That was a fantastic jingle for a fantastic player. This young man is a shining star in the English cricket setup. He's taken Test by storm.
Oh, he has. He's such a quick eye, I think. Yeah, it's into his pads and he clips that beautifully down the long leg, gets himself off the mark straight away.
What a way to do it.
Yeah, nice and easy. He just seems to have, for me, Harry Brook's just got really quick hands.
He does, and that high bat lift is showing the dismissal here from Root.
He should have altered his shot and just gone for the cut or tried to leave it. Yeah. I think he was just committed to the shot and the ball just did more than he thought it was going to do off the pitch.
Perhaps taken by surprise after being squared up in the previous delivery as well.
Just a little bit. It's a good setup from the bowler.
In a state of disbelief, livid with himself there, Joe Root.
Alright. Seals in again. Cut hard by Harry Brook. No, it's into the ground, Dylan. Don't worry.
Was it? Okay.
It wasn't a drop.
It's a bit of a lag in the live stream here.
Yeah, he cut that into the ground, and there was no run. I think that was the last ball of the over. Pope will play. I don't know what. Yeah, maybe he just rolled his fingers across it, cut off the pitch. It seemed to just go.
I really love that intentional use of the short ball, because we oftentimes see bowlers just banging the short delivery in without much of a plan. But
it had so much width on it. Yeah, it was never there for the pull, really. Jaden Seals, last ball of the over. Ooh, beats Pope.
Cracking delivery there again from Jason Seals.
85 miles an hour, but it was good delivery. And through the keeper, no run. End of the over. 30 overs done, 143 for 3. Over to you, Hector.
Well, just Stephen Kelk here saying that Root has shattered Linux Lear's idea of Crawley being the only batsman not to pass 50.
Well, yes, that is true. Shattered my bet as well. I just put it on. That's why you should never do overs.
Outrageous wicket.
Yeah. That's a good last ball to that over as well. Yeah, Shamar Joseph is going to continue at the other end. West Indies is quite a little bright spot here. Get a couple of wickets now. One brings 2 and all that. Suddenly at 140 off for 4, it would look a whole lot different.
Well, if Pope was back in the shed now, then I reckon they'd be on top.
Absolutely, Hector. Definitely agree with that. If they'd held on to that cash, England would have been in the spot above
there. Yeah. Brook faces up into his pads again. Can't bowl there to Harry Brook. Clips that sweetly down to deep square leg. It'll be a single.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, Bear, he's got a great eye, and also I think his bat lift it really gives him that leverage, because he can really at the point of impact impart a lot of power on the ball.
Yeah, his hands are so quick as well. He seems to have so much time on the ball. So he'll be next in. It'll be Jamie Foster in next. No, Ben Stokes, of course, followed by Jamie Smith. So we've still got some batting left. That's played by Pope. Square on the offside. There's no run. Want a big score from somebody.
Well, with Stokes in next, what score classes as a problem for him? Because obviously he hasn't been in form, but he almost needs a an innings, like a match-saving knock almost. So does this classify if he comes in now?
It's a good ground to do that, Hector. He's got the conditions in his favour, and we'll see if he can pull it off. But Jamie Smith, after a wonderful showing in the first test, will be hoping to see some runs from him.
Yeah, and you got Wokes at 8. Edged! God, no! Put down! Oh my God! Pope's been put down for a second time. Hard drive. It went quickly at Jason Holder, but it was a comfortable height. And at this level, you really expect to be taken. And to do it all over, they've got an overthrow as well.
That's
but
shocking.
It was a full-blooded drive by Pope.
Fortune favours the brave.
I know what they do.
Time in the slip cordon there, it should have been taken at this level there.
Absolutely. I mean, those ones go quick. It was a full-blooded drive, but Jason Holder has just he's got a palm on it onto his shoulder, and it's bounced past. Who's that first slip?
Hodge,
who had a second chance at it, but wasn't really expecting it. Shamal Jovicic in again. This one is defended, and there's no run. It's all happening for the West Indies.
England. It really is. They started off on the back foot with Duckett's innings, and this would have really put the pressure back on England.
Certainly would have done.
Holder doesn't drop many, so I wonder mentally what that will do to this West Indies side. 2 drop catches.
Yeah, same player both times. Holder can't believe it. But believe it, son, you dropped it. That's cut by Pope. Beats the man at point. Doesn't get all of it. Should get back for a couple. It does.
Comfortably do so, yeah.
Moves himself on to 58. Yeah, I mean, England look a bit undercooked, to be fair.
Muttley von Eric says right decision by the Windies to bowl, maybe.
No, I don't think so. I think that was a tactical decision. Which you could go, I did say, if you can bowl them out for under 250. If you've got a batting attack that can barely muster 200 and you get the opposition out for 250, you have a good day, you get into the lead. I mean, that's. I guess that's I guess that's kind of their thinking. I mean, that's what England's thinking was a couple of years ago. You could hardly get above 250 going back a few years. It's been. Was it cut? It missed the fielder. I thought the fielder had fielded it, but he hasn't. It's been cut for the last ball of the over by Pope. The cameraman didn't follow it. He stopped at the fielder.
Rubbing salt in the wound there, Ollie Pope.
Indeed, and it's actually gone for 4 runs.
Cuts it away from the corner.
Yeah, that was a poor ball though. It was a let-off ball. It was short. It was wide. It kind of got
West
what
Indies
it deserved.
cannot, under no position whatsoever, to drop those catches.
No. But that's what happens when you're struggling, isn't it? And they all seem more important when you're struggling to score runs yourself. Putting the pressure on the opposition is what really counts. Pope won't mind. He gets to carry on.
Here we go. Jaden Seale's been in fine rhythm in the last 2 overs.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can put some pressure on Harry Brook.
This will probably be our last over. We'll have a switcheroo at the end of this one. Harry Brook is facing up. Jaden Seales is in. That's wide. He's driven that over the top. He's decided to go over the top of point.
A strategically placed shot there, just opening the face, Harry Brook, and that races away to the boundary.
Yeah. I'd say he was reaching for that a little bit. His feet didn't go out towards the ball. Hence it went in the air, but he had enough on it to get it over the fielder.
Brian in Brisbane says, a question for Hector. Any special diet requirements? Bear can't drink Carling or international roast coffee or drink 0 alcohol beer.
This is true. All those things are true. I'm going to add something to our list of things.
I was cut away for 4 there from Harry Brook, and he's putting the pressure back on Jaden Seales here.
Absolutely. Good shot. We'll give him another jingle. So this one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Not a lot of people, actually, you'd be surprised to know this, Brian, considering that you tend to, basically fatty foods and beer, which we all love. But when it comes to soft drinks, I think we're all pretty much 0 calorie, and they all keep sending us full fat shit. I don't know if you get a choice on that one, but it often doesn't get drunk. No, actually, no, that's not true. Fred drinks full fat, but we've got about 5 bottles of Coke
zero
now in the fridge.
calorie soft drinks have always got aspartame.
I know, which
It's quite bad
is
for you.
not really good for you, but it's not sugar, and I don't think when you're diabetic it doesn't matter with aspartame as much. I don't know. That's played up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, Brian, I don't have any dietary
Well,
requirements.
yes.
I'll
He'll eat
have
anything. He's
Thank you very
18.
much.
His kidneys, liver, everything functions properly. His, yeah. Yeah. Just in time for you, Tone. This screen's decided it's going to do the standby mode thing.
So Harry Brook, impressive start from the young man. He's really getting on here.
Just defends that one.
Oh.
Back up towards mid-on, and there will be no run. Yeah, lovely couple of 4s from him.
Stephen Kelk wonders whether you have an allergy to zero alcohol beer. Or
No, it's just fucking disgusting. Brian, you did once send in low-calorie beer, which we only realised after about the second can, because I wondered why it tasted a little funny. But actually, when it was ice cold, it was perfectly acceptable. But it's very difficult to find, because I then started looking for some in Sainsbury's. But what they call low-calorie is generally zero alcohol beer is low-calorie, which defeats the object, really, as far as I'm concerned. But there you go. That's short, and it's in fact given us a short wide. It was too short, and even in this game, occasionally they get given, and that one has.
What a harmonious jingle that was.
Yeah, that was a really short. Run rate's creeped back over 5. There's 2 4s from Harry Brook, and 1 in a previous over from Ollie Pope. England now 161 for 3. Another short ball. They're trying a short ball because Harry Brook can get out to the short ball.
Because we saw that in the first test. We see that whenever the Seals put wood on offer, it really caused the runs to flow there for Ben Duckett. So Brook has already put that pressure on him, so Seals is looking to resort to the bouncer here.
Yeah.
Because that's what worked in the first test.
Yeah, it is, and they show quite a few instances where Harry Brook, he's a bit of a happy hooker.
The last ball of the over.
And Jaden Seals is in. And that's just defended by Brook out to Gully, and there is no run. We're going to have a change. I would tell you who's on.
Yes, we are.
It's you two, and who? And Dave Brook. Nothing's fucking working all of a sudden. And Dave Brook isn't in the waiting room. You come in here, I'll just carry on. Okay, I'm trying to get your screens working for you. There's no one on the other end. There you go. Dave Brook's not here. That's why I should stay here. Dave Brook's not here. Talk. No one's there to talk.
Extremely professional change over there. 161 for 3, England off 32 overs. Al-Jazari Joseph starts a new over, bowling to Ollie Pope, who has 62, and he still has 62 after that ball because he leaves one outside the off stump. Thank you, Bear. Thank you, Hector. And thank you, Dylan. We're having a 3-person change. Well, we're supposed to be having a 3-person change. As we welcome to the...
Well, there's no David, that's the problem. So we may well have the Bear, who's shifted seats, which is why we were all rather ungainly trying to work it out. He's moved as far as it's possible to move from one chair to a third chair, skipping the one in the middle.
Skipping the light, fantastic. Al-Jazari Joseph, right arm, over the wicket to the right-handed Pope. It's short down the leg side, and he shovels this round the corner to deep backward square leg. They should take 2 runs. No, they take 1 run, actually. Fielder got to it quicker than I thought. Who's that, Jaden Seals?
Probably.
Possibly. Hello, Bear.
Hello, Fred.
Doing an extra stint.
Well, yes, it would appear so. Dave, if you're out there listening, you're supposed to be on air, mate.
And I said just before lunch when the catch went down off Ollie Pope that the body language of the West Indians was good. When the second catch has just gone down, again quite catchable, I think the body language was a bit less good from the bowlers and the fielders. 162 for 3, still over 5 and over. This extraordinary run rate as Joseph bowls short, and it's guided quite nicely through the offside. It's not fielded cleanly by the point fielder. He sort of parries it away. It's not going to get to the boundary. Cover retrieves 2 runs to Brook. He now has 12. Joe Root's dismissal reminded me of Harry Brooks in the last Test match. He tried to pull a ball that was outside the off stump. Actually, Roots started wide outside the off stump and actually went wider off the pitch. And if you try and do that, there's only one place it's going to go, which is up in the air.
You see, it seemed to go quite sharply off the pitch as well,
it did.
and lose pace as well, like stood up, and I think that just did him, and he was already in the shot, and he just
it started wide and went wider. You know, if you're good enough, in T20 he would have adjusted and he would have ramped it over the slip area. Alzari pulls out of this next delivery. It's obviously not something that Ben Duckett did a while back. Otherwise,
you wouldn't be expecting to run off the
you
hospital.
wouldn't be expecting a child imminently. I'm wondering why, if they know he's going to be taking time off, why they didn't pick somebody else.
Well, as I was saying earlier, if he plays for Nottingham, then surely the hospital's only just down a bloody road anyway.
Oh, this is sweetly driven by Brook. It was full and wide outside the off stump. There wasn't much foot movement, but there doesn't need to be when you can time the ball as sweetly as Brook. And that finds its way through the point region for one of these. Stand and deliver, really. No foot movement at all. He just throws the bat through it.
As is the modern way, it seems to me.
Talk about a gap. You could have, a gate. Drive a bus through that gate, but it doesn't matter when you're seeing the ball as well as Brook. That's the kiss of death. 16 off 10 deliveries as Alzari bowls to him. This is on leg stump this time, and he's sweetly turned this through straight mid-wicket for a consecutive boundary.
There's David. Do you want to let him in?
If I knew how.
You know how to operate Zoom, don't you?
No.
Fucking useless bum.
It looks like David's turned up. Hello, David, if you can hear us.
No, you got to let him into the Zoom call.
Okay.
For fuck's
So
sake.
it's on here somewhere, isn't it?
No, it's over there.
Anyway, I'll concentrate on
I'll do it.
ball-by-ball commentary and get the technical guys to do their work rather than subletting it to others. And you'll be unsurprised to hear that the bear is muttering. And while you're there, you can adjust the camera angle for the two-person. Next ball is short and outside the off stump, and he goes back and he cuts this down into the ground between third slip and gully for yet another boundary. Well, this is getting away from the West Indies, similar to how it did after Crawley got out.
Well, except they've continued to take wickets, and they could have had at least one more. Pope's had been dropped twice, hasn't he, either side of lunch, and that could well prove costly. Jay Grover, I don't even want to speculate what I put my body through at Hector's age, or indeed now.
Nor do we.
Yes, it might benefit. Oh dear, exploration at a later time, I suppose. Let's have a look. I'll just jump into our YouTube feed. Let's have a look. It was a terrible shot from Brook, I agree that. Question for Hector, did we have that? Any special diet requirements? So I think we did have that question. Linux Leo, and I'll just wait after this ball.
Start of a new over. Seals bowls and Pope covers up in defence. We've got Brook batting, and we have a Brook joining us on YouTube. Hello, David.
And no, he's not.
We can't hear you. Perhaps you're muted.
Meantime, hello to Sandra.
Fred.
Oh.
Hello, Fred, and hello, Tony.
Hello again, David. Sandra Richardson had said, "Oh gosh, why are we dropping catches?" Well, the first one was difficult, but should have been taken. I think the Jason Holder drop, the second one at slip, that really really should have been taken. And Alzari Joseph had 3 grabs at Joe Root's one, didn't he?
He did, and this is full and straight and driven by Pope into the ground, and a bit of a showy take there from the fielder at cover, who's Mackenzie. Maybe he may have convinced some people in the crowd that was a catch, but it had been hit straight into the ground.
Kirk Mackenzie, Fred, one of the many unproven batsmen in this West Indies lineup, hasn't done much yet to justify it.
Well, everybody's unproven at some point in their career. Even the greats, as Seals bowls again, full and straight and driven by Pope straight to mid-off, who does have a shy at the non-strikers end. I don't think the batsmen were interested in a single, but he's keeping them honest.
Obviously, a player when they start their career have only played 1 or 2 matches, but you can generally see the pattern. And, I'll come back to that in a moment, Fred.
Okay. We shall look forward to hearing it. It looks like a warm day at Trent Bridge. Somebody is fanning themselves vigorously in the crowd. It's going to be 30 degrees in London tomorrow. I don't know what it is in Nottingham. Or at least if you believe the forecasts. As cover's coming a bit closer now as Seals comes in and bowls. And this is an inside edge from Pope. He had a big wafty drive outside the off stump. Got an under edge. It wouldn't have carried to the keeper. It didn't get. It bounced well in front of him, and it goes down to fine leg for 4. Wasn't that far from off stump, but no real chance of a caught behind.
Vatican slice from the Pope.
Very apt. De Silva completely wrong-footed by that, as any wicket-keeper would have been, and didn't get within about 2 feet of it. That's no criticism of him. I'm not sure any keeper in the world would have taken that, and if he would have done, he was probably standing in the wrong place to start with, as Seals should be buoyed by that. Comes in the bowls short and wide, and Ollie Pope says thank you very much, helps us out to the deep point region. Another boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A lot of boundaries coming, Tony.
Yep. The West Indies, well, they after a slightly lax start, they seem to have found their range for a while. England's run rate sort of plummeted, didn't it, from around about over 10 to
hard to maintain.
Plummeted to under 5, which is, many people will go, well, that's pretty normal for a Test match, but probably not, less so for England these days. I say again though, Ollie Pope has had to ride his luck. 2 drops, the second of which really wasn't great. You just have to restart that monitor when you get a moment.
As this next ball, the last of the over, is outside the off stump. Pope doesn't play at it. 34 overs gone. England are 184 for 3.
While you do that, Leah says if anyone's got any German friends they want to get into the whole cricket thing, don't forget that I'll do the evening session tomorrow. Okie doke. Sandra, who was complaining quite rightly about West Indian drop catches, says hello from St Lucia. Thanks for the great commentary. That's very kind, Sandra, and delighted you're with us. George McPherson, Pope was lucky there. The batters need to play more carefully. Yes, George, I think you're right. Matthew Cullen, isn't a Vatican slice when it goes between the batsman's back leg and the stumps? Or is that the Chinese cut? Or is the Vatican slice the politer version of the Chinese cut? Do you know, Matthew, I'm not actually sure, but I think the latter from what you said there. Why it's more acceptable, I don't know.
It's called a Surrey cut in London. It's called a Harrow Drive in the London overflow south of the Thames.
I'm sure David.
Anyway, David, you were in the middle of a thought, and sorry to have interrupted it, but after this next ball, perhaps you could complete it, if indeed you can remember what it was. Brook is going to be facing up to Alzari Joseph. First ball of the 35th over, and right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Brook, who... Well, he waves a battered ball outside the off stump again without moving his feet, but that's the way he plays. David.
Fred, would you mind just summarising for the benefit of new listeners the point we were making at the time?
You've forgotten, wasn't it? It was about Mackenzie and unproven batsmen.
Yes, Mackenzie is unproven because he doesn't have first-class stats to support his inclusion at this level when there's better options available. People like Jermaine Blackwood could have been using his experience last time West Indies toured. He was the vice captain. He could be in there using his experience. He's won 2 Test matches for the West Indies in England, both scoring centuries.
Next ball from Joseph is outside the off stump. Brook leaves. Yes, I mean, in a struggling batting lineup, there are always going to be questions about who is selected and who's
can
left
I just
out.
follow up that point, Fred, if I may? I would have gone not just that. I would have done a few other things at the same time, knowing how important it is, the opening batting position.
We'll just break off as Alzari's in and bowls. A shorter ball outside the off stump. Brook isn't tempted.
Sheho, lunch next week. Excellent. Bringing along a couple of friends of yours. Franklin, what's the opening batsman's name? I'll come back to him. Brandon King. And Carl Mayers is coming as well. Oh, and Nicholas Buran will also be there. I just want to talk to you guys about making a test appearance at some point. I want that to fit in with your schedules. We're going to give you an intensive course of red ball training and encourage you to take up a couple of county contracts for a short while. You up for it? Of course they would be.
Alzari bowls
right.
well outside the off stump, and Brook doesn't want to play at the ball.
As opposed to the current approach, which is Desmond Haynes saying in a press conference as chairman of the selectors, "Oh, we haven't spoken yet."
Yeah, I mean, there aren't a huge number of players for the West Indies to call on.
Can I give you a few more names then?
Oh, good.
Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford. All these players are established and proven at international level.
So the next ball is a short outside the off stump and cut into the ground by Brook, and Athanase, who's dropped a catch or two, is taken a catch or two, and has bandages on his right hand, seems to have perhaps done some damage again. He's shaking it as he gets up. It was into the ground. This one wasn't a chance, but it got to him pretty quickly, and that looks like it's hurt his right hand.
You know, we'll watch this game and we make comments about each ball, but if you pull back and look at the big picture, there's been some serious lack of planning on both sides, particularly inept administration at West Indies.
This is Fuller and straighter and driven square by Brook, but can't beat the point fielder. The end of the 35th over, 184 for 3, David.
Whose job it was to prepare a tour itinerary that was most likely to deliver a West Indies Test victory in this Botham Richards Trophy, formerly the Wisden Trophy. It's really been fought over the years. Not with this cavalier fashion this time round. They were thinking of the World Cup. All their executives had been seconded to a World Cup unit. There was no planning and preparation.
Sorry, Dave, to interrupt again, but I think I've misread that one. It was actually a chance to Athanase that was put down, unless they're showing.
I think one's the replay from earlier. That's the thing.
Oh, I see. They're showing the replay from earlier.
I think is when he hurt his hand. That's what was
yeah,
happening.
well, I hope that Athanase hasn't hurt his hand. He's one of those players that will go off the field if he had, because he probably plays the guitar or something. You know, 'cause he's very sort of quiet, slightly.
It's a quiet guitar. Shamar Joseph going to be is into the attack.
It's what they say at the Yorkshire. He's a soft lad.
He's bowling to Pope. It's a ball on middle and leg, and it's turned to mid wicket where it's fielded. No run. Yeah, the question of the tour itinerary. They only had one fairly mediocre warm up game against.
Jimmy Adams had to organise that off his own bat.
Was supposedly a county 11, but it wasn't really. It was a bunch of sort of under 19 players and county second 11 players. I think it was only one. Was it Josh Hull was playing in that team? He's possibly the only one who was,
it was the second
a county first teamer. As this ball is on middle and leg and turned again to mid wicket.
It wasn't even a second 11 representative team, so that would be perfectly fine. It was an under 19.
It was a glorified net, basically, for both the batsman and the bowlers.
There was the young
players
Knots.
of experience in there.
Yeah, and that was the only red ball cricket they'd had probably for quite some time.
Jimmy organised a 2-week camp in Tunbridge School. We pulled off a few favours again through his Kent connection, but half the players weren't there because they were playing in the World Cup.
Shamar Joseph bowls, and it's short outside the off stump, and Pope, who's having difficulties with his timing, he's struggling to ping it absolutely off the middle of the bat this time.
Well, he struggled himself to the same score as Ben Duckett.
Yeah. Well, it's taken him 2 hours longer. That's the only difference. And that was a dot ball as it was fielded at point. So far this session we've had halfway through the 10th over, we've had 50 runs and 1 wicket. So there's plenty going on. I'm sure if you're listening to us in the ground at Trent Bridge, you're having a good day, having some good value for money. As Shamar Joseph bowls, and this is cut again straight to point by Pope. So he's trying to score. He's hitting the ball reasonably well, but he's picking out the fielders.
Fred, if I can just expand on that point again, it's one thing for Virat Kohli to arrive a day before a test match. He's got the experience, but you can't send people like Shamar Thomas into a test match, having not bowled in England.
You mean Shamar Joseph?
Yeah.
Shamar Joseph.
Yeah.
Not O'Shane Thomas. You're getting your O'Shane Thomases and Shamar Josephs confused.
Joseph indeed bowls, and this is sweetly timed. But again, Pope is finding the fielders. The West Indies captain will be happy with the way he set his field at the moment, because every ball is finding a fielder. 1 ball left of the 36th over, then we'll have some social media messages from the wrangler on my left.
It's a mistake in preparation not to have a programme for Shamar Thomas leading up to this match. He was carrying the drinks in the World Cup. They didn't need him. It's not T20. He's just made a great test debut. He should have been playing county cricket.
Next ball is down the leg side, and there's either bat or pad. Either way, it's going down to fine leg. It is 4 runs, and that's the end of the over.
That's a beautiful shot.
A fine leg glance. What are people saying on the internet?
Quite a lot. Oren Welsh says West Indies need to win this match. Well, they're certainly not out of it. Holding their catches would help. Matthew Cullen, his message for you, Fred. Can you please stop interrupting David's podcast with the cricket commentary? It's very rude. Sandra Richardson says, that's good to hear, Walton. Nice to know. Walton had said that, Michael Walton, that is, had said he's heading to St Lucia for the T20 games in November. He's very excited. Matthew Cullen wants to know, where's Raheem Cornwall? Love a massive cricketer. Is he pretty much sort of sidelined these days, David?
Yes, there was a fitness concern about him.
Really?
And,
I think you can say that.
That's a bit harsh.
He's a heavy drinker. His time in the Surrey League was noted for his ability to drink flagons of ale.
This is the first ball of a new over from Alzari Jovis. It's short outside the off stump, and Brook should have left it, but he didn't. He waved the bat at it, but thankfully for him, didn't get an edge.
Well, he played some of his cricket just round the corner from me at Thames Ditton. And
exactly, that's where this used to happen. To drink a flagon.
A lot of heavy drinkers round there, Tony.
I don't think you're blaming me particularly, but there was a great picture of him doing a yard of ale that I recall.
No, but this is not the behaviour of a serious athlete.
I think we'd go along with that, which is why all of us are so trim and honed.
There has been cricketers who've managed to maintain a good first-class career as alongside heavy drinking, but again, it's not recommended. This is short outside the off stump, and it's cut into the ground and over the point fielder. Oh no, it's not into the ground. He's actually on the full. He's managed to get this to backward point for one of these.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you sexy thing, you.
Well,
I believe in miracles.
He's ramped that
You came out to bat
over the gully region, down to third man for 6. That was the ball he tried to pull in the last test match and got out to. So maybe he's decided to play the ball on the right side of the field. Again, it's this time he waves the bat at a fuller length ball outside the off stump. So he's followed up a beautifully timed 6 with just a waft. And he's always going to keep the bowlers interested.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good ball. It was just moved away a little bit, but Harry Brook wasn't sure whether to stick or twist, and the feet stuck. And
He
the bat
usually
twisted.
twists.
Yes.
He usually twists.
Like he did last summer.
Twist harder, as men with Ven would say, were he here. I hope you're doing well. If you're listening to us, Dave, you've been under the knife, as this next ball is full and straight and driven, and Alzari gets a hand on it, parries it to mid-off, where it's fielded. There is no run. Yes, David Brook. Sorry, go on, Dave.
Well, to conclude my point, there's a lot of difference in Virat Kohli arriving one day before a test series. But to have a bowler like Shamar Thomas, no experience of playing in English conditions, with no first-class cricket to play, carrying the drinks in the World Cup, it's poor preparation, and those are the mistakes that cost team's series. Should have been playing county cricket for Middlesex. They would have paid him nothing and he'd have still done it.
Well, they certainly have paid him nothing.
Yeah, next ball is short wide and outside the off stump, and Brook does leave this one rather than wave the bat at it. Yeah, I mean, it's not just a West Indies issue. I mean, England go on tours and they play very little cricket before the start of Test matches. Australia do. Lots of teams do it. There's huge pressures of timetable pressures for all countries, and we, as you say, we're just after this World T20 thing in the West Indies and the United States, as Alzari is into completely over short. This one's down the leg side. It might even be called a wide because it was, well, it would have been in a white ball game, but it isn't. The end of the 37th over, 194 for 3. Tony, what are people saying on Twitter?
Well,
and YouTube?
Rough Term 49 is saying West Indies have too many mercenaries who prioritise T20 over the Test team. Well, that's a
well, you can't blame them. That's
bit of
where
a
the money
refrain
is.
the world over. But I do agree. It seems to be, impact the West Indies more. Jay Grover's not a fan of Ollie Pope. He just says, "God, I hate Pope." Brian Barish says, "Good day, cricket nerds. Last night there was an MLC game on the local cable in DC, and one of my mutuals on here reached out to me to get me to explain the sport to her and one of her friends. Now they're both super into it. I love being that person." Well done you, Brian.
Well, in other matters related to the United States and Test cricket, Harry Brook's got an MLB sticker on his bat. I'm presuming he's being paid for that. The Shamar Joseph starts a new over wide outside the off stump, and Pope guides this to cover again with the classic lack of foot movement that seems to be a directive from the England dressing room. Whatever you do, do not get your front foot anywhere near the ball.
Which interestingly enough, most of the time was what Ben Duckett was doing quite brilliantly.
Yeah.
But Pope has struggled, and it's odd to say a man who's on 75 has struggled, but he has been dropped twice.
Yeah, and he's not timed the ball. And the same was true in the last Test match where he scored some runs, but didn't look himself. He faces up to Shamar Joseph again, and full ball is driven on the bounce to cover, no run.
But if you can guts your way as a number 3 to 56 at Lords and 75 not out here, I mean I'd say you're doing.
You take that every day of the week.
I think you would settle for that. Let's be honest.
I'd like to guts my way to 75 runs in a season.
Are you still in Brighton, by the way, David?
I'm in Brighton. Yes, that's right. I came down yesterday for the Sussex Martlets match, my first Sussex Martlets appearance. I was delighted to be presented with a cap with a famous wingless mythical bird on there, the martlet.
This next ball is full and outside the off stump, and Pope leaves, and De Silva takes. David, have you as yet made your international debut?
Yes, I have.
How did it go?
Oh yeah, I was keen to know that. I should have asked you.
It was an absolute thrill to represent Montenegro in the Polish Cricket Federation's Euro Cup.
It's a country close to your heart, as we all know. Anyone who knows you, well, it is now, after you heard of it 3 weeks ago.
Poland is close to my heart.
Well,
I don't think I didn't have a conversation with them while I was there.
As Joseph bowls again, this is a fuller, straighter ball, and Pope defends a genuine defensive shot, which we haven't seen very much of.
Yeah, no prospect at all of making their team. They were so good. They picked from 16 sides in Warsaw alone.
Wow.
All Indian except 2 gentlemen from Bangladesh. No Pakistanis, no Afghans. All strictly Indian. I said to one of them as a joke, I said, did you just miss out on an IPL contract? He said, yes.
And what about your Montenegrin teammates?
I won't say we wilted under the heat.
But you wilted.
We were chasing leather.
His next ball is wide outside the off stump. Pope doesn't even waft the bat.
So is there not going
to... Get him on a grass wicket, Tony, it would have been a different story. This was a piece of astro matting.
Yeah.
So is there not a statue of you in Podgorica?
No.
They don't know. So would that imply that you didn't take the hatful of wickets you were potentially hoping for?
Well, I took my first 2 international wickets.
Fantastic.
One against Poland.
Oh, well done.
One against Poland, one of the top players, and also one against Lithuania.
Shamar bowls full and straight, and Pope defends. So
I did it by bowling as slowly as I possibly could. There were logs, and the last one that got the guy out, he not only tried to hit it for 6, he tried to hit it for 12. Completely lost his shape, fell over, and then had to pick himself up and then hear the death rattle.
Oh,
Some
dear.
of the guys in my set said they thought it would never come down.
And they may have thought it wasn't going fast enough to knock the bails off, which is another issue with bowling lobs. That's the end of the over, Tony. Let's hear some
Well,
comments.
Michael Walton points out that Harry, as in Brook, Harry has played a bit of baseball. I've definitely seen some clips on YouTube. Yeah, Michael, I think I've seen those. You're absolutely right. He has had a go at it.
Yeah.
There was Harry H says Brook spent time. I think he's talking about Harry, not our David. Brook spent time with an MLB, Major League Baseball team, can't remember who, and they coached him up for a day as part of the London series. That's why. There you
Yep,
go.
that's right.
So
there was
we
some
hadn't
crossover.
imagined it.
As a change of bowling, this chap is coming into the attack.
Jason Holder.
Yeah, and the rest of the jingle just carries on doing that for quite a while, so I will take it down. Holder, whose figures so far, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 21. He was brought on very early after Seals' his first 2 overs went for loads to try and stem the flow, which he did for a bit. And he'll be bowling with 2 slips and a gully to Harry Brook, who's on 30 runs off 24 deliveries faced so far. Up comes Jason Holder, 6'8", huge man. Bowls outside the off stump, no great pace as you'd expect from Holder. And Brook doesn't play. 76 miles per hour, that one. Something's made Tony laugh.
Well, yeah, it was Jay Grover,
Oh.
who I can't remember.
You
what-
laugh?
No, I'm very much laughing with him, as he affectionately says, "That's not concluding your point, Dave. That's repeating your point for the third time."
Repeat that
Have
means
we
you
lost
said
David?
if
Where's
you
he gone?
repeat it for the third time,
We
that
seem to have
means
lost
you've said it
David.
4 times. Has he disappeared?
He seems to have disappeared on us.
Well,
we are due a change anyway at the end of this over, I should point that out.
Holder bowls full and straight, and this is carved into the offside, out to the sweeper. At last there is a sweeper who doesn't field cleanly and allows them to come back for a second run. I don't think Holder will be very chuffed with that bit of fielding from McCaskey, who's out there at deep point. 2 more runs to Brook, 32 to him, 196 for 3 England.
Which is worrying because David's on ball by ball next. With Messers and you, not Fred.
Marvellous.
Yeah, there you go. You've
David,
so
can
come
you
back-
hear us, David? Has anyone
Well,
got a Ouija board?
It might be he needs to log back in. Try it. Can you press the monitor button for a start, just to see if you can get the monitor back into life?
We'll do some on-air production in a minute. This ball comes back in from wider of the crease from Holder, and Brook leaves it and watches it goes slightly closer to his bat than he might have thought. What do you want me to do? Start
Just
this?
start the monitor. Yeah, and then hopefully that'll spring back into life.
Hopefully.
And then if David is trying to get in, we shall see him
scrabbling at the door.
Scrabbling at the door. No, the monitor's buggered again. Oh god, it's so frustrating.
Anyway,
decent little stand this though between these two.
the run rate's still over 5. Extraordinary for the first day of a test match. This is carved into the offside, a full ball, and Brook has a real go at it, but he picks out the cover fielder who is rubbing the ball on his trousers. You see what I did there when I didn't know his name? I just changed the whole nature of the sentence. It is Louis.
Mikael Louis, yes it is.
There's a number of people who look fairly similar in this West Indies team. Beards are sort of little beards are in vogue, aren't they?
Mikael Louis is definitely a more sort of
substantial,
Van Goghy, pointy,
full and straight again from Holder. And that's misfielded by Louis at cover, and he's given away 2 runs. And again, Holder will not be all that chuffed because that's sloppy fielding. It may have been on an old wicket, it may have taken an odd bounce, but bowlers expect a little bit better from their fielders in the ring.
Over 50 this partnership, which is pretty good.
Let's have a look at what happened to this bounce.
It did jump a little bit.
But he should have been behind it. Really, they don't teach the long barrier anymore, do they?
What, where you just get down on one knee and
it hits
say
something.
your leg is sort of to one side.
It catches you in the box if you're wearing one. The last ball of the 39th over, wide of the crease, Holder and bowls, and it's driven. And this time Louis makes sure he does get something. He gets both hands in front of it as it took a tricky bounce in front of him. Prevents any run. 198 for 3 of 39 overs.
Right, well, like I said, we are supposed to be having a change where David is on ball by ball. Messers has reappeared. What to do?
Do you want me to stay on for a bit and see if David re-emerges.
No, I can't do ball by ball unless you want it.
Well, why don't you carry? Oh, David is there. There we go. Just press admit, Fred. No, right. I'll do it for you, and then David can take over his role.
Okay, just to mention, Brown Barry says Brook trained with the St. Louis Cardinals, and over on YouTube, E. Hayer says Brook spent some time with Cardinals, and they coached him up for a day as part of the London series.
Right, the Cardinals played the Cubs at 2 games earlier this summer. Fiendishly expensive. Otherwise, I might have gone to one of them.
Well, expensive by London standards, because I mean, it's already expensive enough to go to anything in London. What sort of price are you talking?
I don't know what the cheapest tickets were, but I was seeing tickets sort of around the 150 quid mark, which is
that's a lot.
Yeah. And I watch a lot of baseball, so you know it might have been fun to go to. Anyway, David, are you back with us? Can you hear us?
He's still connecting to audio, according to Zoom.
Okay,
so
well, we are having a drinks break at the moment, so you're not missing any cricket, and I'm happy to sit here for a while and nurse David through his connection issues. Okay, let's run through what's happened.
It's a beautiful day in Nottingham, absolutely stunning. On my other screen, I have the British Open Golf Championship,
the Open.
Royal Troon on the Firth of Clyde.
It's called the Open.
Yes, and it's miserable, windy, drizzly, such Scottish weather.
In Scotland?
Yes, extraordinary.
I spent a week last summer in Scotland and had absolutely fantastic weather. Not all the time. It did rain at some point every day, but most of the time it was beautiful, blue skies. And I had an absolute whale of a time. I actually drove about 900 miles around the country in about 5 days and had a
how nice!
Had a terrific. So it's a great place to go.
I love Scotland. I was there in 2019 before the World Cup.
Ooh, yes,
and
I remember.
It was stunning. So it seems to me that West Indies could be in so much stronger a position if they were only able to hold their catches.
Well, they would be in a stronger position. I think David has rejoined us. David, can you hear me?
Yes, I have. Thank you for
excellent.
Your servant, Alan, and Fred, and you can see your experience there in the studio. West Indies bowling figures. They won't be pleased with the economy weight, but at least Shamar Joseph and Kevin Sinclair have kept the runs down to less than 4 and over. But once again, Alzari's conceding runs a bit too much. But look, it's also 3 wickets have gone. I think it's an excellent, well-balanced game at the moment. And we've got a couple of key sessions coming on. I can't think of anyone better to describe the action than you, Fred.
Well, it's your job, David.
Oh,
because
mine. Yes. I can think of someone better.
There's going to be a change of bowling, and I'm if I can find the jingle, I shall jingle up the person in question after his first delivery.
Here he comes, the mystery bowler, and that's played by mid-on to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'll give you a clue, he's an off-spinner.
Kevin Sinclair, bouncy here and there and everywhere. His morning antics are beyond compare. He is Kevin Sinclair.
Not the first choice spinner from West Indies. That's Moti, who was injured, felt ill last night. But Kevin Sinclair would have been itching to have a go because he's the next cab in the rank. He's really impressed in one-day cricket. One of the few players that's made the transition into the Test team to seem to regard people in boxes. That's played out to mid-wicket and there's no run. So Kevin Sinclair bowling is off breaks. Fred, you've got a long memory, as I have. David Holford, if I said that name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, that is a long memory required.
Yeah, Sinclair bowls, and that's pushed out by Hope to mid-wicket. There's no run. What I mean is David Holford in the successful West Indies side of the 60s batted 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And bowled off spin. He wasn't the front line off spinner. That, of course, was Lance Gibbs. But he was a very useful second spinner and a good enough batsman to justify being there. He is a Sinclair. Sinclair is very much like that.
Okay.
That plays down to mid on because he got there's 1 run there, 1 run to Pope. Because Sinclair got a 50 in his first Test match down under. That's not easy to do against the Australian team, I'm sure you know. So the guy can bat, but the most exciting thing about him, he's big pitch match temperament. He loves being a star. He's the one with the somersaults off. He takes a wicket. I'm sure you've seen it. He bowls this one. That's played with a bit more risk there by Pope. Just get a single, but it's a decent ball from Sinclair. But seemed to put a lot of purchase on there. 40 overs have gone. England have rocked along 5 and over. They're exactly 200 for 3.
Brian Barish, who is our go-to man whenever it comes to anything to do with US sport, says the Cubs and Cardinals played last year. The Phillies and Mets played this year.
That's absolutely yes.
Yeah. E.H. Harry says, in rugby, some British players go and play in the NFL to make more money. I wonder if there's a chance a county player might consider an MLB transition if the moolah calls.
It's very difficult. They're on the surface similar games, but they're played so differently that it's difficult to transfer skills.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
But interesting point you make about the spinner, Dave. Spinners are expected to hold a bat, whereas fast bowlers tend not to be. It was spinners, wicket keepers, and then spinners, and then fast bowlers. It's I don't know what it is. It's just unbridled prejudice. Wicket keepers have to be able to bat, and then spinners have to be able to bat.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy. You might like to call the Bear or the Bishop in to adjust the YouTube screen.
Outside the off stump there from new over from Holder, and that. He had to really reach for it, but Brook plays it down for a single. So it's 201 for 3. We're in the just 41st over. Hope is 76 not out. Great innings from him. And Brook is on 36. He's looked good at the crease. West Indies will be happy to have taken 3 wickets after putting England in today. Much as a result, I think, of lack of confidence in the West Indies top order than it was for ground conditions, because it's a really sunny day in Nottingham, Trent Bridge, whole house. Great day to be there, I'd say. Here's Holder coming into bowl now to Hope, and he quietens him down there by putting up one bang on the money, and that's going to be Jason Holder's role. A role he's performed admirably for Worcestershire this year, Fred, where he also got a double ton.
Well, he's no stranger to a double ton, as England will remember well. The Bear has thankfully recalibrated the camera angles, so all the people on air at the moment should be in full view.
Marvellous.
Thank you.
That's what we call value add. Holder bowls, and it's drilled out to mid-off. You're not seeing the cricket? No. Much rather look at like a shadowy version of myself.
3 old men.
And a relaxed version of Fred.
Yeah, you can't have everything in life. Value add, that's very marketing speak from you, David. Well, it's what I'd expect from you, let's be honest.
Thank you. Yeah. Spent my life deciphering it and explaining it to the great unloved.
Making stuff
Jason
up.
Holder. Erupting in. It's wide of the wicket. Again, that's a really good, well-directed ball. Jason Holder has the ability to dry up a team when he hits his rhythm, particularly does it in the 4th innings of a match. He's a very dangerous bowler. And, you could say key part of the 4-man attack. I was a bit disappointed, Fred, with the team selection, West Indies. I know Moti was feeling ill, but I've still got him on the pitch.
Well, it depends how ill he was. I mean, you don't want him throwing up on a length, do you? Well, you might do, actually, at this point.
No, it's necessary. Hope waits for Holder. That's a bit more full-pitched, but it's straight to the fielder, extra cover. And if I had a bigger screen, I'd tell you who it was. Not that it means very much.
We're going to go with Louis. I think it was Louis. The point about Holder is he's so tall. I mean, he's 6'8". The ball comes from such a height that he can bowl a slightly shorter length. And especially when he angles it in from wide of the crease, it's just difficult to get away when he gets it spot on. And, it can be very useful for the West Indies to have somebody bowling dry. He's not quick. He's never been quick. But it's a good angle.
Exactly. Heavy ball, bowls it dry. Fred, you reminded me there of the great Sir Everton Weeks.
In what way, David?
Sir Everton Weeks, in his latter years,
was older than me.
Got himself a decent reputation. It was a decent reputation as the analyst the comments man on the West Indies Test matches. And I remember listening to him once. It was absolutely classic. He didn't say very much. He just left things hanging in the air. On this occasion, he said, "Joe Garner is a very big man, and he delivers the ball from a great height."
It's true. Sometimes the obvious needs to be said.
Well, especially on radio.
I don't think I had a chance to hear the podcast with another of the big 3 W's, Clyde Walcott. Did you hear that one at lunchtime with his author, his biographer?
No, I didn't. He missed the ball there. The first ball was defended for Sinclair's new over.
Sinclair to bowl the second ball now. The first sweep attempted, it's paddle, and he's out. He's lost his wicket. That's a stroker of a dismissal. And Sinclair does the back flip, and then the front flip punches the air. Kevin Sinclair will have enjoyed that. He's been waiting for his chance in Test cricket. He's taken it with that. It was a hideous dismissal. Harry Brook treating this bowling with such contempt that he plays a T20 ordinary paddle shot and gets a top edge on it, and any one of the 4 batsmen fielders could have caught that. It really was injudicious paddle shot, and it's been taken by the short leg.
Yeah, not so sure about these celebrations, but again, that's not a good way for Brook to have got out. It's never a good way to get out, but if you're got out, then fine, but that's pretty poor.
I think it speaks of an arrogance. I think it speaks of taking West Indies for granted. That was an arrogant shot from, an arrogant player, distant cousin of mine. I've got no axe to grind, Fred. But honestly, that was a contemptible way to get out, and symptomatic of the way they regard a match against West Indies. And, we can just do any shot to this guy. No, you can't. And Sinclair, his celebrations there, fantastic. It was the back flip followed by the front flip, and and then the punch of the air. It's a joyful celebration. He's a great addition to the Test match team, and he's one of the great characters of West Indies cricket. He's already extremely well known on the CPL, very popular. He's got the gift of the gab as well. He's a very lively, enthusiastic about cricket character. And Kevin Sinclair, I'm really happy for him to get that wicket.
Well, the Olympic Games will be starting shortly. It would not have looked out of place on a large mat with possibly holding some ribbons, as we're going to have the England captain making his way to the middle. And let's play his jingle.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
The word that comes to mind for me, David, in relation to that shot from Pope was disappointing. He's a batter who has so much talent. It's not a shot that's necessary for him to play to score from, it seems to me.
Oh, Brook, you mean?
Brook, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pope has played a number of disappointing shots, but he's still in. As this
that's delivered the first ball from from Ben Stokes is played out quietly for no run. So
Sinclair is I don't know if he's a big turner of the ball, but he's bowling to a left-hander, which off spinners tend to like. He's coming round the wicket, and let's see what happens.
Coming round the wicket too now, and that's on his leg stump, doesn't turn appreciably. Stokes clips it comfortably down for a leisurely run single, and so we're seeing again the wicket of Harry Brook. The paddle sweep was attempted, but the ball went in front of the bat, not behind, square where it intended to go. And it was caught, well, only fourth, but players could have caught that, but the bowler could have got it. The silly mid off, the short leg ran to collect it and silly mid on. This next ball is another good ball from Sinclair that nearly gets Pope out because he plays misses outside the off stump, much quicker ball. Sinclair showing his variations here. I think people will enjoy his contributions to Test cricket. Sinclair bowls, and that's well fielded. No, it's through mid wicket, and there's cover from at the long on boundary. So wicket for Sinclair in his return here. He's now bowled one. I think his figures are 1 for 18. His first wicket in England, and well done to Kevin Sinclair.
So Michael Thompson says hello from Switzerland. Welcome, Michael. Lovely to have you on board. George McPherson says England's still not learning from the last test. This is embarrassing stuff. Brook continues to wait for his first ton on home soil. Carl Jacob very kindly says you all add some flavour to the cricket commentary. And Ben Chubb says, I'm not in Germany but in Switzerland. Would be interested in trying out Leah's coverage. Could you please let me know the feed address? So Leah, that's down to you.
I mean, for the person who said that it was embarrassing from England, just like the first test, they did win the first test by an innings in about 2 days in a session, so it wasn't all that embarrassing.
Here comes Holder, outside the off stump, no run. Pope leaves the ball. Carry on, Fred.
No, I mean, you know, in this game one can, you know, hyperbole is one of the tools of the game, but let's not get too carried away. It was a poor shot, poorly executed, but I wouldn't read too much more into that. I mean, the 4 wickets of England that have fallen today, 2 have been really good balls by the bowlers and 2 have been miscalculations by the batsmen. That often happens.
Holder bowls. That's nicely played off his legs by Pope. One of his trademark shots. Sorry, fans will have seen that so many times. How long before we have the Pope stand round about there at the Oval? 4 runs.
Yeah, that's seemingly the first one he's timed today, but he's into the 70s, so probably not.
But I'll tell you now, he won't get another one there this over. If Holder's got anything to do with it, you won't feed him there. It was just the line was misdirected. Here he is this time. That one is fuller, and on middle stump, there's no runs down to mid off. Yeah, Pope, I think he likes to go big when he gets a century. He could go big, could go up to 170, 180. Could be a match-winning innings. This,
let's not
but he
get
also
carried away.
Yeah, he also
Getting ahead of yourself, I think, Dave.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, but he also can give his wicket away round about this sort of time in the innings. He's one of those players.
Those are 2 of the very many options that might happen.
Holder, that's gone straight to mid-wicket.
Well, David, you said he's not going to get another one there this over, and then he got another one there that over. That was a full ball on leg stump, and actually Pope will be annoyed that he picked out the man of mid-wicket, because a yard either side of him, that would have been another boundary.
Well, it's 207 for 4 now with that wicket to fall of Harry Brook, and I think that's, in the context of the match, you'd say now it's pretty even. West Indies criticised this morning for putting England into bat, seen as a defensive decision. Holder bowls, that's beautiful shot by Pope, but it's gone straight to slap man against Sinclair at extra cover, who you'll see as soon as you see any of this series, you'll see if Sinclair's playing, he's the best batsman. He's the best fielder. You'll put him anywhere and you'll spot him straight away. Very good fielder, and that's a big plus point for his inclusion today, because Moti, that's not one of his greatest attributes.
I'm trying to think of spin bowlers who are top quality fielders. I'm struggling for the minute.
That's wide. It's slashed away by Pope. Is it safe? Yes. But
well, there's Jadeja.
Yep, there's Jadeja. Yeah, true. And all of the great spinners were not very good fielders. Well, Warren was a decent slip fielder.
Yeah,
not so great.
Not sure if you call Maxwell a spinner or not, but he's a pretty good fielder.
Yeah. He's put it this way: the spin is not the main part of his game. I wouldn't have said.
No.
Just trying to think of others. I'm struggling for the minute. Phil Tufnell wasn't known for his fielding, particularly. Well, he was, but not for the excellence of it. Let's put it that way.
Your nemesis, Fred Titmus, would you have put him out the covers?
No. I think, and if a captain would have suggested to him, I think he just would have probably refused to go. Not my nemesis. Why my nemesis?
It's the wrong word.
It was the wrong word, but it is a word. That's it.
Yeah, you supplied the right word that would have made that into a decent comment. Sinclair on a length, but it's just short of a length, and both was able to get on top of it and get 2 more runs.
1 run. Yeah, it brings Stoke onto strike. The left-hander, I think Sinclair will be happy about that. Coming round the wicket. Let's see if there is any turn in this wicket. I mean, there might be later in the game, but perhaps not in the second session of day 1.
So it's the England captain, Ben Stokes, who's come out. Bit of pressure on him. because he's not been scoring runs recently. I don't know whether you've noticed. Here's Sinclair. He bowls and that plays out, extra cover. Particular shortage of first innings runs. You know, in this type of situation where it's not a crisis, but it would be good to see Stokes get a 70 or 80 here, and he's been failing to do that, and that's brought the keeper in too early. Stokes to Sinclair. Sinclair gives that a decent rip, and Stokes plays it back to him. But yeah, the thing about Sinclair, he's capable of turning the ball prodigiously, and he mixes things up. Some would say a bit too much, but here he comes in now. Good lot of revs on that one. That's right on the money, and he's not giving Stokes any free runs here. So Stokes is still on 1, and he has been kept quiet at the moment by Sinclair. Stokes can't be the easiest batsman to bowl against. He's forward defensive there, and there was a bit of turn from Sinclair. He puts his hands in the air. So little examination here for Ben Stokes, who's been found wanting in India against the spin. All winter we've watched his difficulties, and he's been walking straight in and walking straight back out again, usually accompanied by an expression of shocked surprise, like he'd never seen a cricket ball do that in his life. Sinclair bowls. This one is driven straight back to him, so nice over by Sinclair, showing a lot of promise here. England 209 for 4.
Sandra Richardson says Ollie Pope is such a dangerous batsman. To be dropped twice is very tough for the bowling unit. Frank Rockefeller says get that run rate up. Cricket is like chess. Cornwall is a fine fielder. Yeah, he's a very good slipper. Frank Rockefeller said Benny always manned the boundaries for India, making himself useful. And Curtin Williams very kindly says very, very good commentary. Well, thank you, Curtin.
Who's he listening to?
Like that.
Which channel is he listening to? Let us know, please. That's not self-deprecating. I'm just having a go at David, actually. Change of bat for Ben Stokes. Somebody has come out with 3 possible replacement bats. That's about maybe $2.5 worth of bat. What does a top quality bat cost nowadays? About 800 quid, maybe more. Not that he pays for them.
Where are you living?
I think you've just broken your microphone there.
Hold the bowls, and that's extra lovely drive by Pope. He's found the gap, and that's 4 beautiful runs, taking him even closer to the land.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, well, it was a wide half volley.
Pope played a really sublime.
Well, it wasn't quite a half volley.
Best.
Yeah, but all timing. Finally, Pope is showing some timing. That's probably the kiss of death.
Yeah. Holder's most effective bowling performances are in the second innings, and I wonder why that is. There's no reason for that. Holder bowls, and this one's tucked away by Pope. It beats the man at mid-wicket. There's more runs here. The way he's timed it, will it be pulled in? Yes, it will. And well done there. And that is Alzari Joseph, the vice-captain, setting the example. 3 runs to Pope. He's now into the 90s. Would it be the nervous 90s for Pope? He clipped that one away nicely. We've been making some predictions for this series, Fred, on a podcast called Cricket Council. Have you caught that yet?
No, haven't managed to catch any of those. Sorry, Dave.
I'll post the link here. I'm talking this week to Vernon Springer, good friend of yours, Alan, the voice of Antigua, and a really great sports broadcaster. I'm sure you had the pleasure of meeting him.
In Antigua, yes, I believe I did. What's going on here?
And we've got a...
Holder's playing with his bails.
Boom, boom. Holder bowls outside the leg stump. It's Stokes now on strike, and he lets that one go. 216 for England. Yeah, it's sponsored by Rhino Bet, who are an up-and-coming betting company moving into cricket now in a big way.
Yeah, but they don't sponsor us, so we don't need to.
They might be interested, actually.
Okay.
So
your point
depends on your exchange with me now.
Your point about second innings bowling. I would imagine most bowlers have better figures in second innings than they do in first innings because the wickets are worse for batting on.
Holder bowls. Ben Stokes, the captain, plays that out to mid-off. I guess Jason Holder's a bowler who can exploit those conditions when the pitch is roughing up a bit.
Yeah.
He's just the man bowling the heavy ball just short of a length. But
and unfortunately,
sometimes, yeah,
wickets in the West Indies have deteriorated in the last 20 years, unrecognisable. If you would take a batsman, from anywhere in the world who played in the 1970s or 80s, and you put them on a West Indies wicket now, they would not recognise what was going on because it's a different sport.
Easily fixable. Holder bowls, and this one is left by Ben Stokes outside the off stump. So where there's a will, there's a way. We were talking earlier this morning about problems in West Indies administration, the lack of preparation for West Indies team, not giving them a chance of getting a victory in the first test because it had no cricket in English conditions. And then this is also an example of bad planning that we're talking about now. Fred, what was the point you were making?
Oh, I can't remember. It probably wasn't very important. We're going to have a changeover after this ball, a 3-person change.
And it's Jason Holder who bowls the last ball. It's left through for Ben Stokes. Yeah, do take a look at the podcast I've done on rhinobet.com, rhinobet.com. And I'm recording a few interviews, this time with Vernon Springer. I've also got Philo Wallace, the West Indies guy, lined up for the next match. But look, more entertaining than any of those, more experience on the field. It's the man without whom guerrilla cricket would be everyone's dream, but no reality. It's the Bear.
Right, thank you very much, David. That's an introduction.
It's a bit harsh. That's, I think, what's known as damned with faint praise or backhanded compliment. Reverse swept by Ollie Pope from Sinclair, who's got that wicket. Not the best ball he'll bowl, and a terrible shot. Throw comes in, they take two, and he will be back 92. So David said, is it going to be nervous? Well, he's got 2 towards his 100. He did get to the pitcher. Actually had to duck his head, and he actually played the reverse sweep.
I think it bounced a little bit more than he thought.
It bounced more than he thought. Would have taken him square on the badge of the helmet, as it were. That's full and defended. What I do like about Sinclair, Hector, is he gives it plenty of air, doesn't he?
Well, I think what he does do as well, he plays with his pace very well. So he just bowled 58 miles an hour, and then.
Well, he certainly does. He's going to come in past umpire Holdstock. We saw his trademark back flip as well. That kept low, was shot through, bit of a shooter or a slider, and played just in front of his off stump by Pope. But goodness me, he had to hurry because that definitely came through quicker than he thought.
Yeah, he goes up and down between the high 50s and the low 50s.
Slip and a forward short leg. That slapped away past cover. In fact, they should come back for 2 again. It's not going to make it to the boundary. Indeed, it is fielded on the cover boundary, so he'll move on to 94. And Ben Stokes, as we were chatting away about a little while ago, it's hardly a crisis, and he has been focusing on his bowling, but could do with a run or two, I think. That one swept nicely down to fine leg. Is there anybody there? I don't think there is. It's just to the right of that pavilion as we look at it. It's going to be 4 more for Ollie Pope and takes him on to 98. Don't vacate your station now, Bear. You may have a celebratory jingle to concern yourself with. That was certainly 4 there.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Right, so 2 needed for Pope, and he lofts this. He should just get a single. It's down to deep mid on. It means that at the end of the over he will keep the strike you would expect. Was that the last ball, Hector?
Yes,
it was the last ball. So Ollie Pope will keep the strike. He'll be on 99, Bear.
Ooh.
I was just trying to ramp up a little bit of suspense and enthusiasm. Who have we got?
I'm just trying to find out.
Okay, that would be also a good thing.
Have we had any tweets recently? People
has been dropped 3 times. 3 times, was it?
Twice. No,
twice.
Harry Brook was
Oh, yeah.
Twitter's gone dead in these last few months, hasn't it? But YouTube, fortunately, has
everybody's
taken off.
Heading to YouTube.
George McPherson says he's been following the domestic cricket, and I can tell you that they rarely get big totals. I presume that's West Indians. I don't know. The pitches tend to be slow in the Caribbean. Yeah, it must be.
Yeah.
Brian in Brisbane says Hector nearly blended in with the senior. He blended in with the senior gorillas there. Man. I'm talking about outfits, I guess. Yeah, you've got the cargo shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Doing all right.
Poor lad.
No, that's a big compliment.
But more of a lively colour, the blue on top. You know, it's not the usual grey shit that the rest of us wear.
That one catches
That's
Pope
gonna be-
high up on the thigh, and I
No,
think,
that's off the bat.
did he get that off the bat?
Yeah, I think he did.
Are you sure? It's gone for 4. There's a touch of gloves. I'm not sure. No, it's given us 4. I don't think. No one's celebrating. No one's
Oh.
raising. I think that's 4 leg buys.
I thought that went too quick to be leg buys, I have to say.
4 leg. We're gonna have. Well, this will definitively tell us.
No,
yeah,
no,
off his
it's
hip. Off his hip.
the pad.
Down to fine leg. It's 4 for England. They'll be happy about that. It's not 4 to Ollie Pope, who remains on 99. Good sharp ball though from Jaden Seals. Now, 229 for 4, 99 for Pope. 2 slips stand ready. This is pulled. It's pulled uppishly. I think he's pulled it all the way. I think he's gone. Did that go all the way for 6 over deep mid wicket? I think it may have done.
No.
Anyway, he's holding his helmet and his bat aloft in triumph. It was just 4, but it was just the 4 that got him from 99 to 103. It's his 6th Test 100 in 45 matches, but at his first versus the West Indies, he's had to ride his luck, Hector, but nonetheless,
Well,
gotta take your luck when it comes your way, right?
You can't knock 100, especially a Test match 100. He's batted very well in parts. Of course, he's had those 2 drop catches, but overall, he's had to dig in here. He's seen batsmen come and go, but a very nice innings from him. 103 off the 143 balls.
Well, a man who said he was struggling for rhythm before Lords. No, you don't. Well, you will do. You can do it. Hopefully, after this, is defended to Jaden Seals. Back to him by Pope. 103. Have you got a celebratory jingle or two?
10,
20,
30,
40,
50,
60,
70,
80.
90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Yeah, he said before Lords, I've been struggling with my bat with for rhythm with the bat in red ball cricket this season. I've been working hard, but things just haven't clicked. Certainly the early part of his innings looked a bit like that too, struggling, and he defends that very stoutly. Well, he was scratching a bit, wasn't he, at the beginning?
Almost even the shot that brought up the 100 sort of summarised it pretty well. I thought it was a pull shot for 4, but almost a bit half-hearted, sort of stopped through the shot. Didn't fully commit to it, but again,
yeah,
100 on a Test match stage.
Well, there's a warmest embrace between him and Ben Stokes in the middle. It's like a explosion in a ginger biscuit factory, but thoroughly deserved by Ollie Pope. And England, who have we got? Marcus Trescothick up there with the rest of the England players who aren't actually out there batting, are all up applauding Ollie Pope. And he's moved the score onto 233 for 4. Yeah, chaps, what do we think is going to be a good score? I mean, England, you'd think, would be desperately disappointed with anything that doesn't pass 450 odd, would be my starter for 10.
I'm thinking more about 400. I think they'll be happy with 400.
Well, Jaden Seals, been bowling well for Sussex. What can he do here? He's driven towards mid-on where it's fielded, and there will just be a single. Ollie Pope will move on to 104. And Ben Stokes, 1 off 11. Now, Ben Stokes' most recent batting figures don't make great reading. But the Bear, I suspect, will argue, yeah, well, they were in India, some of them. It's more how he's been getting himself out, more concerned. His last 5 Test innings, 4-2, 0-4 and 3, is not great, Bear. He's not really. Seems as though the more he's focused on his bowling.
4 of those were in India 5 months ago.
Well, okay, where Ollie Pope made 200, if you recall,
and then scored fuck all for the rest of the series.
Well, yes, as that one is ducked away from, as it's speared across Ben Stokes.
You're the worst of the media, Tony. You're trying to pick up stories where there are none.
Well, let me tell you how he's been out there. Let me tell you how he's been out. In the past 6 test innings, he's been in 3 of his past test innings. He's been bowled.
I seem
and
to
in
remember
his past 16 innings since his Lord's 150, he's been bowled 8 times. That means he's been bowled 50% of the deliveries he's faced since he made that 155 at
I
Lord's.
think he got bowled quite a lot in India, but I do seem to remember he got quite a lot of grubbers. He got some that he got some that literally didn't take off the ground and went along.
I can't win this argument, can
No,
I?
you can't. I just think nonsense.
It's an opinion.
It's an opinion. It's an opinion I don't agree with, Tony.
Well, you're entitled not to agree. I would say a score would do him a lot of good today. Let's put it that way. Around the wicket comes Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair, nicely played by Ollie Pope. It's going to be fielded on the deep cover boundary, though. They'll come back for 2.
I'd agree with that. I think all batsmen need scores, but it's not something I worry about with Ben Stokes, particularly.
You think the big one... somebody said this morning, I can't remember if it's Fred or David, it may have been you, Hector.
He only thrives when
he thrives when he's under the most pressure, and England are not doing so well.
Yes.
That one's defended the onside. But then, Bear, back at you, that was most of the situations in India. We were apart from the first one when we came from behind, the second one where we missed an opportunity to really get on top of it, and then after that it slid very rapidly downhill, didn't it?
Well, here's a man
you
may well
the offside. They take a single.
Get some opinions from on Saturday if we get to Saturday. Mr. Henderson has just been in touch. He says that was an ugly 100 on a good batting pitch against a very wayward attack, but I suppose any 100 is 100. Very true, Hendo. Very true.
Well, yeah, we are going to see the return of Hendo, which we are hugely looking forward to. That one's defended by Stokes back towards Sinclair. There's no run. Oh, there's his cartwheeling backflip of a celebration. Then I think he does a front flip as well for good measure at some point, doesn't he? No, he didn't. He stopped at the backflip. Round the wicket he comes. Onto the back foot goes Stokes, slaps to backward point. There is no run.
Well, if that is the case, you can't see Stokes scoring too many runs this summer with Sri Lanka coming up next. I can't see us being under the most pressure.
Well, I mean, I think, there we go, that's nicely just eased away, but it should have been fielded really by Kevin Sinclair, but he somehow let it slip through like a bar of soap, and they will take a single. It means Stokes will keep the strike, and we can ask the Bear for some updates, messages, or anything.
Well, George McPherson says the first ton from an Englishman this summer. Hopefully we can get some more in the remaining tests. Let's hope so. Well done, Ollie Pope, says Stephen Kilk. Pokey Bumfinger says, I think we'll be having a bowl today. Interesting. I'm not sure about that. Michael Walton says, I really hope Pope gets at least another 20. I get very frustrated when batters get themselves out within 10 minutes of getting their 100. I think we all do. And Padmab Swami just says Pope with a lot of emojis after it.
Celebratory ones, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like fireworks, I think.
Oh, brilliant.
All hail the soon to return Hendo, says
In
Brian
comes
Brisbane.
Seals. That's sweetly driven by Stokes, but straight to short extra cover. I think that is Mikhail Louis who did the fielding. There's no run.
I don't know how much of a permanent return it is, or is it just it's just a pop in out the blue from Hendo. Maybe he'll answer that question himself on Saturday.
I think we should let him answer it for himself. He's had a dodgy pack, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's got a dodgy everything though. It's Hendo.
Harsh. 2:38 for 4. Ollie Pope has battled his way to a ton. That's probably the big news at the moment. That's left alone outside of his off stump by England's captain. Taken by Josh De Silva. No run. I mean, Hector, 100 is 100 is 100. It's a fantastic achievement in a test match. I don't think the West Indies... It's been a little bit up and down, the bowling, but by and large they've clawed it back after a slightly wayward start, haven't they?
Yes, well, the Sinclair and Shamar Joseph partnership to dismiss Duckett and then reduce that run rate with the Root and Pope partnership did very well.
In comes Seals. That's driven away, half stopped at point by Shamar Joseph, and they will in fact... Well, they should have taken a single. I don't think they did.
No,
they didn't.
I think
They
it's
chose not to.
half stop.
Don't run on a misfield. how many times have we all been told that? And whilst I think they could have taken the single, they chose not to. There's a good lively stop actually by Shamar Joseph. Excellent dive to his left. No sign of whatever niggles and strains and cramps and whatever he was suffering from at Lord's. In comes Seals, sweetly driven straight again to that the man right at the heart of that offside ring at cover. And again, there is no run. There's a little frustration for Ben Stokes as he sort of nodded his head and grimaced and thought, can't let himself get too frustrated, because that's when you play a loose shot, Hector, isn't it? And out of desperation.
Well, what do you do if you're Craig Brathwaite here? Do you keep Seals on? He hasn't looked too dangerous, or do you bring on Alzari Joseph?
I'd be inclined to bring on Alzari Joseph. That's nicely played by Ben Stokes. That, in fact, is sweetly timed between point and cover for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is
And you know what was interesting about that, Hector? I think it's the one he made the least effort to play, and letting the ball do the work that got him the best reward.
Yeah, he just rocked back there into the crease and just guided the ball through that cover region, raced away to the boundary. See here, for me, Seals isn't in a total rhythm here, almost bowling, almost missing his...
Seals again. That's a rather ugly defensive shot on the walk by Ben Stokes.
Just missing his length a little bit too much. Of course you want to keep Sinclair on to Stokes, who struggled against Moti last test match, but then at the other, do you bring on someone like Joseph who might be able to rattle Stokes a little bit more?
Indeed. Was that the end of the over?
It was.
Sorry, I've got messages about rotors and all sorts of nonsense coming my way. Ben.
Kieran Roseblow says, I feel like a guerrilla professional. I've left Ireland's balmy shores to come to England for a couple of days, watching Sky Sports on mute with Gorilla doing the commentary. Cricketing bliss.
Oh, Kieran, where are you?
Yeah.
Whereabouts in the UK are you?
Maybe if you're in London, you could pop in.
Well, I was there. That's where I was going to. Feel
Stephen
free to
Cook,
if you wish.
that sounds lovely. You've never actually done the GC audio over video thing. Well, you should do. It is good.
Right, well, Kevin Sinclair, the back flip, front flip, cartwheeling off spinner, gives it plenty of flight again, and it's defended by England's centurion, Ollie Pope.
Does that work?
There's no wrong.
Do the timings match up with the Sky Sports?
No, you have
stream?
to pause Sky if you're on a satellite, or pause the audio stream if you're watching it on Sky Go.
That's
try and sync it up.
Dabbed down towards third man. They come back for 244 for nearly 50 overs at a shade under 5 and over, which I think is still pretty decent progress by most standards, but does represent a slowing down from the express pace that England set themselves off once they'd recovered from Crawley's early dismissal. That's pushed towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, this doesn't seem very Bazball at all, really, after Duckett. It's been there's been some attacking play at times. Brook was very attacking until he got himself out, I suppose.
That's a quicker one from Sinclair. Well, actually, no, it's not. Well, I suppose it is. 60,
no, not
56, not really. Maybe pushed through a little bit, though.
England will be looking to get 300 without losing another wicket and then push on from there, I thought.
Well, that's certainly the game plan. Defended by Pope. Again, out towards short mid wicket, no run.
With Jamie Smith to come, any totals reachable, especially on a wicket like this.
Well, he certainly was. He looked the real deal at Lord's. That 6 he pulled into, over onto the roof of the mound stand was something to behold. That's nicely cut by Ollie Pope, but fielded by, is that Jaden Seals down there at the deep cover boundary?
Louis, I think.
Oh, is it Mikel Louis? I think he's managed to somewhat almost detach himself from his trousers, which he's then having to tie up as he dived to stop that. Again, they look so much better, those shots, when you wait for the ball to come onto the bat rather than forcing at them. I know that's so easy to sit here and say, and so hard to do, but that's when you know that your timing is right. It's the end of that 50th over, and we can, well, we're having a quick look at Ollie Pope's various scores. Ireland is 205, of course, at Lord's last year, being the highest of them. He got the 196, didn't quite make it to 200 in Hyderabad. Bear.
Jay says no. Oh, sorry, Kieran says no. He's at his parents' house in the Black Country. He wishes he was in Gorilla Towns. He's even cracked a beer so he can become empathetic with the bear. Good lad.
That's what. The implication being you're the only one that drinks beer. I don't drink beer when I'm here because I bring the car. That's my restriction.
Curtin Williams says too much bad fielding. I wonder if West Indies knew about Stokes' lack of runs or form. They don't want to let him get strike. They want to let him get some form, basically. Which Leah agrees. She says, "Don't worry too much, Kieran. He's bound to tear a ligament."
In comes
a few overs of bowling.
Jaden Seals, who pushes this across Ben Stokes, who leaves quite happily, and De Silva tidies up, and there's no run. 246 for 4. Bowling from the Stuart Broad end is Jaden Seals. We saw the film this morning of Stuart Broad. Well, it was Stuart Broad, yes, with his dad, as they unveiled the plaque to officially name that end after him, which is not bad. Testament to his career with knots. Started at Leicestershire, of course. That's pulled down to deep backward square. They'll come back for 2. That's good running. Should take Stokes on to 8, I think. Yes, it does. 248 for 4. There is already a Larwood and Vose stand, isn't there, at Trent Bridge? I think next to the pavilion from memory.
Well,
so that's in pretty good company when it comes to England quick bowlers. Larwood, Vose and Broad.
Pretty good. Seals here with a rather conventional offside field, but I'm just trying to see if he's got a deep square in with that short ball. Fine leg is wide-ish.
And he comes again over the wicket. That's nicely worked off his legs by England's captain. They will take 1. They should at least come back for 2. They will. 49 runs this partnership off 55 balls. So one thing these two have done, oddly, is start to get the innings running at a more run-a-ball-y rate, isn't it?
It's still going on at 4.95, which in a test match is pretty fucking rollicking.
Well, it is. That's what we we were just saying. It's just relative to
it just seems
the way
slow.
things started. The 250's up as well for England. Halfway through the 51st over, in comes Seals. Swing and a miss down leg side. Well taken by Josh De Silva. I don't think he's done much wrong in Lords or so far today here.
No, he's kept well. It's just what he can do with a bat that's been a slightly disappointing start to the series. Of course, he scored that 100 not out way back in 2022, I think it was, to win the series against
New Zealand, was it?
No, against England.
Oh, against England. Oh, well, there you go. Oh, yes, of course. Yes. Absolutely.
That was when Jono went mental.
So he can bat.
It was indeed where Jono celebrated for his mate. That's a terrific shorter ball from Seals, and Stokes was alive and alert enough to just edge himself out the way, but it was a good ball, a well-directed bouncer. It would not have missed his head by much had he not edged it out the way. Still 250 for 4. We've got 2 slips alongside Jason Holder. Beautiful looking ground is Trent Bridge, which is nicely packed, which is very good to report. Onto the toes on the back foot goes Stokes, muscles this towards mid-wicket, and again he will keep the strike. He'll move on to 11. Pope on 111. It's all the ones as far as the runs for England are concerned. 111 Pope, 1-1 Stokes, 251 for 4. End of 51, Bear.
Well, Stephen Kelp's enjoying a nice glass of red wine whilst listening. Blessings.
Oh, what is it, Stephen? Give us a rundown of which particular wine you're enjoying. I hope it's a Ricky Ponting wine, but you'd be forgiven if it wasn't.
And then it looks like Bob Bob Club is going to link up with Leah this evening for something.
I think
is it their German commentary?
Yes, I believe it is. 51 overs are completed here. It's been an interesting day. A wicket in the first over. Some superb 1-2-3 and the third one from Alzari Joseph took the edge. It was Crawley's back foot cut to the man at deep cover boundary. They'll just take a single. Stokes moves on to 12. Since then, a big stand between Pope and Duckett, who was magnificent.
He blasted along.
Raced his way along with some gorgeous cricket shots, it must be said. That's nicely defended by Pope. Back to Sinclair. Root was a disappointment. Played a shocker of a shot.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was he will be rightly disappointed in. That's nicely worked off his legs by Pope. Down to deep backward square. They take a single. A horrible shot too from Harry Brook. Was that the one that Sinclair, off Sinclair when he was?
Yeah.
Not quite sure what he was attempting to do.
He was attempting a little ramp down the leg side, wasn't he? And he got a toe end.
Daft.
Got caught in front of square.
Daft shot. But that means that then we now have the red-headed duo of England's captain and Ollie Pope. Another single taken down to that man at long off.
If he'd got away with that shot, we'd have said that was a lovely shot, though.
I'm with David a little bit.
He didn't try and hit it, though. He tried to ramp it, but he just got there a bit early and got the toe end.
It's the second daft shot that's got him out, because he similar daft shot at Lords. Not similar shot, but similarly daft. This one's steered to backward point. They take a single.
He'll learn. He's a very talented batsman. He'll learn that if he wants to get big runs, he should occasionally put away the daft shots.
No doubt about that. It's going to be the last ball of this Sinclair over. He does have that prize Harry Brook wicket. And that, well, is defended rather late by Stokes and into the onside. It's the end of the 52nd. It's 2:55 for 4, Bear.
This gig is tiring.
Well, sorry, we're keeping you up.
That talk between Leah and Bob Chubb. Stephen Kelk, one of these quality Merlots that generate change for you when you buy it with a £5.
Generate change for you? What, from sober to pissed?
Yeah, no, change as in you get money. He said, it's red.
I've drunk plenty of red wines that generate change in me.
Yes. There are plenty of red wines that do that indeed. Does Tony approve, he asks. Yes.
Well, I don't hold. Or is it sideways?
Yeah,
where
that's
they
the point.
dissed
You're
Merlot,
supposed
but I've got nothing wrong with Merlot.
You're supposed to be bringing in our Ponting's red wines.
Yeah, before they disappear. And
exactly.
Like, really
the thing is, you keep saying it, and the time gets longer, and I wonder how many they're disappearing
well,
by
just
every
listen,
week.
Mate. I became a Patreon this week. You may or may not have noticed.
No, I didn't notice.
Well, there you are then. Probably out of guilt if I end up bringing in 2 rather sorry remaining bottles of Ricky's wine when I was supposed to have about 15 of them. Shamar Joseph over the wicket into Pope, who defends nicely and get a single actually. Nothing more than just a little nudge into the onside.
Well, the West Indies would love one of these two to be in the shed come tea. I imagine this will be the last over, maybe one more after this. The deep square and the wide-ish fine leg out for Ollie Pope, so you can see what they'll be trying to do, try and entice him into one of the big pull shots before tea.
Very good
but
indeed.
But he's got a strike first ball, so
well, that's true.
Will they do it for Stokes?
They might well do.
I imagine they would.
He's a bit of a happy hooker.
It's a gentle breeze fluttering across.
Lovely day though.
Trent Bridge, just looking at those flags. Shamar Joe's edged, drops short of the man at wide 4th or 5th slip really. There are 2 close slips and then there's a couple of gaps, so it's sort of where 4th slip would be, I think. Let's have a look. Just how far in front of him did it bounce? Will we tell? Oh, a long way short. Soft hands saved him, I think.
Yeah, he rather pushed at that.
2:56 for 4. That run rate still hovering around 4.9. And I think this has been an altogether more effective performance, shall we say, from Shamar Joseph, although with that he's been whipped away down to fine leg. It should only be the single.
Yeah, he looked properly slippery earlier, I thought, and
Yeah.
pace-wise, but he seems to, the longer the day goes on.
Because he looked out of sorts at Lords, didn't he, Hector? Sort of almost under-prepared, which wouldn't be surprising.
He did, yeah. Well, not a lot of Red Bull under his belt this year. Just missing at Lords. He was just struggling with his pace, but also his line was very much off. As you see him now, he's stretching on our screen. Seems to be nursing a niggle. Seems in a bit of discomfort. Speaking to the umpire now, that could this be from his injury at Lords?
Yeah, Rod Tucker is the man who's checking all is well, which it doesn't seem to be. We didn't see anything untoward happen as he bowled. What's up? Is that one of the ones that Fred's been screwing and unscrewing? Sure it's not the bit of sticky tape that's holding it together at the bottom there? No, it's not. It's like a little cup thing. There is going to be a bit of a delay. The West Indies physio is on, and this is really rather... We were just saying how much better or livelier Shamar Joseph had looked. He seemed to have got himself into much more of a rhythm. But the second we did, he's looking in a spot of bother, isn't he?
Well, I mean, if it is genuinely cramp, if he's getting cramped this often, there's got to be something they can do with him nutrient-wise, surely, isn't there? I mean, it's generally...
It's normally salt, isn't it? Salty water. There's plenty of salted water.
Yeah, and glucose and shit. But,
Yeah.
I mean, if he's getting through it that quick, you've got to wonder what his body's doing.
Well, this is what I don't understand with the selection. Why would you pick him if there was a danger of his injury from Lords carrying over into this match, when you could pick a fit and a in-form Louis or Jeremiah Louis?
Yeah.
He's walking off now.
Well, he is, and it is the hamstring that's causing him pain. He is feeling... Well, he's feeling just about everything on his legs. He's got his gold chain between his teeth. And although he seems to be feeling his calves, both of them, and he's stretching that left leg of his, every so often he also runs his hand down the back of his hamstring. So that seems to me like it could be a combination of almost anything. It doesn't. You can't pinpoint. There could be three things potentially going on there.
It's hard to tell here. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, seems to be marking his run up to finish the over off for him. 3 balls remaining.
That'll be interesting. What does Craig Brathwaite bowl?
I think he bowled some off breaks a lot, because he did the same thing for Joseph in the Lord's Test, and I think he bowled off breaks.
Yes, he does. He did, and he does. He bowls right arm off breaks. Can't see too. I didn't make any real notes about his bowling figures, which might suggest there isn't much to discuss. Let's have a look. He's got 1 wicket in Test cricket. He took 1 for 59 at the Kensington Oval in 2022 against England. I think it may have been Stokes he got then, actually. I'll just double check that for you. That's dabbed to deep backward point. It was... Yeah, he got Ben Stokes caught at the Oval in 2022.
Coming round the
a single.
Bowling some decent 56 miles an hour. Not bad pace.
Well, if he could repeat the performance from the Oval and take the England captain, now's his chance to do it. He wasn't the England captain then, of course. Or was he? No, he wasn't. That's away into the onside.
Just angled in.
That would be the Kensington Oval I'm talking about, not the Kennington Oval, wouldn't it? Of course, because 2022, early 22 was the end of the old era before the start of the Bazball era. That's pushed down to long off. They'll take a single. Ollie Pope still going strong on 115. Ben Stokes on 15. It's the end of the Brathwaite over that started as the Shamar Joseph over, and that I think should surely be tea. Yup. The fingers of Adrian Holdstock have just flicked off the bails. It's 53 overs completed. This session we've had 27 overs, 125 runs, the 2 wickets to fall. Best part of 14 overs, so the introduction of Sinclair has moved things along. But well, they may have lost the 2 wickets, but I don't think, Hector, England will be overly troubled. They'll think the game plan is just about going the way they want it to, don't you think?
Well, I think another session won by England today. Ollie Pope carrying his bat throughout the session. He's looking a lot more settled. He'll be feeling confident going into tea. Ben Stokes showing signs, a couple nice shots in there. Obviously going quite slowly, but yes, England very much on top going into tea.
And Bear, it's the 2 Yorkshire boys who are going to have to look at themselves and think about the shots they played, because but for those it would have been looking a lot better for England, wouldn't it?
Aye, it would do, but you know that's what happens in a Test match innings, isn't it? I mean, Pope's got 115. A couple of people are going to fail. You wouldn't expect Root to fail, but he has. Brook, you'd have liked to see go on. He was batting really nicely, but a bit cocky.
But
again.
then cocky or arrogant, as David B would have had it. But there it is. We have reached tea on the first day at Trent Bridge with England on 259 for 4 of 53 overs. We will take our tea break. Any last messages though, Bear?
No.
Brian Barish conceded. Oh no.
Oh no. Well, no. Kieran Roseberry said, "Did you bid on the Ireland Test in the end?" No, he didn't. He's off to Wales for a week after a couple of days at the parents, so I'll miss the Ireland Test unless it's a gorilla-fied. No,
it clashes with the 3rd Test in this series. That's our problem.
Not only that, I'm on holiday and you're on holiday.
Well, I'm having a few days in Scotland. It's not my main holiday. That's not till September. But yes, we break down in communication. I think we literally organised our very respective trips on the same day at the same time.
Yeah.
And didn't think to ask each other how that would work.
Well, no,
but there we go.
I thought the series might have finished by then, to be honest, but I didn't check the dates. Stupidly.
Well, that was. At least I knew it. I did it knowingly.
Oh, I didn't do it knowingly.
Anyway, there we go. I think it is definitely tea time for us. What have we got lined up for?
We're going to try and get to the end of this podcast, which you never get to the end of because I always restart it for lunch and at tea. You never quite get to the end, but so hopefully
it's the endless podcast.
It's the endless podcast. So here you go. Enjoy.
One you would never guess. Even though my childhood heroes were Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, I opened the batting in league cricket, but I'm a much more relatively limited player than those two. I identify with someone like Kepler Wessels, with Brook, and I loved the way that he wasn't the greatest batsman of all time. He was a damn good batsman, really good at Sussex in the 70s, and actually limited his own stroke play as he got older, purely because he didn't want to be a flashy kind of player. He wanted to get the job done, whether he broke a finger, was playing with a bruised knee or damaged hand or whatever. He went out there, he liked to look like a proper leader of men, wanted to lead from the front, whether it was for Australia against the West Indies, whether it was for South Africa when they were new to the, after re-entering international cricket, whether it was a coach. I just loved the spirit that Kepler Wessels played the game with. So he'd probably be my unlikely favourite.
Wow, that's pretty good. Well, I'd back you up with Brian Close. And I think, Bear, you've already kind of gone for an Aussie.
Oh, yeah. Well,
on?
Well, I just thought that Steve Waugh was... throughout that period where they battered us the whole time. I remember once I met him at some awards in Berlin. He still had that steely, gritty Australian thing, no nonsense, and I just admired the way that he led that Australian team and the fact that he was so bloody minded and he was all about winning and he was all about, just grinding the opposition down and he didn't care. And I kind of really appreciated that about him, even though he was a bloody Australian and they kept beating us. But
what's fascinating about him though is that I wouldn't disagree with him being the ultimate hard man. That's it. That's your opinion, and I certainly think it's a fair call. But what's interesting about him is that he's what, about 5'9", quite wide.
Yeah.
If you didn't know him, the average man in the street would look at him and not feel threatened by him. But when you know the way he played the game, the courage he showed in the game, with the grit and determination, the way he batted, the way
And
he just looked at you, he exuded like a coolness, an unflappability. You know, he's a real sort of interesting.
Yeah, and I remember when he first. I remember when I first saw him play for Australia. He was touted as a genuine all-rounder in much the same way that Steve Smith was. Actually, he was kind of medium-paced bowler who then basically stopped bowling. Seemed to be quite a limited batsman. I seem to remember when he first started. He wasn't exactly. He didn't look. He wasn't technically beautiful like some great batsmen you see, but with that limited. Way he played the game, he just became one of the all-time greats behind the crease as well. In a similar way, I saw you got Graham Smith in there. I mean, he's another one. He's, he had about 2 shots.
A good batsman, really.
In much the same way that Alistair Cook was basically defend or hit it through the covers or clip it off his legs. He was very, very similar in that respect.
He's not someone you'd say to your son, let's go and watch Alistair Graham Smith today and look at a beautiful batsmanship.
No.
But if you want to show your son getting the job done, determination, grit, then let's go and watch Graham Smith.
Although I never forgive Graham Smith for the no ball, the hand on the wickets thing when he was out to Stephen Finn. That kind of screwed Stephen Finn's career up as well, I think, a little bit. When he was, complained and ended up staying in the crease after being caught in the slips and Finney had knocked the bails off the bowler's end. I thought that was all a bit tawdry, but there you go.
Who would make? It's a joyous read for me because it's a generation mostly. I don't go back as far as perhaps the very Douglas Jardine, but obviously history I do know. But many of them are that generation who were facing the likes of Donald, and then if you work back the West Indian team, and then if you work back a bit more, you get Lily Thompson, and then before that Paula Griffiths. I don't quite go back to them. They were bowling at Brian Close, but I was only 2 at the time when they were. But of modern players, you have Adam Hollioake, of course, which is a really interesting story as a cage fighter. But who from currently playing players would make it in there? I guess there's one very obvious example. England Test captain.
Yeah, Ben Stokes would definitely come into the equation because of the way he plays through his knee pain. I think Andrew Flintoff, recently retired player as well. I remember a couple of spells, especially against the Aussies. I think it was 2009, where he ran in and bowled really quickly, even though we all knew he was struggling with his knee. Maybe what let him down a little bit, he found him a little bit unreliable as a cricketer. I thought he had a lot more ability.
Freddie, is it?
Showed, yeah.
But again, you've got that mix, that cocktail that includes injury adversity,
definitely
iconic games against a really, really tough opponent.
But definitely had the mongrel spirit and the ability to bowl through injury. Talk about other players that just missed the cut. Ryan Harris was another one, actually. Retired, who had really bad knees, and I just felt that a real tough character, just came running in. A very underrated bowler, I thought. The fact that he doesn't get the credit he deserves is probably only down to he didn't play enough games. But when we spoke about that, I think it was 2013-14 Ashes that we lost, when Mitchell Johnson took all the plaudits. I thought Ryan Harris bowled as well as anyone in that series.
Well, I've got one more to throw at you, which hopefully the Bear will endorse, because you've got Jardine in there for playing cricket in a certain way for a certain reason. Clive Lloyd, he has to be mentally tough because he's had to drive around cricket grounds in the back of Bear's car. Anybody who survives that gets my vote for mental toughness. But as a captain, he really fashioned that West Indies side that became so fearsome, of with Viv Richards was a part and then went on to be captain. Did he and yet he doesn't feature. Is there a reason he didn't make the cut?
I personally don't think he's an obvious example, because whereas England back in Jardine's day were getting pummeled by Bradman. I know Australia had that one series, West Indies had that one series where they were beaten heavily in Australia, but that wasn't really a repetitive theme. We still had a pretty decent team. I think it was more cricket nous about, remember when India scored 406, didn't they? Against the West Indies in 76. And he thought, I'm not messing around with these spinners anymore. I'm gonna bring the quick guys into my team. And so I thought that was more about cricket intellect than sort of hard man spirit. I'm not saying he wasn't hard, because he obviously had a lot of success in the game over a long period. But he must have had a certain amount of toughness. I guess his biggest example of toughness would be the mongrel spirit, where he doesn't mind his 4 fast bowlers bouncing the shit out of the opposition batsmen. Yeah. Hours every day, you need a certain type of mongrel spirit to inflict that on the opposition.
No, it's never taking a backward step. I agree with that. Did you see the Faf du Plessis body check on Shashank in the IPL by any chance?
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it. But again, that comes down to our earlier chats, like the Michael Clark examples. I don't like all that stuff. That doesn't strike me as being hard. That's
where we ended up on it as well.
Yeah.
Well, I got to be honest.
I don't know if it's intentional or an accident. I haven't seen it, but
I don't think it was intentional.
These kind of things, that's not hard in any way, in my book.
It's a split-second thing. I go along with that. Well, look, we've been chatting about cricket's hard men. Richard at the bar drinking his Banks's ale and telling us there's 22, and you'll find the whole list of those in the notes with this podcast. Shall we come on, Bear, just and touch another couple of things in the news this week? I suppose we can't not mention Jimmy. I know it's not on the agenda, but he wasn't in the news at the point at which I sent you the rough discussion point. Has he made the right? Was he slightly pushed, and has he made the right call with Lords? I guess let's come down to that.
Well, I can imagine there being an adult conversation between Jimmy and maybe Stokesy or Rob Key or Brendan McCullum. Between those guys, I imagine a common sense decision has been made. I read a quote from Jimmy about he wondered whether he could go to Australia in 18 months and still be a threat, and he said possibly not, and I think maybe that made his mind up for him. He's got to 700 wickets now. It's difficult to see another fast bowler beat that anytime soon. Maybe Nathan Lyon will go, but in terms of fast bowlers, I don't think anyone's going to go past that. Will he be really motivated to go past Warney's 708? I don't see why he would.
Really?
I don't know why you would really be desperate to go over Warney. What's the difference between being third or second? You're not going to catch Murali. Warney's one of the greatest anyway. He's a spin bowler. He's already the greatest fast bowler in terms of Test match wickets. I don't see why he's got to prove statistically. I think he's done that. I think it's all about where he goes from here now, and I think the series that we've got coming up, the next one that will really get his juices flowing is the overseas Ashes, and I think he's been honest with himself and just thought, you know what, that's probably a year too long for me, and I think he's probably made the right decision. And I imagine that, like I said, it's been a coming together of minds. I don't think anyone's pushed him. I don't think he's the type of player you'd want to push, but maybe you would help him come to the right decision, which seems to have been the case.
What about the selection of Lords for his last game rather than Old Trafford?
I guess that was where it all started from, wasn't it, Lords? And to double the capacity almost, so it makes sense. So yeah, I haven't got a problem with that. I think he'll get a big send off there, and the one that he deserves.
Yeah, see, I was. You say that about Warner, and I thought if he was, 30, 40 or what, I thought maybe, then it wouldn't have been in his mind. But it seems to me that if he was going to play one last summer or attempt one last summer, he might just think in the back of his mind. I mean, I would, if it was me, I'd be going, well, I could just get 9 more wickets, hang my boots up. I've got 6 tests potentially. Whether he's good enough to be in the side anymore, I mean, it does seem that maybe there was a bit of unluckiness last year in the Ashes, and not so much in India. I mean, I thought he bowled really well at the start of the Indian tour, but he did look sort of tired and a bit over the hill by the end of the series. It was a long, hard series, sort of away from home. I just thought that he might just want to just get past that, and I thought he might play one of exactly that. When I looked at the test and thought, oh, so he's going to retire after the first test of the English summer. It just seemed a bit weird. I thought, why not play the first series and then retire after the first series, or exactly that, go to Old Trafford or something like that. It just seemed a bit weird to just play one test. Why not now then just say, well, sod it, I'm retired. I guess he wants to be sent off on the field.
I think probably Jimmy would agree. He's not a selfish cricketer, a team man, and I don't think he'd want to stay on just for selfish reasons of going past Warney or playing one more series. I think as soon as he's recognised that the time's right to bow out, I just think he deserves that sort of farewell match, just like Broad.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So I think it's the right decision.
It'd be hard pushed to stage manage it in quite the manner that Stuart Broad did, but you never know. It is last orders, and the last subject that we had to sort of natter about is actually quite a big one. So let's see if we can trim it down to be reasonably quick. This Friday was due to be in the announcement by the counties on whether they were or were not opening up to external investment into the game. The famous 49% of ownership of the 100 franchises. I'm not sure if they came to a decision, have they? I've not seen it if they have. Where do you stand on that, Richard? Do you think it's a huge opportunity, or do you think it ultimately risks the unbundling of the game structure as we know it?
I think there's a few things to consider. When you look at the IPL, obviously it's a huge money spinner for the BCCI. They sold off all their franchises, not permanently, but for certain year segments. They've made a lot of money out of that. It continues to thrive in terms of the success, the watchability, the money it makes. And then you look at the Big Bash, which, well, nothing compares to the IPL, so it's hard to compare it, but Cricket Australia retains ownership of all those Big Bash teams. They haven't sold off the franchises, and I would love to be part of a debate between Cricket Australia chiefs and Indian board chiefs and just hear the pros and cons about keeping ownership or selling off ownership. But I don't really have a problem with the ECB selling the stakes of the 100, but ultimately you can make as much money in the world, but it still doesn't equate to a successful England team or successful county cricketers, does it? It's about how you spend the money, and even then, I think our schedule has been badly mismanaged over the last few years. So you can have all the money in the world, but if your schedule's still wrong and you're playing white ball cricket predominantly from May to August, how's that going to produce quality test cricketers? So with all the money in the world, until you get that schedule right and you don't have an over-reliance on white ball cricket,
Yep, we're back. That old debate.
We're back after tea on the first day of the second test match between England and the West Indies from Trent Bridge in Nottingham in the... is it the north of England or the Midlands?
It's the Midlands!
It's north of the Trent. I'm calling it the north. And we have the A-team back on commentary after tea. Also, Messi Jez is here as well. Hello, Messi, from the other side of the world. In that great city of Perth that I've never been to, and let's be honest, have absolutely no interest in going to. And on my right,
fair enough,
manning the decks, and also at the same time pouring himself a cold beer, is the Bear. First ball after tea, as Ben Stokes facing up to the right-handed bowling of is that Alzari? No, it's Jaden Seals. And it's driven up to mid-off, no run. 200.
No, that's Alzari Joseph.
That's Alzari Joseph. 259 for 4
Are England having been put in by the West Indies this morning? 4 wickets have gone, all catches, 2 of them certainly down to the bowlers, 2 of them probably down to the batsmen, I think it's fair to say, as I'll just seeing through a cloud of smoke as Al-Sari comes in and bowls to Stokes, who thrashes through the offside, past the point. There is no sweeper out there, so it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's good smoke though, Fred.
Good smoke?
Yeah.
Okay, I was worried that one of your many screens, I was going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 screens open in front of me. I thought one of them might be on fire, but no. No, it's
that's a coincidence. It's exactly the number I've got open.
And in those screens, they have multiple screens in them. So, I mean, there's a lot more if you added up all the various bits of tech we have here. 263 for 4. Al-Zari is taking a bit of tap today. He's in his 11th over and he's already gone for 65 runs. But he does have a wicket as he bowls to Stokes now. And it's pushed across the left-handed batsman. Stokes doesn't play a shot and De Silva takes. Haven't mentioned De Silva much today. A few balls have gone past the outside edge, but nothing has been edged. Oh, I think Ollie Pope did an under edge, which was not really close to the keeper. But the 2 slip catches that have been taken, another 2 put down, and 2, well, quite ordinary shots from Root and Brook, the Yorkshire contingent, to get out. But those are the 4 wickets that have fallen today, as this is short and on the hip of Stoke, and he swivel pulls this and times it sweetly. He's come out on a mission after tea and he's picked up another boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
As we head towards the end of the day, we will see who is in line for a possible jackpot win on our GPL competition.
Ooh. Well, the scores vary between what we got 287 up to 393.
Right, so a good spread. And how many entries?
7.
287 is looking unlikely, as the next ball is a slightly tentative chop from Stokes to a ball outside his off stump, which he misses, but that wasn't too far from the edge.
I suspect they'll all be too low, to be honest.
You think there's going to be 400 in the day?
Yeah, I think so.
That noise you're hearing is
150 minutes play. Yeah.
Well, 54 overs will be complete after this delivery, which means there should be another 46, which there aren't going to be. There never is. As Al-Zari finishes his over with a full ball out to the off stump, and Stoke defends 267 for 4.
Your maths is as bad as Bears.
Yeah.
36, but there won't be 36.
No,
I'd say probably 33, maybe. We're lucky.
I think that's
so
optimistic.
It's very quiet on the socials at the moment. I was looking more at minutes. I mean, they've scored 267 in
4 hours.
60 odd in 4 hours. They've got 2.5 hours left. I reckon at least 150 more.
Well, I mean, that's a reasonable shout. Although if wickets do fall, that that can temper the run rate. Sinclair will be opening the attack after tea. He picked up a wicket when Brook tried to sweep him or ramp him over fine leg, got a toe end of the bat, and the ball just lobbed up into the air, and it was a simple catch, followed by an exhibition of gymnastics from the bowler. But he'll be bowling now to Ollie Pope, who has 115 and didn't start off, I think it's fair to say, he didn't look like he was in the best of nick, but
no,
unsurprisingly he's got better the longer he's been out there.
Maybe he's battered himself into some sort of form.
You can play yourself into form. Let's see what Sinclair does. Right arm off spin, and this is shovelled up to wide, long on by Pope for a single.
It's a good time to try and put the oppo under a bit of cosh, isn't it? Straight after a break.
Where do they need to?
Don't let. Well, no, not
batting
really.
for 2 days also puts people under a cosh. England
But away, but you can kind of burgle 50 runs quite quickly.
camera's fixing on somebody in a Nottinghamshire t-shirt. I don't know who that was. Was he somebody significant? No idea. Stokes faces up to Sinclair. He comes on the front foot and nudges this into the offside past a diving short extra cover. Another single. Stokes now has 24.
I mean, you've got to think England are looking at 400 here today, aren't they? Easy.
Sinclair bowls and Pope again just milking the singles here, maybe two.
And that's going to be
pushed
a 4,
wide
isn't
of. Oh, it is. He's timed it much sweeter than I thought.
Wow.
It didn't
Outfield
go
quick.
very quickly, but it was placed to perfection. And it's going to be a boundary.
That was just a nicely timed shot.
Yeah, he didn't look to hit it too hard. He just placed it. And whereas previously he was hitting the ball hard and it was going straight to the fielders, now he's hitting it softer and he's finding the gaps, which is a better long-term strategy from the Bishop of Rome. And that was the 41st boundary of the innings as Sinclair is in again and Pope goes back and cuts a shorter ball into the ground and then into the hands of short extra cover. No run. Keeper standing up is wearing a helmet. Do all keepers do that nowadays? Isn't that a must?
There certainly is at club level, I think.
Sinclair bowls again, and this is a rather ungainly shovel for a ball outside the off stump.
And I think there have been a couple of Keyswetter was put out of the game by bail to the eye. Boucher was put out by a bail to the eye.
Paul Downton
finished
his career.
Mind you, I suppose a bail could quite easily go through a helmet unless you're wearing a sort of
It
hockey
can go
mask.
through the grill. If this is dinked up to mid-on, he thinks about a single. There's Pope, but there isn't one there as the mid-wicket came round to field. End of the 55th over 27344. Messi.
Stephen Kelk says guerrilla cricket helps soften the pain of exam grading. I'm glad about that, Stephen. I don't envy you. That must be a very, very tedious task.
Well, it's more tense for the people on the receiving end of the exam grading, I would have thought.
I imagine, yes.
Just give them all A's. Isn't that what they do nowadays? You spell your name correctly, that's a B.
Not in Holland.
Get the date right, and yeah. Exams today. Mind you, I don't know what exams were like in the old days because I didn't do very many of them. First ball of a new over from Alzari, and Stokes leans forward and defends. 273 for 4 after being put in is a decent knock. I mean, you never know what's a good score until both teams have batted twice. But I think England would have been delighted to have been asked to bat. I'm assuming they would have chosen to bat if they'd have won the toss. So they could have probably done away with the toss completely. Might spare the West Indies captain's blushes. This is a shorter ball. Stokes thought about going on the back foot and pulling it, and then pulled out of the pull, if you understand what I'm saying, and then just blocked it down towards the gully. Alzari, I didn't notice the speed on that, but he had time to make two decisions. It probably wasn't all that quick.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the other thing about this session. You say don't kick on, but I mean the bowlers are tired. I mean, it is time to make hay. The ball is 55 overs old. They got a new ball at 80. You've got essentially 25 overs here.
But they'll also be tired at this time tomorrow if they're still batting.
Yeah,
but Alzari bowls, and this is crashed into the offside, but not timed. It goes square, and a scrambling point fielder just gets a hand on it, but parries it away from him. But they don't take a single, as there was some uncertainty. But it's a no ball, so there will be runs added to the total. A front foot no ball.
That's not very England at the moment, now, is it? To be fucking hanging around for 420 by T2. I mean, they scored 274 in two sessions.
But let's imagine this was a first test against Australia, and they had 5 tests in as many weeks. You'd want to keep them out there for 2 days and absolutely knock them out of the series.
Well, you say that, but
clearing half an hour before stumps.
But we had that chance last summer, and we didn't take it, did
this
we?
This is chipped up and over the backward point region by Stokes. And it's going to be another 4.
Woo! We'll have that one.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give. the fall.
I mean, last summer we ended up with a 2-2 Ashes with teams with diametrically almost opposed ways of doing it. I mean, England, I don't think batted more than 60 overs apart from one inning somewhere.
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
Which is the way that England play, right? And then Australia were batting for 120 overs and barely getting the same score.
I know, but what if England batted that way but did it for 2 days?
Yeah, but
I
think
1,400 runs.
Well, yeah, but that's high risk cricket. You eventually get out, don't you? That's the whole point.
Alzari again outside the off stump and a chopping cut by Stokes into the ground, but it doesn't beat the man at point. I mean, I know what you're saying. England want to get on with it and get the game moving. A lot of people would like to see longer test matches, not least England sporting administrators and money men. I think
yes, the refunds
at
Lords.
Well, you know,
you say that,
two
but
paying
okay.
days at Lords.
Well, you can play this way and
difference.
still. I mean, each the other thing that every Ashes test went to was day 5, apart from the one that was completely rained off.
That's true. As this is a shorter ball, Stokes tries to pull it, and it goes underneath the bat, and possibly on the second bounce through to De Silva.
And they were, in fact, all the tests were humdingers, apart from the one that was rained off, where England looked like they were going to waltz it.
Yeah, it wasn't quite on the second bounce, but it was taken low by the keeper's ankles. 278 for 4.
What you need is a fucking competitive sides that don't crumble.
But I don't want to be mercenary about it, but you know, test matches at Lords bring in a lot of money, and when you have 2 paying days, that does affect the game. This is guided out to deep point by Stokes. He's going to keep the strike with a single off the last ball. It's 279 for 4.
Oh, you messy.
Well, it is quite quiet. Stephen Kelk says, yes, it is more tense, presumably for the students, but not more tedious. And Leah says, Shamar's hamstring seems to be playing up again. Don't know how much use he will be. Yeah, I suspect he's not going to be bowling again.
Today, I just find it really weird that there must be some sort of congenital problem, surely, isn't there? I mean, I have an out that some dietitian is not doing their job. I mean,
it's a lingering issue.
Yeah, but if it's cramp and not the hamstring, then the cramp implies
stuffing full of bananas.
Well, exactly. It implies something necessarily dietary or something that's basically he's depleting his system of the necessary things that stop you from getting cramp. In which case, they need to kind of find a way. I mean, I don't know if he was like that in Australia. Maybe it's just because he hasn't, you know, maybe he hasn't been going through the paces to warm up towards a test series.
First ball of Sinclair's new over, and it's a full ball outside the off stump. Stokes plays a full-blooded drive out to extra cover where there is a fielder on the boundary, and walks the single.
Stokes is looking good now.
Don't do it, Bear. Don't do it. Have you gone under or something?
No, I haven't. I just think, you know, for all that talk of Tony earlier.
Yeah, don't listen to Tony.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tony, for listening. Next ball is shovelled into the leg side by Pope. Going to be a little bit difficult for the bowler if he has a right-hander and a left-hander every delivery, but that's what's happened. So what's going to be happening for the first 3 deliveries of this over, because it's another single. The run rate has dropped below 5, which is frankly disgraceful.
It's been below 5 a couple of times.
4.99.
Yeah. Terrible.
Sinclair in again. And forward defensive by Stokes is going to keep it there. It's now 4.97.
Yeah, the last 10 overs are going for 52, so they're doing their bit.
The crowd should be booing. I mean, no one's paid to see this, let's be honest. Stokes faces up to Sinclair again. And drives, but can't beat the man at short extra. Who's wearing a nice white floppy sunnet. You don't see a lot of those.
Not these days.
David Gower used to wear back in the day. He's still looking very trim. Saw him last week. Next ball is defended by Stokes. The bowler has his hands on his head as if, well, that nearly beat him, but I can't see how. I mean, he sort of picked the arm ball and defended it with the middle of the bat. Not sure how that's a moral victory for the bowler, but hey ho, they take it where they can. He's in again to Stokes, and this is driven again. A good stop by the short extra cover fielder. No run. The end of the over. 57 gone. 281.
How long before he runs out the wicket and tries to smash the top?
Any sensible comments, Messi?
Well, sure. George McPherson says England could do with another couple or so boundaries. That would help the run rate.
Off on the way.
Leah says we'll have the extra hour today, won't we? No, we'll have an extra
half hour.
Yeah.
So no sense of
which is almost always the case these days, isn't it?
Crowd seem to be in good form. There's some.
Is that Adam Collins?
No, Adam Collins would not be
doing that.
Dancing in the stands. Thankfully, I'm pleased to say, very few signs of fancy dress, which is a blight which needs to be extirpated from English cricket crowds. And especially if it's going to be really warm, you end up, going there in a Pink Panther costume, and then about halfway through the morning, you suddenly realise it's 8,000 degrees.
And you're fainting.
Farang says, was going to mention the slow over rate. Players can't sustain performance over the course of the day, perhaps caused by T20. Well, it certainly wouldn't help.
Well, some players can't. Tamal Mills and Reece Topley spring to mind. Pope is going to face up to Alzari Joseph. And he edges this, and he's caught a good catch at slip. A genuine outside edge, and for once a catcher stuck behind the wicket. And Alzari's picked up his second wicket, and Ollie Pope has gone.
Just hung his bat out, really, didn't he, after all of that?
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
There's only one slip.
Only one slip, but it was a good catch. It went to him pretty quickly, took it with two hands at about shoulder height, falling away to his left-hand side. And Pope, who we said was playing himself into some sort of form. I mean, he said, a 50 and 100 in his two innings so far in the series. Has gone for 121 off 167 balls. He's raising his bat. He's looking a little bit disappointed, but I don't think he should be.
There you go. He's fucking had 2 lives for a start.
Yeah, he did. But he's I'm not going to talk about honours boards because they're tedious and antithetical to a team sport. But he will have worked his way onto the Trent Bridge one if they have one.
I don't know if they do they? I presume they all
don't really care. It's all bollocks.
No.
Yeah. It is all bollocks. Jay Grover says no one south of the Trent is significant. Thank you, Joe.
All three of us are.
He also says in the UK helmets are compulsory for keepers. Yes.
Health and safety culture, ridiculous.
Yeah. Why should we say healthy and safe? Yes.
If you don't force people if they don't want to wear it. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. That should wind up the usual suspects. Okay, who's going to come out? It's going to be the England's new inverted commas wicketkeeper batsman.
Yeah, it's this guy.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
That would make sense if his name was Georgie, that jingle, but it isn't. It's Jamie. Because wasn't that Georgie girl? It was about 1970, probably more messy eras than either of ours. Well, that should buck up the bowling and the fielding a little bit. They've picked up a genuine fast bowler's wicket, driving outside the off stump. It may have moved slightly away off the seam, which is a good effort with a ball this old. No, I'm not sure it did actually. He just drove inside the line, got a thick outside edge, and we should mention who took the catch, but I couldn't actually see who it was. 2 slips in now as Smith defends his first ball to cover no run. Who did take the catch? Do we know?
Yes, it was Hodge.
Kevin Hodge.
Famous people called Hodge. Steve Hodge of Nottingham Forest.
Yeah.
Margaret Hodge was a
Labour MP.
I think there's a pitcher for the Chicago Cubs called Hodge at the moment. Oh, all sorts of famous people. But it was none of those. It was Kevin. Do you think they misspelt it on the birth certificate, or they meant to call him that? As this is tucked into the leg side by Smith, he will get off the mark with an agreed single. 2-8-2-4-5. Smith batted well in his first Test innings in the last game, and he also did well when he was batting with the tail at the end by looking to keep the strike and take the attack to the bowlers, which would have pleased his teammates and more particularly his captain and coach, who like to see thinking cricket and people going after the ball. There's Alzari bowling to Stokes, right arm over, and
An absolutely rock solid forward defensive shot from Stokes there.
We do have a message from someone who really, I don't think, knows us. He says, "Why do the two presenters look like two slobs? Where has the respectability gone?" It wasn't here in the first place, Peter. We've never craved respectability, I've got to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, speak for yourself, Messi.
Well, I've never been regarded as too respectable.
I've
like that.
never been.
I mean, if we were really worried what we would look like, we'd all be down gym bunnying, wouldn't we? But clearly that's not the
short
case.
and slapped out to deep mid wicket, out to cow corner, in fact, and that's going to be another boundary for Stokes.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
It was a short ball. It was pushed across him, so he was fetching it a little bit from outside off stump, but he absolutely nailed that in the parlance of the 2020s.
Yeah, it was uppish, but there was no one there.
Yeah, no mid wicket. You wouldn't be bowling without mid wicket, would you?
No. It's actually a really effective shot. It wasn't that short a ball.
This one is a shorter ball, and Stokes ducks underneath it.
Looks to square leg umpire for a wide. It's not one day cricket, mate.
No, but you can put pressure on the umpire to. It's
Oh,
not
it's
a
no
wide,
ball,
but it's
though.
a no ball for overstepping. So he obviously, that was the effort ball from Alzari, and he's going to have to do it all again. So
Over the line!
Huh?
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
So his effort has cost him some more effort. In another attempt to complete the over, Alzari Joseph. He's got about a 20-yard run. He's up to the stumps now and bowls, and this is nudged down towards third man by Stokes. They've taken one. Is that all they're going to get? They are. He's kept the strike. The end of the over, it's 288 for 5. Smith has 1 and Stokes 35.
Well, this is the kind of situation that Jamie Smith has been brought in to kind of help along, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Keep the aggression
Well,
up
they've
to a
said,
certain
they
degree.
want somebody who bats quicker. He's not a slogger. He's a genuine batsman from what I've seen.
Yeah, he's just quite an aggressive one with
And,
folks, isn't
Quite frankly, I don't know why they need somebody at 7 who's going to be bashing the ball
No.
6 and over, because everybody else does.
Yeah, I kind of get you. But I guess his point was, and folks admittedly wasn't particularly good at this, when you got down to, 9-10 Jack, he wasn't, at that point, if you look at who you had, and he had Bashir, who'd never played a test and could hardly hold a bat, and Anderson, only one of those wickets was worth anything. You kind of got to take your chances and try and slog some runs, I reckon, especially in places like India.
Sinclair's first ball of his new over is defended by Stokes.
And every time he tried that, he didn't really succeed. So I guess they want to think they want to find someone who's more natural at that.
I'll put the other point.
Well, the other point is obvious. He's the best fucking wicketkeeper we've got.
Yeah.
So it's not. It's clearly that's not in anyone's
As the next
thinking.
ball is defended, and an average is a useful indicator, and he's always going to. His batting average is going to be over 30. I mean, what do you need already? His next one's down the leg side and it's tickled
50.
around the corner. I'm pretty sure that was off the bat.
It was, yeah.
And that's going to be 4 runs to Ben Stokes.
That's a good shot. Well, yeah, that's true, but I'll put it to this way. In international football, sometimes players don't get in the side because they don't fit the system. And, and it's a given. It's not like even wangled about. So why we have this conniptions about this in cricket, I don't know. I mean, the fact is you need someone who's good enough in England to keep, right? It's not the subcontinent. I think there's different issues when you go to the subcontinent. But in England, you can forsake what Folks offers you as a keeper and make up for it somewhere else in the team. And I don't have a problem with that at all.
That's suggesting that Folks isn't a decent batter.
Yeah, he is.
He's
but
competent.
they don't. Yeah, he's very competent, but he's not what they're looking for. They're looking for Bairstow or Butler, aren't
next
they?
ball
So
is
But
defended.
they should.
Well,
my view is,
look,
they should be looking for someone who can actually provide some solidity towards the tail if it's needed. You don't want everybody out there going at 80 miles an hour.
Next ball is tucked to square leg for a single by Stokes.
No, that's true, but they want someone who can do both, and I don't think they think Folks
could do both. They came to the conclusion they wanted someone that Folks was fine at staying there and doing that, but they wanted someone who could accelerate.
Well,
do the Bairstow role, do the Butler
are
role.
playing some tests in Pakistan this winter, and presumably they're going to be spinning wickets. It'll be interesting to see who keeps wicket there as Sinclair bowls, and onto the back foot goes Smith and pushes back to the bowler the end of the over, particularly because keeping on spinning wickets against spinners is much harder than keeping against
George
seamers.
McPherson says in this weather you'd have some people with their tops off. Sandra Richardson says, well, England just going on their merry way and the West Indies cured with injuries. Cursed with injuries, I think she means. And then she says, oh, commentator's curse. Wow. George McPherson says, this is a shambles from England. There goes the big total. Another big question is, can Stokes get 50? I wouldn't call it a shambles at 290 for 5.
No,
having been put in.
Full day score.
Smith is either wearing a very tight shirt or he's
got big guns,
big biceps,
he's got big
because
guns.
They are very tight. I think I described them as almost as tight as having his blood pressure taken. His short sleeve shirt around his biceps. As Stokes faces up to Alzari, and this is beaten for pace. It was a ball on leg stump. Stokes tried to play it in the leg side. It hits him on the pad and he falls over.
Didn't even appeal, which is good, considering it obviously pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen an LBW appeal all day, have we?
No, I don't think so.
And nobody's used any reviews.
No, it's missing leg stump anyway.
Oh, it's missing leg. And it may have gone from his pad into his elbow, so he may have hurt himself. I would say Stokes is not the type to show any pain, but we've seen him in a lot of pain over the years, in various different parts of his body. Alzari, 2 for 82, bowls short and pulled by Stokes. I don't think he quite got all of that.
And
there is a sweeper out at deep square leg, so just a single.
Stokesy will take it on. He can hit some big sixes and also get out.
Lots of things can happen. We're going to have a change after this over.
What's happening? Tony's coming in to replace you. I'm staying here. And Hector's coming in. Well, this is where we're going to have the interesting find out if we've got a third working mic now.
You can't use mine. I'm taking it with me. Spent a lot of money on this mic.
You didn't?
Yes, I did.
Not that much. I've bought 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah.
And you've used my kit over the years. Which you could do is,
Use Gorilla Cricket's kit. As this is driven, timed nicely, but straight to mid on from Smith. Sorry, Messi, you were saying?
I thought David Brook was on. Maybe I'm on an out-of-date rotor.
I think you need rotor number 17 for today. The final rotor. And we're looking at a slow motion view of the ball from Alzari. Looks like it's coming out pretty well. The seam out of his hand as this is on leg stump, and Smith just plays this from the back foot gently towards short mid wicket. No run. Some substantial work on the ball there from McCaskey. Is that how you pronounce it? 294 for 5. We're half an hour after tea on day 1 of this second test match. England 1-0 up in the series, having won in just over 2 days by an innings at Lords, as Alzari bowls again outside the off stump, driven slightly outside half of the bat, and that's a poor piece of fielding from the point fielder Seals, and is going to allow them to come back for 2 runs when there probably shouldn't have been any. And Alzari's giving him the eyes.
Yeah, very much so.
Tony has arrived with some stats for your delectation.
No stats.
No, you're going to tell us where umpire Holdstock went to school? I think you've got it in your notes somewhere. He played for Bowland, absolutely, and Western Province. He didn't do very much. No, that's in Tony's notes. And if you're very lucky, he's going to let you know the names of all the stands at Trent Bridge after this delivery from Alzari Joseph, and it's driven straight to mid-off by Smith at the end of the 60th over. It's 296 for 5.
Ah, yes. So who's coming on now? Hector, you two. So I should blag away. I guess it's about time we should tell you that we haven't done much of this today. Patreon. I'm selling this flat. I've got to sell this flat. It's been our home since 2016, a referendum year, hasn't it? So until if I get an offer, that's it. We're out, and we're going to have to hire a space, and it's going to cost more than here, unfortunately. And you, our lovely public, are the people that keep us going, and the reason we do this. But the costs need to be covered, and so we are asking you, please do join our new Patreon tiers and become Patreon members. We need to try and double our Patreon.
Do it today, and then it'd be tears before bedtime.
Exactly. And you'll all be very happy and thought you've done a very good thing for the world. And just think, it's as low as $5, which is literally a Starbucks a month, which, we could all do without, instead of paying a multinational Goober Oot or whatever it is, massive multinational company who treat their staff like shit. You could, give us $5 or $10. In fact, think of 2 Starbucks or 3 or 4.
$10 is the one to go for. So,
yeah.
Well, as many as you can do. The different levels take you right up to really sort of full match promotions, if you will. If you have a company support Seals in, that's forced Ben Stokes back do. I'm not quite. I think he tried to get out of the way. He's managed to edge it down towards third man. He'll get 4 for it, but sharp delivery, Hector.
I was about to say Stokes.
Oh. Are you alright, Bear? Oh, the Bear has been silenced. Up and over third slip, that went. Let's have a look. We're getting a better view from behind Ben Stokes. Oh, yeah. He was quite happily standing out the way, but he left his bat in the way. I seemed a very strange shot all round. He ducked as if ducking a bouncer, didn't he? Arched his back out the way, but he left his bat dangling. That slapped away through cover. That might go all the way. No, it's fielded on the cover boundary. And they'll take 2. Stokes 47. We said he needed a score, Hector. We said he needed a score. Bear didn't agree. He was just saying, am I the only one able to talk?
Oh, yes, yeah. I'm back.
Yeah, all right, we can hear you.
You can hear him.
Pardon?
I need Hector talk.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's coming out of my... Hector is coming out of my mic without a problem.
Well, I was about to say Stokes looking very comfortable until that Seals
In comes Jaden Seals. I can't tell you what happened because the Bear loomed before me, and that's quite a bit of looming to be done. From what I could see, I could tell you where it ended up.
Well,
deep backward point, I think.
Driven uppishly.
And he'll bring Jamie Smith on to strike. We're in the 61st over. The 300 is up for England. So that came up with that rather streaky 4 from Ben Stokes off the bowling of Jaden Seals. The short ball that he tried to get out the way of did Ben Stokes, but his bat somehow caught it. Could have gone anywhere. He was lucky that it went up and over the slips, away down to third man. Now Seals is bowling from what used to be known as Pavilion End, now the Stuart Broad End. It's full and it's on off stump and it's defended by Jamie Smith. Had a fantastic knock at Lords.
Yeah, well, these next 2 10 overs are pretty vital to this game. You feel if Smith and Stokes can stick in there for the next 10, then England will have a very firm grip. But after these 2, then you're into Wokes, and then after that, Atkinson, Wood, and Bashir. So looking pretty taily.
Well, England, I think, would be happy with 400. If they get anything over that, it'll just be gravy. So if these 2 bat for even 20 overs, they'll be virtually at 400. So, and that'll be about the time a new ball comes.
In comes Seals over the wicket to the right-handed Smith, and it's defended by Jamie Smith, and there is no run. Yeah, the memory of that ball that he slapped onto the mound stand roof was sticks very much. And the interesting thing was it almost yes, it was a kind of a cold unprepared to a certain extent West Indies attack, but it justified the reason for his selection over a real specialist in Ben Folkes or Bairstow. That's hauled high by Smith. Has he hauled it all the way? Yes, he has. He's had it again. He's pulled that over deep mid wicket. A couple of bounces though before it reached. I thought it had gone all the way. I was convinced it had gone for 6. Anyway, it's his first boundary and it was beautifully struck. How short of the boundary rope was, we're not going to know.
Well, we
might do here. Let's have a look. It's one bounce, I think.
He's a man in form. He's been doing it all season, averaging mid-70s for Surrey.
Oh, nice.
And doing so here again.
Yeah, well, he certainly latched on to that ball. He's moved on to 7. Ben Stokes just a couple shy of his 50. How he would love to go on after that run of if he scores. He's got young Kevin Sinclair to deal with the off-spinner, the acrobatic off-spinner. He's got the wicket of Harry Brook. What else can he take home tonight? Makes it sound like a quiz show. Nothing on this occasion.
Ballpoint pen and checkbook. Checkbook and pen, no, blankety blank.
Cuddly toy, cuddly toy.
Oh dear.
307 for 5. Let's see.
When you think about that,
what you could
how
have
far has Teddy moved on since the 70s?
You've not won the speedboat.
Bully, bullseye.
Yes. Round the wicket he comes. Onto the back foot goes Stokes. Cuts down to point. Deep point takes a single. He'll move on to 49.
I mean, literally, used to think things like barbecues.
That's right. It was a caravan or a speedboat.
No, that was the top prize.
Yeah.
Occasionally it was a car.
Keep out of the black and into the red. There's nought in this game for two in a bed.
I have no idea what's going on.
With old people.
We'll have to start calling
ask
you young Hector.
Ask your dad.
This one is thrown up. He does flight it nicely, does Sinclair, but he's not really getting appreciable turn. And whatever he's doing with varying his flight a little bit. And that's just defended by Smith. There is a slip, there is a forward short leg. Smith pushes this towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
He's had to resort to changing his paces, as you say, changing the flight. There isn't much turn out there today, but he's done well with what he can work with.
Again, he's looking for some turn there. He's pitching it up outside the leg stump of Smith, but it doesn't turn. And it's worked away by Smith to mid-wicket again for a single. Stokes on 49. 1 ball left of this Sinclair over.
He got an 80 in India, didn't he?
Stokes,
remember?
I can tell you
in that first test, isn't he? When we won the one we won, I think he got an 80 or something.
I'll find his India scores if you give me just a moment, Gary. As that one is flicked by Stokes, but only flicked as far as mid-wicket, half fielded. But they choose not to run. He'll stay on 49. 309 for 5 after 62. Bear, you're on social.
Oh.
Well, I always give you plenty of that because I know it's your favourite job. Apart from fixing microphones.
Farong has tweeted out, he said, mentioned that Tony Bishop during a chat a few days ago. His subscription to GC Radio after my work permit got approved. So I accomplished that today. Have up my subscription for next month. Thank you very much, Farong. You are a star.
That's very kind of you, Farong.
My old short sleeve shirts look very similar now, unless they are not over brimming with muscle.
Who said that?
That's Jay. Of course, Jay. Farong says, so with England being an opening bowler short, I would expect Duckett to fill the place left by Jim.
The lad.
Of course. It's never happening, Farong. It's never happening. Actually, I don't expect it. I demand it. The lad has to be given the new ball.
309 for 5 then. Conflab between Brathwaite and Jayden Seals. 1 for 80 for Seals.
He adds that the BRU Chingford branch are ready for possible blockade.
Oh, are they? BRU, is that the Bangladesh Rickshaw Union?
It is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Seals barrelling in over the wicket, up onto his toes goes Smith and defends back to him. Still 2 slips, West Indies. They've always Hector. I mean, the game's never quite got away from them, has it? They've just found a wicket when they've kind of needed to.
Well, in one sense they've done well to stick in there, but if you look at their fielding performance today, then they could almost have a firm grip on this game.
Well, those 2 drops.
They dropped Brook.
Three
they
drops
dropped
in
Brook,
total.
but it didn't cost them that much in the end.
And nearly 4 because Aljari. Who was it? Was it the root catch?
Yeah,
Aljari Joseph had 3 goes at before it stuck.
I mean, they lost 60 runs on Pope, didn't they? I mean, they dropped it on about 60.
Seals in to the Surrey whiz kid, who sumptuously drives this through cover. Has it got enough? It would have done this morning. I'm not sure it will this time. No, it's been well hauled back. They should come back for 3 and Smith will move on to 11 if they were sharp about their running, and they were. Bring Stokes back onto strike on 49. He didn't quite get 80 in India, Bear, in answer to your question. In India, I believe he got 70 off 88 in the first test. He was bowled Bummer. He got 41 and a 47, and after that the scores fell away rather sharply.
Much like the England side.
Yes, well, that theory that he always comes good when England's have got their backs to the wall
didn't
really play out in India.
Difficult place to go.
Yeah.
I mean, we lost that series 4 when I said this before. But
Round the wicket comes Seals. That's dabbed towards point, and they will get the single that will take him on to a 50.
I've already
well
got lined
done,
up.
England captain Ben Stokes.
Stop, just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
Jeff Perkins summoning up his inner Fleetwood Mac. Well, his previous 5 test innings, 4-0, 4-3, but now,
before
50.
that,
life will feel better for Ben Stokes. Up onto the toes goes Smith, though, on this occasion.
See,
who defends?
I say that's your convenient use of stats, because if you go back for the previous 2 tests beyond that, he clearly got 70, 47, 44 and something else. So literally you've decided to cut off after he got 4 decent innings at the beginning of the India test, and then said his last 3 innings in India and his first test in the summer in England were shit.
His last 5 innings were his last 5 innings.
Yeah, but it's over fucking 3 tests, you know. Just a down, slight blip in form.
And I'll let you into a secret in a minute, as this one is...
You're a liar?
No, defended into the offside. That was a cut. The cut that you are saying I've made was actually made in the Times.
Oh, yeah, well, fuck them.
Fake media! I think I was reading Steve James in the Times, who's always quite good on... Now, you've just pulled something and now I can't hear myself. What's gone on here? There we go, I'm back in my own ears. Hopefully I haven't left you, if you're out there. Brendan McCullum has his hands above his head, although he still looks incredibly relaxed doing it. Because I don't think he looks anything other than relaxed, Hexer, does he, Brendan McCullum? This is defended again by Smith, back towards Seals. There's no run.
And my point about that, the point that annoys me about this kind of thing as well, is he's an all-rounder, so he has a bit of bad form with the bat, but bowls well. But, you know, I mean, that's what you're in the side for, and you can have a bad day at either, but that's what keeps you in the side and makes him catch.
63 overs done, 313 for 5. Stokes has his 50 off 71. Jamie Smith with him 11 off 18. Bear, who else is sending us messages?
Where are we at to? What have we got? Who will open up with Wokes in the bowling? Interesting. I think it will be Gus Atkinson.
Well, this is another interesting thing to me. Very keen to hear Hector's view on it. So, you know, you've retired Jimmy Anderson with a view to Australia, and your answer is your opening bowlers most likely have a combined age of 69, which makes you wonder about the theory of, the younger blood.
Well, Wokes won't go to Australia either.
Well, no, almost certainly not. So it's sort of an interesting choice.
Well, I'm surprised that they didn't pick Pennington for this match, because it's almost the perfect time to give him his debut.
I would have thought so, but it would have then been a very inexperienced attack that's defended off the bowling of Sinclair by Stokes.
I would argue that if there's any team you can throw teams, and I'm going to say plural this, that you can throw complete debuts and still hope to win, it would be this summer in England against the West Indies and Sri Lanka.
I'm with you.
Therefore you give them some winning experience and some winning wisdom, if you like.
In comes Sinclair, onto the back foot goes Stokes. Drives to backward point. where it's well fielded, in fact, and there will be no run.
Well, they must be thinking about Wokes for Australia if they didn't give him the nudge to retire.
No, I don't think they want to completely. I mean, Potts will be the next experienced bowler they've got in the ranks, isn't it? And he's only played 7 or 8, 9, maybe 10 tests.
Well, for Ben Stokes, I mean, the encouraging thing is the knee surgery he had after the World Cup. He's back to bowling with movement and a fair bit of pace, and so England have a genuine extra all-round, seeming all-rounder. So you're back to sort of the Botham Flintoff role. That's defended into the offside, by the way. There was
I would argue
run.
better than probably both. Maybe marginally less successful than Botham as a bowler, but
onto the back foot. Again goes Stokes, defended out to extra cover, but there's no run.
But certainly a better batsman than Botham.
Yeah,
more consistent.
Possibly, yes. Okay.
Better technique. Botham was a bit of a biffer, let's be honest.
Yeah, okay, that's defended. Good stop, actually, by Sinclair, who dived to his right. Has he bowled a no ball?
Oh, that's a sin of sins. In fact, we have a jingle especially for bloody spinners.
We do. Somebody wants to be let in, by the way.
A spinner has no cause to go and overstep. Don't get so close to crease. Don't get
by Stokes down to the deep cover boundary. Single taken. That should be Will who wants to be let in, I'm guessing there.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, there we go. Keep an eye on the virtual front door.
Got to knock louder.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Could this be Will that's calling?
So, did you instruct Hector on running the Starship?
Not yet.
Well, you got to play jingles next up, Hector.
Well, either that or I'll slide across and one of us stays in. Do you want to just stay in?
No. I'm on the next 2 sessions.
I'm glad you thought so hard about that.
Well, no, because you've got me on.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Do you want to phone a friend?
If I do that, I'll be sat here for the entire last session. Because I'm on for the 2 after this next half hour off.
Sidle across, but if what we'll do is we'll ask the admirable Hector if he can just keep a weather eye on what I'm doing, and then he can take it over after that.
Well, I say to Hector, you're 18 and a tech whiz, because obviously there's a bunch of old men here who can't fucking do anything. But it's really simple. There's a bunch of lists on the left that have a bunch of jingles on the right that, you know.
Okay. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do.
We'll give him a blind trial. It's only a test match, for crying out loud.
I will stay where I am, even though I'm not on. And I'll just be here to help if you panic in the first 2 overs.
Well, listen.
If you look good after the first over,
what I do know
anyway.
is the youngsters who come on this show look at us with pity when we talk about the problems with tech.
The lad hasn't even heard a bullseye bear. I mean, he's a child.
You know.
I'm not a big tech whiz, actually.
Really? You're a child. You should be.
We're not exploiting him. I mean, some call it work experience. Others call it just slavery or exploitation. Let's be fair.
Well, you know.
Ben Stokes is still going strong. He's going to be facing looks like Jason Holder back into the attack, isn't it? Am I right? Yes, it is. We probably should jingle him up. It's defended towards short cover, and there's no run.
We got this one.
Jason Holder. Jason Holder.
Actually, for 3 people in the studio, we haven't set the video right, have we? Because I can see Will there, looking magnificent, but not actually supposed to be seen.
Yeah. And actually, Hector's then invisible.
He's going to cut and run for a wee bit, and we haven't seen poor old Hector. Not only are we treating him like slave labour, we're marginalising him visually, which is desperately cruel.
He'll be the star of the show next time.
Through. Well, there you are. That was past the outside edge, and Ben Stokes had a little waggle, didn't he, Hector?
Yeah. Well, it's a good change, I think, bringing on Holder. Seals hasn't looked too threatening.
Round the wicket to the left-hander comes Jason Holder. Stokes defends down to backward point, no run.
I mean, the one wicket he did get was a bit of a... Well, it was gifted to him by Joe Root, and then been very expensive. Holder only bowled the 8 overs, but hopefully he can spark something here for this West Indies side. 315 for 5. Need a breakthrough.
Yeah, it was, what was it, 134 for 2 at lunch, wasn't it? They just lost Crawley and Duckett, so wickets have come. Then wicket pretty quickly after lunch, from my memory. What were they at tea? Short by Holder, but dabbed into the ground. He's going to have to run quickly.
It was very easy.
Jamie Smith was under Stokes' nose, I think, before Stokes realised that he had to do his part of the bargain and run, which he finally did. So well run, Jamie Smith.
Well, there it is. That's Holder just getting that extra bit of bounce, extra bit of purchase with his height that Seals was lacking. Just forced an inside edge there from Stokes. Slightly bamboozled him, but
259 for 4 at tea. So in fact, that means England have motored along very nicely since then, really, haven't they?
Aye. Well, Leah says one of the jinglers extraordinaire should record a driven before jingle, obviously based on Driven to Tears by the Police. I don't know that song.
Oh,
he did it at the start.
Yeah, he did. Well, Stokes had his back.
Have they gone upstairs to check that?
If they have, it's a waste of everyone's time.
Yes, it is.
Still frustrating. It's starting to annoy me, that run rate. I just want it to edge above 5. It's still not quite making it. That's defended by Smith.
I think if England get to 350, 360 and these two are still there, I think it will go up quite quickly.
Well, this is interesting.
I mean,
I like this from Smith, I've got to say, because and it's similar at Lords. I don't recall he went off like a greyhound, did he, at Lords? He took his time.
I don't think you need to, but
set.
I think these bowlers are going to be tired now, haven't they?
Well, we're edging towards the end of the day. We've got an hour and a bit left, I suppose. Depending what time we finish.
Smith only really started to kick on.
In comes Holder. It's full and sweetly driven, but it will only be driven out to the man at deep cover. They'll take a single.
When number 9 came in, really, he sort of took his time to really get into the innings and then kicked on to a 50.
It's the end of that Holder over.
Yeah.
None for 40.
I think he was quite comfortable with that, wasn't he, when he was batting with, because he was batting with Stokes to start with, and then it was batting with Wokes, who's competent and got 28, so it was only exactly that. But I think that's the fact that he can switch the gear, right?
Yeah.
Which the folks struggle with. Anyway,
316 for 5 England. There.
Yeah, to confuse Hector even more, he's going to eat some good Martian bratwurst after the match and watch some Space Patrol, which looks like one of those Jerry Anderson puppet shows. Jay says, your treatment of Hector has made me decrease my Patreon, decrease my direct debit to Amnesty International. Chill out, Jay, chill.
Have we got any chimneys we can send him up?
Yeah, well, actually, we could.
You're the landlord. There is
I
a
could
chimney.
unbrick that one, you know.
We send you up there like who were the chimney sweeps in Oliver? Well, they were pickpockets as well, but. Who am I thinking of?
I don't know. It's played by
Fagin's lads.
Fagin's lads, yeah. Nice drive.
Defended into the offside, yep, but no run.
It's not defended, Tony. It was driven.
Well, it was defensively driven.
No, it wasn't. It was driven.
Well,
he just happened to hit the fielder.
Well, he did. It didn't seem
he
like
didn't defend
it. Wasn't
it.
full
he
blood. No, he
drove
did.
it.
Yes, he did drive it. Yes, he did. This one is driven.
That's defended.
Driven in front of his off stump on the back foot. And there is no run. 317 for 5. Yep, good, careful, watchful start by Smith. That's driven and straight to the same fielder at cover. This has been good. I like this from Sinclair. So he's not really getting the movement in the pitch, but he's giving the ball plenty of air. He's got his 1 wicket, albeit from a shocking Harry Brook shot. He's in again. Down the pitch comes Smith this time. Good use of the feet. Well, you'd call that a drive, but I would say it's more of a nudged drive where he was never thinking of more than a single. Down to long on, and they'll get that single to bring Ben Stokes, who's made his 50. Happy days for him after that string of low scores, albeit just the last 5, some of which were in India, where he didn't have the greatest periods towards the end of that tour. That's defended again by Stokes to mid-on. Slightly quicker from Sinclair, pushed it through that little bit more. He's been hovering around 56, 57, hasn't he, by and large, as Sinclair. Round the wicket he comes. Back foot push by Stokes down towards fine leg. Takes a single. And get your kicks after overs 66. It's 319 for 5. 4.83 the rate, 13 for Smith, 53 for Stokes, Bear.
Stephen Kelk. He always wanted a bullseye crystal tankard.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Here's what you could have won.
Well, here's what you could have won. Don't you get one of those as a booby prize? I don't know. Kieran Roseblade says England are playing like 2000s Australia and West Indies are playing like 1990s England. That's kind of true. Not the amount of changes that 1990s England had. What was that series where we had like 41 players? That was against the Windies, wasn't it?
Was it? It might have been.
It was when Malcolm. Wasn't it the series when Malcolm Marshall broke his arm?
Yeah.
Around about then.
Vaguely does ring a bell.
And then smashed 50 off like 30 balls.
Do we have one more over, or are we cutting and running here?
No, we have another over. It's only 58.
No, I mean, do we have another over
of
us?
Yeah, exactly.
We're supposed
it's
to
58.
change
We're supposed to change at 5. Yeah, you've got 2 minutes.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, I might be slightly fast on my watch. Okay.
I'm going by the computer clock.
Right then, Jason Holder is going to be bowling to Ben Stokes, who defends into the offside. And there's no run. Wicketless so far is Jason Holder. None for 40 off 9, so he's been economical enough, Hector, isn't he?
Well, I wonder what the West Indies can do here to force a wicket, because they look comfortable enough against Sinclair and the Seamers. Wonder whether there's a bouncer plan coming into Stokes and Smith, both of whom would certainly go after the short ball. West Indies definitely need to do something here.
Round the wicket to left-hander. Stokes has come down to meet him. He's launched this. Has he launched it far enough? It's up and over. Alzari Joseph, who just in far enough at mid-off and had to turn and run and wouldn't make it. That a sense there of the mindset now of Ben Stokes. There's often a time when a switch gets flicked and it's go, right, here we go, charge.
Well, are they Baz bowling and planning on declaring before the close of play?
I certainly think in this England side they'll want to go after the last 7 to 10 overs of the old ball before the new ball comes.
Well, that makes sense as well. Holder's going around the wicket again. What's Stokes going to do this time? He's going to wristily flick him, but straight out to mid-wicket. No run on this occasion. It never looked like, though, with that shot, he was going to get it as far as the boundary. Even as he took the skips forward before the bat had hit the ball, I thought, this is going up in the air. It's a question of how much of it he gets.
Seemed like he'd already lost his balance as he was running down the wicket.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ben, I'm just looking at the arms of these chairs. We've lost all the leather. Yeah, faux leather.
I was going to say the leather. We haven't lost
the faux leather. We haven't lost any
Have
leather.
you never seen it flaking off onto the floor? The amount.
Yes, I have. Loads of it. I often end up with it sort of on the soles of my shoes. That one is pushed.
Well, you kindly donated the chairs. Maybe you could donate some more.
Oh, I did as well, didn't I? Well, I am. I'm now an official patron. I had to even write my own welcome note. I was going through that was pushed, by the way, for no reason. I was going through all of our new patrons, and I was diligently writing lovely thank you notes to everybody who's been kindly joining us. And to thank you again if you have. And I got to one, and it was me. I thought I'm the only fucker who's going to write to me. I think I said something like, I really don't know how you find the time, what we're doing, the rotors, and thank you so much. And I sent it to myself.
Are you in charge of writing all the letters?
Well, not officially. I think you find, be careful what you volunteer for, Hector. That's a bit of life advice for you there, as that one's defended nicely by Smith, because what you end up finding is that once you've volunteered, you are stuck with it forever, mate. That's your problem.
I'll keep quiet then.
Probably wise. 322 for 5. 325. I genuinely think I said, I really just don't know how you find the time, when I wrote this note to myself.
We all struggle to find the time.
322 for 5. Jason Holder. Economically efficient, but not yet penetrative, I think we could say. That's defended again by Smith, who's been careful and watchful, as he was at Lord's. He's 13 undefeated so far off his 26. It's the end of that Holder over. None for 43 off his 10. It's 322 for 5, Bear, and we are due that change.
We are indeed.
Well, that's going to be a relief for Hector. He no longer has to put up with his squabbling parents.
I've escaped.
Yes, please. Oh dear! Listen to Tony and the Bear. It's just like an old married couple. They've always got to squabble about something.
I love it. We should start charging them for couples counselling.
Yeah. Oh, it's like a soap opera, really.
It's amazing.
I think, yeah, it's what people listen to us for, amongst little things.
Yeah, it really is.
Welcome, Will. Hello, Hector.
How are you, Jez? You alright?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
I'm a bit disappointed that the West Indies haven't caught their catches so well today. But
yeah, it's been sort of far too comfortable for England, I reckon.
Yes, yeah, I think that's true.
Oh, also, I was just going to say, I think the was it the bear that was saying about chimney sweeps and stuff, because that's probably Tom and the Water Babies that you're going on about. Although that's not a great look, because the bloke that wrote it was mad into eugenics.
Well, there's been a bowling change here. Sorry, I don't know if you guys just mentioned it, but Cavum Hodge on to bowl. I think this might be his first Test match spell.
Oh, well.
The West Indies.
Do we have a jingle for him?
Well.
Sorry to challenge you.
Well. Oh, yeah. Yes, we do.
Cavum Hodge, he's not a chicken or a cow. Cavum Hodge is here right now.
Smith flicks it into deep square leg for one.
And then you can, if you want to be clever, you can guide it across, and then you can fade them down, where it's played.
Just learning all the jingle knowledge. Finding it quite tough.
That jingle makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know what being a chicken or a cow has to do with it at all.
Hodgin again, left arm over, defender by Stokes. Doesn't want the single. Who writes the jingles?
Usually either Mogg, who's in Melbourne, or Perko, who's in, I think, Pennsylvania, but is also of Australian extraction. But there are also quite a few others.
Punched by Stokes down to long on. They'll jog through for one. He moves to 58. Must take quite a while to write them, no? Do you have to record them live, or?
Well, Mogg claims he can turn one out in 15 minutes, generally speaking, if it's not too intricate.
Hodge hops, defended by Smith. Hodge here just seems to be hopping wide of the crease when he comes into Smith, trying to angle the ball in, left arm round. 49 miles an hour, very slow, very loopy. And again, defended. End of the over, 3 from it.
Right, so Brian in Brisbane says, made it to the action in my Gorilla Bar in Northampton. Place is packed with teachers celebrating the start of their 2-month holiday. Well, you would, wouldn't you? You're 2 months away from those students. My God. Stephen Kelk says, the chance Tony says, like a red up a drain pipe is now very high. And Ravi Natarajan says, breaking, Bryden will drop out of the presidential elections by the weekend. Yes, I noticed he's gone out to $3.30 to be the Democratic nominee on Sportsbet, on Betfair, so that's fairly good indication that things have happened. $3.70 now. Yeah.
Holder will continue from the Stewart broad end. Just a 10 over so far. Bustles in to Stokes, who defends for no run. Stokes has looked pretty comfortable, apart from that one bouncer there from Seals that seemed to rattle him. He's done pretty well for his 58. Hasn't seemed to overreach very much. Well, apart from last over.
It's that new brand of Stokes, isn't it? Where he's sort of easing himself in, and then he kind of goes bang a bit later on. He's maturing
and driven there
in his old age
to cover. Well, it's when will he go bang here? Will he wait until the tail, or do you reckon him and Smith will both go together at some point?
I'd like to see them both go, because that would just be entertaining, but a bit disastrous, because I think you'd then be stuck with just tail fairly quickly.
Yeah, well, the Basball way. Let's hold it.
It is indeed.
And again, shorter and pulled by Stokes through mid wicket. Seemed to almost toe end it, and I'm gonna jingle it.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Good work, Will. Almost seamless. In fact, Jay Grover just says, "Hooray, Will." Sorry, good work, Hector. I meant.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll take the praise.
Shorter again, and Stokes rocks back and guides it. Ooh, diving to his right, round it. Backwardish point. Stokes will run through for 2. Moves to 64.
Farong has said as a quiz, he says that, I guess this deserves a mention. On this day in 1848, someone we have all heard of was born. But who? And it isn't Messrs. Thank you for that, Farong. 1848.
WG Grace. WG Grace, I reckon.
That sounds pretty likely.
I know it's also Carlos Brathwaite's birthday today. And there's someone else.
Yorker.
There's like a Bangladeshi cricketer as well.
Fuller there from Holder, and Stokes turns that into the onside for 1. Moves to 65. 1 ball
You
remaining.
are correct. Yes. He was born in Downend in Bristol. He died at the age of 67 on the 23rd of October 1915. In Nottingham, strange enough.
Yeah, his GP practice wasn't far from me.
Defended by Smith into the onside, and that is the end of the over. 69 overs. England are 332 for 5, going at just under 5, 4.8. Smith 14 off 30. He's looked pretty assured so far. Stokes 65 off 96. And I imagine Sinclair will continue.
I think are they having a drinks break? No, maybe not. Josie Oak says, I assume the bishop led the life of the idle rich and had plenty of time on his hands. Or he got his butler to do it. Yeah, he wishes. And Jay Grover just says, come on! I'm not sure what was that was in relation to.
Second new ball in 11 overs. Wonder whether Stokes would just look to up the ante a little bit before make the most of the old ball. I assume the West Indies will take it when it comes.
Lil CJ says, does West Indies have a chance to win? Well, yes. But
yeah.
They've got to bat well.
Sorry, Hodge to continue. Left arm over the wicket to Stokes, who defends. 3 from his first over. Well, I suppose if the West Indies get one of these two now and then wish through the tail, anything can happen. Flighted and defended again.
This is one of the most sort of taily tails England's had in a while.
Well, I mean, Bashir's actually gone from 10 to 11, which is a good sign.
Well, Atkinson can swing it a little bit, I suppose. Not the finest of batsmen. Hodge in again, and this time Stokes rocks back and pushes that away down to the boundary. He'll run back for 2. Moves to 67. It's all down to the West Indies batsmen, really. They were very disappointing in the Lord's Test. Very young batting lineup. It's up to one of them to go big.
It's an odd one because sorry, it's just an odd one because of the white ball, red ball divide.
Yeah, Stokes pushes away for 1. Well, are they all? Am I right in saying that all the big stars are sticking with white ball for now because that's where the money is, or is it contract?
Well, it's a bit of both, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of them don't want contracts to confine their capacity to earn in the white ball. So yeah.
Hodge round in Smith, and that is high and away. That'll sail for 6. Dragged down by Hodge, and Smith just rocks back and easily smashes it away.
super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
And that's the Smith we saw at Lord's.
M says, my mouse was called Hector. My schoolmates pinched it from the pet shop for me when my dog died. I would imagine stealing a mouse from a pet shop would be an interesting endeavour. Davy Pratt says, not a cat's chance in doggy hell of the West Indies winning. And Leah says, Wide Up then shares a birthday with W.G. Grace, as does Otto Lilienthal, early flight pioneer. Well,
they've come to watch me shoot, not to watch you die.
Yes. It's funny you should say that W.G. Grace's practice was near you, Will. Although I always known as Dr. W.G. Grace, I've never thought of him actually doctoring, other than pitches for him to bat on.
That's the really interesting thing. He was actually a really quite terrible doctor, and
that doesn't surprise me in the least.
He has one of the worst mortality rates of any GP. It's like it is actually it's weird. It's it's a bit of a sort of weird joke between amongst medical students around here. They actually get talk about him.
Knowing the way he was, you'd only treat him properly if they paid him a lot of money.
He charged extortionate rates and was sort of mad into bleeding still, and leeches and all that sort of thing, and
it's lucky for him he was a good cricketer, because he was a shit person basically, wasn't he?
He was an absolute shithead.
Looks like it's
we're on a drinks debate.
Drinks debate. 70 overs.
I'll see if we've got any more on Twitter. No, we're quite. Oh, sorry. Jay Graver says, "Come on, we're the beginning of a post I inadvertently sent because I sneezed while typing." My milquetoast defence of Charles Kingsley followed. Come on, Will. Pointing out Victorian authors' insanity is a wee bit of a fish in a barrel. Kingsley were relatively progressive if you were a poor Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, I think it's so. The whole eugenics thing really gets me, because I'm from a Romany background and I'm disabled, so I would make his head explode.
Yes.
So he wants me shot in the back of the head as quickly as is humanly possible. So,
oh dear.
Which is weird when you think about that film that they made of it in the 70s or something. That's like weird, half cartoon, half people. That's like a weird trip.
Yeah, well,
remember that?
Weird bastards appear at all levels, times in history when you think about it.
They do indeed.
So what's your take, Will, on what the West Indies need to do now?
They need to rattle through the tail as quickly as is humanly possible, and then fly in Andre Russell and Nicholas Pooran to bat for the rest of the 3 days.
Well, Brian Lara's still standing.
Yeah.
Well, he's there. He could always come in as a concussion sub.
Yeah. He'd still be a better cricketer than commentator. He's one of the most boring commentators I've ever come across, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't know he did commentate.
Yeah, only occasionally, but when he comes in, it's just so low key and dull. He's not like one of those people who adds a whole lot of information, like someone like Ponting or indeed Stuart Broad. They bring in relevant insight, where Lara is just very bland.
I love Michael Holding.
Oh,
yeah, Michael Holding's
the best.
He's so good to listen to.
I think Lara's a bit like Steve Smith will be, like amazing at doing the thing, but it's literally all they think about, and therefore they're a bit dull.
Well, I give Lara
weird.
I'd say Lara's still got more personality than Steve Smith, which isn't a high bar.
No, that's true. Who has more personality, Labuschagne or Smith?
Got to be Labuschagne.
Yeah, I mean Labuschagne gets quite into it on occasions, get quite emotional. He's loving his time at Glamorgan, isn't he? He's just he's really part of the team.
Holder will bowl the first ball after drinks, dabbed into the offside by Stokes. Will run through for one. Well, how long's Labuschagne been at Glamorgan? A few years now. Fourth season, I think.
Yeah, I think it was pandemic-y time that he started there. So yeah,
he gets to bowl quite a lot there as well.
Yeah, he loves that.
It's a lovely ground to bat on
when it's not raining.
When it's not raining, which is very rare. But yeah, it's sort of. I think it really suits him. It takes spin quite well as well. Apparently.
Holder shuffles in again. Deep square is out as it's shorter and defended by Smith. Seemed to just jump up on him, and again, Holder's height. He has the ability to surprise the batsman with the bounce he can get from a relatively fullish ball, fullish delivery. It tends to hop up as it did just then. I wonder, do you think they'll stick with Hodge for now, or will they go back to seam?
I mean, he's doing a pretty decent job of keeping the rate, sort of.
Holder again defended by Smith.
Under control, but he's not looking dangerous. So it kind of depends where you want to go with it.
Yeah. Do you want to take wickets or stem the flow? Cause
exactly.
Not scoring too quickly this partnership. Well, apart from Smith 6.
4 and over for the last 10 overs.
Well, normal test match, that's great, but for in baseball, who knows? Holder's in again, and Smith almost root-like dabs it down to gully for no run. 70 overs in, England 342 for 5. You'd imagine that one of these two will start to kick on now. 10 overs, well, 9 and a bit overs now till the new ball. Try and add a fair few more runs on before that time comes.
Yeah. Then also you want to be there tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's true.
I'll have an eye on that.
Dab down by Smith for no run.
Because day 2 and 3 for Trent Bridge is always the sort of, they're the days for batting, so they say. So
it's also in and around, I think, high 20 degrees tomorrow as well, maybe even 30 degrees. So
yeah,
good day to bat. You wouldn't want to be out in the field for too long. Smith advances down and ends up defending it back to Holder. Someone in the chat earlier said that England should declare this evening and then have 10-15 overs, but can't see that happening.
I wouldn't put it past Ben Stokes. Kenneth says the West Indian captain field setting is pathetic, so is their catching. I think Kenneth is from the West Indies. Brown in Brisbane says, what the fuck is NASA doing on TV? He's not great. Pay the Toll says, did I hear right, W.G. Grace is a shithead? Absolutely, he was an arrogant, cheating bully as a person, and he was just really, really good at batting and bowling when necessary. But he sounds like an absolute bastard. Would you?
He reminds me a bit. Reminds me a little bit of Kevin Peterson. Complete bell end, but very good at batting.
Hodge begins his over again and flicked by Stokes to wide-ish mid-on for no run. I never knew that about W.G. Grace. You always learn about him as like one of the greats and one of the good guys. And Hodge in again and shorter, and Stokes this time goes up-ish, and he picks out the man in the deep mid-wicket, takes the wicket. Stokes dragged down on 69, tries to make the most of it, and he ends up finding the fielder, and he goes.
I have to change my background for that. Where are we? There we go.
The crowd says, you're out.
And that is a bad way to go. Just tried to replicate what Jamie Smith did a few overs beforehand, and ends up mistiming it completely and finds the fielder out. He's visibly very annoyed with himself, as he should be. Has to depart for 69. Did all the hard work there. Dug in very nicely. 69 from 104 balls. Caught by Jeremiah Louis, the substitute fielder, out at deep mid-wicket. He'll be frustrated with that.
It's a good opportunity, though, to draw attention to the fact that there is a Guerrilla Cricket merchandise store, which you go to our website and click on merchandise, and in there you can get a Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt or any number of things with Shit Gets Wickets on them if you wish. It's one of our great designs done by our friend Omer Enuova, and I've got one of those. Unfortunately, they won't allow me to wear it into the members at Optus Oval to watch Australia, but it's a truism after all, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the way I tend to get my wickets with the odd drag down. Just send everyone out onto the boundary and fielder picks them out. As Chris Wokes comes in now to replace Ben Stokes.
Hector, if
Ben
you're looking
McCormack
for
says, sorry, old, I just tuned it back in after a meeting. My fault.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
also the nicest man in cricket.
Looks like it. He comes in to replace Stokes. Hodge will continue. 2 balls into his over, and now you see the field's been brought in. Short leg slip. Everyone seems a little bit closer. Long on has come in to a sort of 3/4-ish position. Hodge wide off the crease into Stokes, who defends down to mid on. Just been told that's Hodge's first Test match wicket, so that's flighted up again.
In his 4th match, although it's the first time he's bowled, to be fair.
Flighted, and Wokes drives it out into the offside, run through for 1. I thought he might have bowled in the Australia series, but I could have been wrong. Seeing the replay, Stokes almost seemed to bottom edge that out into the deep. Very, very much mistimed. It's there to hit. Hodge in again, defended by Jamie Smith on 20.
How long do you reckon James Smith's going to give Chris Wokes to get in before Smith goes bang?
Could it be until the new ball? Hodge in again, wide. Smith just guides that out to deep cover. Jog through for 1 to end the over. 345 for 6 after 72 overs.
There's some demand on YouTube for Tony and the Bear to do some demonstrations on screen as they do on TV of how particular events happen on field. I think that would be the world's greatest clusterfuck, to be honest, but it'd be fun.
Be good to see.
This is how you do a knuckleball.
Yes. David Pat says, WG, wasn't he a Victorian Dr. Shipman? I'm not sure that he was a serial killer per se, but you never know.
100% was a killer.
Usman Khan asked the question for all 3 of us. Do you guys think cricket today is very difficult and dangerous with all the modern technology and protection, or it was difficult back in WG Grace time? times. Well,
Shorter and Smith cuts that away for 1, moves to 22. Wokes on strike against Jason Holder.
well, the fact that most bowlers couldn't bowl overarm for a lot of W.G. Grace's career probably helped.
Why is Aaron Ramsdale on the telly?
I'm confused as well. He should be morning. He should be morning Sunday.
Sorry.
But the fact that the overarm thing came in later because of that was all to do with women and playing cricket and skirts and stuff. What was it? There was something. That's what started the overarm bowling.
They had bustles in their skirts, so they couldn't bowl underarm without banging against their skirts.
Yeah.
Holder again swinging it into Wokes and threatens to throw it back at the stumps. No run.
But I would say that
the standard of cricket back then was very variable, and a lot of it was very mercenary. I mean, W.G. Grace would go to places that paid enough for him to go with a team to play, and they'd often play 11 against 22, something like that.
Played a miss there.
Some competition
from Wokes. Very nice ball there, just perfectly pitched up, swinging a little bit away from Wokes. Narrowly misses the edge there for no run. I think we have a change at the end of this over. Tony is saying. Oh, just prodded there from Chris Wokes. Good take from Silver to gather behind the stumps.
Kieran Roseblade says, I play two euros for a spin masterclass from the Bear.
Shorter and jabbed out into the onside by Wokes. Might run back for 2 there. No, they'll settle for 1. He moves to 2 from his 5 deliveries. 2 deliveries to come from this over.
I think there's also that thing, then there's the sort of gentlemen and players thing that comes in, and the whole cricket is a weird beast that at the lower levels it's all fairly even, but then the higher up it goes, I think the more the difference sort of in eras really comes out.
Yes, and gambling was a huge influence on cricket in the late 18th century, 19th century.
Smith defends for no run. Do you reckon cricketers still place bets on themselves? Undercover?
I reckon they get someone to place the bet for them.
But yeah, it definitely happens in a roundabout way.
Should do. Well, Mohammed Amir's just signed for the Oval Invincibles today, I saw. Good signing for us.
Not related in any way to that quiz.
No. Holder in again.
No relation at all, Your Honour.
No run. No, I was just thinking. That's the end of the over, so I think there is a change.
Well, there is. It's supposed to be you, me and Bear, where I've got a feeling it's... is it me or ball by ball, or is it the Bear? I think it might be the Bear on ball by ball. So you can either stay doing the driving, if you're happy doing that, or I can move into the driving seat, or the Bear can. What are you happy with? Yeah, why don't you stay driving? The Bear can slide in here. Are you alright doing ball by ball from there, or do you want to shift to the middle seat? Okay, there we are then.
Do you want to change the picky?
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Do the technical stuff, Dan. Do the technical stuff. Ooh, these headphones are really loud over here, aren't they? Was that live? No, we haven't had a ball yet. Hodge is going to continue. Got his first wicket in Test cricket, and that was Ben Stokes. Not a bad one to get. He's around the wicket to Wokes this time, who just defends it back up the pitch, and there ain't no run. What do we reckon, England? 346. They'll be reasonably happy with that one, eh, Hector?
Yeah, I think it's their day. West Indies. I don't think the West Indies will be too upset. It could have been a lot worse. Lucky with the wickets of Brook and Root.
Yep. Nicely driven though by Wokes. There will be a man out in the deep, a wide long off, and he'll field it, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, if you get asked to bat, if you bowl first, realistically you are thinking you've got to bowl the oppo out for under 250 to make that to put us in the box seat. And England are nearly 100 runs ahead of that with 4 wickets in hand. England will want at least 400, and ideally they'd like 450, I reckon. From here.
Well, how many overs do we have left in the day, roughly?
Quite
There's
a
another
few. Well,
16 at least.
After this, yeah, well, we're not going to get
I
that. We've got an hour left. We'll probably get about 13 if we're lucky. That's driven out to the covers, and there'll be a single. The problem is that the new ball comes in. I think you should try and make hay before the new ball comes.
Well, I mean, that was on Stokes' mind, wasn't
it?
And it cost them. There is the other school of thought that says the ball does come quicker off the bat with a new ball.
Yeah, true. And you want to be, but I still think you want to try and make some good runs, put pressure back on the oppo before the new ball comes.
We have a super chat from Kieran Roseblade who says a bare bowling, please.
How much was that? €2? Is that all you get for a bare bowling masterclass? I want
you
more
don't
than
get
that.
much masterclassery for $2.
You hold the ball in your hand, Stephen. There's $2 worth. Now you pay the rest, and you might get a bit more info. Yeah, add to the covers, and there's a single.
We're talking a lot of money for a fool.
Holding blinding catches off your own bowling, I think, is one of the prime.
Yes, you've got to do that.
The prime requirements. From what
holding other people's catches, not so important.
No, clearly not.
So what did Rory end up on?
He was 7 over. I think he was struggling badly.
Well, I'm not surprised after what happened in the PGA. Was it the PGA where he fucking fucked it up in the last 2 holes?
The US Open.
US Open. I watched that. That was painful to watch, man.
He's never going to win another major.
No, that'll play on his mind every time now, won't it? It takes a strong man to come overcome that. He hasn't won one since, when was it? 2014 or 2017 or something? For a long time.
Yeah, I think 2014 maybe.
Ah well, shit happens, man. He's won 4 or 5, so he won 4 or 5, didn't he, early on? 349 for 6 England, 1 run to get to the 350. The run rate has dropped to 4.72. It's still pretty healthy run rate across the day. Wokes is on 4, Smith is on 29. Holders none for 53 off 13. Worked hard today with wicketless. Really doesn't have the pace anymore, Jason Holder. That one just drops into the offside. There's no one. How old is Jason Holder? Get a single.
Early.
Is he's now in his 30s? I always think he's like 28, 29.
He's 32.
32. Okay, so he's entitled to slow down a little bit.
Caven Hodge is no youngster. He's 31. Took a 6-fer, but that was back in 2019.
5 years
against
ago.
Trinidad and Tobago for the Windward Isles, I think.
Okay. Holder, it's coming into bowl to Smith. Comes down the track, hits his back foot. It's half a peel by Holder, but it's going way down leg side, I think. Could have quite easily dragged down to his stumps. He missed it. Shoved down leg side by Holder. Saw him coming. No run. No one's used a review yet today either, have there? There's been no LBW shouts worth a review.
I don't think there's. I'm struggling to remember if there's been any LBW shouts at all, to be honest.
I think there was one, but it was quickly shut off. There was no review, and they went for a
There was a
single.
review for a run out, but I think that was an umpire review rather than the player review.
Yeah, that's just played into the offside, out to cover, no run. Yeah, there's not. Well, to be fair, there isn't a lot in the wicket, is there? It's a kabang wicket.
It was Jason Holder, wasn't it, who had quite strong thoughts on T20 cricket and how it should be adapted, make it swing it back more in the favour of the bowlers.
Yeah, give a bit of margin for
this
error
was
on the
before,
leg
of course,
side.
playing on a cabbage patch on Long Island.
Yeah,
seemed to achieve that quite effectively.
Well, exactly. Just make the wickets a little bit fairer, and you wouldn't need all this shit. That one is wide, and it's guided by Smith out towards backward point / forward third man. They should get back for 2, and that looks like the other Shepherd back on the pitch. What's his name?
I don't think there's any Shepherds.
No, Joseph.
Shamar Joseph.
Shamar Joseph. That looked like him at backward point.
Yeah, well, the other Louis had been on, hadn't he? The fielding for Joseph, not Mikhail, but what's the other Louis I'm thinking of? Hector. Jeremiah Louis, yes.
Reserve, came in for Roach.
That's a lovely drive from Smith. It was long half volley from Jason Holder at 79 miles an hour, and Smith doesn't miss out on that and smashes it to extra cover. 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
See, it's easy.
Yeah, he's got the hang of
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm driving now.
Yeah, good man.
Gets a bit trickier when you move on to milestones and those other things, but they're all there. So some of the selected in plays, that's more advanced class, but don't worry, we'll
that's just a choice.
Well, we'll move on to those very soon.
Not a lot of them get played a lot. It's got to be said. That was the old one, I think, wasn't it?
Is that another new?
No, that's played up to mid on no run.
The old one.
The old one.
I thought I'd spotted a super chat out the corner of my eye. I was getting excited. Maybe thought Kieran Roseblade wanted the second part of his masterclass on the bare bowls spin.
Maybe you could record a few masterclass videos and set it on your Patreon.
Well, we could do that in the Bishop and Bear, like the old retired pro coming out from behind the bar.
That's what I think.
Pass on his wisdom.
Yeah.
Except I'm the one behind the bar. You just sit there chatting to the customers anyway.
Yes. Second new ball available in 5 overs. England. What do you want? Mind you, I suppose if they go along at what they do, 5 and over, 25, 380 when the new ball comes.
It's drop. I'm desperate for it to get above 5 and over, and it just keeps sliding the wrong way rather than the right way.
Yeah.
For 356, I mean, you're right. The new ball could be interesting. Although you will have a fairly tired attack. Yeah,
which means you could make hay with it. Yeah, exactly. That comes onto the bat nicely, quicker off the pitch.
But Shamar Joseph, I mean, he's obviously gone off for a rub down with the Sporting Life.
Aye. As I said, I think he might be on the pitch. That's live, wasn't it? That was defended out to cover by Wokes, and there's no run.
And with all respects to Chris Wokes, who can bat for sure.
Well, he's got a test ton, hasn't he?
Facing a new ball, I'm less sure.
I think if he's got his eye in and he's got 5 overs to get his eye in, he's faced 12 balls. He should be alright. Professional cricketer. He is a decent all-rounder, Chris Wokes. Defended out to cover and there's no run. He's not Stokes quality all-rounder, but he's the next league down, I'd say. Certainly capable of holding an end up and batting. Full toss, nearly Yorks himself, coming forward. Wokes defended again to that short cover, no run.
137 not out was his highest test score. That was at Lords against India, wasn't it?
It's not a bad side to get it against.
What's he done recently?
Cavum Hodge, short. Oh, he missed out there. Wokes will think it was one of those ones that actually got Stokes out. It was a half tracker that deserved to be battered into the outfield somewhere. Squatted a little bit on him, got an under edge into the pitch, went nowhere, and there was no run. Round the wicket, Hodge tosses that one up, driven nicely by Wokes. Great timing, straight to the man though, out in the covers. It'll be a single.
He's only batted once in tests at Trent Bridge. That was against India. He made 8 and 4, which is not exactly super encouraging. That was in 2018.
Okay. The Stuart Broad end.
167 tests, 604 wickets.
It's not a bad career.
You add them together with Jimmy's 704. Did he end up on all 3?
703.
3, I think. Yeah. That's his dad, of course, Chris, who we had the pleasure of interviewing not that long ago.
Looks very much like him, doesn't he?
Pre the Ashes, the last away Ashes tour. We had Chris on, who was lovely to chat to, I must admit. He was a very likeable man.
Sinclair's going to come in. They're going double spin, saving the seamers possibly for the new ball.
Oh, definitely. I think that would definitely be the plan from here. And on the one hand, England will want to make hay. On the other hand, they want these two here to face the new ball. So it's kind of throwing down the gauntlet a bit, isn't it?
It is a little.
We'll see. What have you got? What are you prepared to? How much are you prepared to have a crack? What do you reckon, Hector? Stick or twist for England for the time being?
I've got a feeling they might stick tonight and then go for it tomorrow morning. They might actually just want to prolong the test match after only Getting two.
Yeah, that's played up to long on. There's no run. I kind of see that, but you're a professional sports outfit. That shouldn't even come into your thinking. You should just you should want to really rub the oppo into the dust.
You've got to play the circumstances and get the result. I understand the commercial reality, and I sympathise.
That shouldn't be the team's problem.
I don't think that shouldn't be the team's problem. Either team.
Sinclair over the wickets, nicely clipped by Smith. Half stopped by man at mid-wicket. He palms it off down to long on. I'll just walk a single.
Well, Bear, Kieran Roseblade says, I need more skin in the game from the Bear on his bowling masterclass for another super chat, like a teaser trailer.
Well, I'll tell you the grips you can have on a ball. There you go. After that, it's the secret of the pivot, as that one's defended out to cover and there's no run.
The secret of the pivot. Is that how you rotate your body?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's on the back foot. Wokes just punches it up to long on. It's singles, all very cat and mouse at the moment, waiting for the new ball.
Yeah, but you see, that one is always again, like I've said, there's a challenge there. If you end up seeing out 5 overs, you make about 7 runs, and then the new ball gets you straight away, you're going to go, oh well, better to have had the runs on the board.
Well, very true. 360 for 6. That last ball was just played up to mid on, no run. There's 1 ball left in the over. Yeah, I think. Well, obviously Stokes was going for it. Driven at by Smith, beats his outside edge. It's close to it too. Through to the keeper, no run. I think you two were right. I think Hector, you were right. You were saying, someone was saying they should both go for it. If they had both go for it, they would have both gone for it. But I suppose Stokes got out early. As soon as one gets out, then you have to change tack, don't you? And then you got to get the new guy in, and you can't afford to lose another wicket quickly. You don't want to anyway.
Well, I think Smith might be waiting for Wokes to fall almost, and then he'll kick into that 5th, 6th gear that he did.
Well, yes. Presumably he doesn't go first, but England keep piling on the runs, and they should get to 400 by the close tonight. They got 3/4 of an hour. He's a big beardy dude. He looks kind of familiar.
Is that Graham Fowler?
No, it's not Graham Fowler.
No?
I know Foxy quite well. That's not Foxy.
Okay. But he has got a fairly large beard. He
certainly did have.
He looked like who's the guy from Only Fools and Horses? Buster Merrifield.
Oh yes.
But obviously not.
Uncle Albert.
Dead. Yeah, Uncle Albert.
That's on the back foot, punched by Wokes. Nice shot. Up to deep long off. It'll be a single.
Everyone seems to have gone slightly mad about this masterclass.
Well, there you are. Start paying some money then. Yeah.
Apparently the IPL are trying to scope out.
I think we've got to price it there. You can't just say pay money.
$2 million.
No. I think you might be.
It's a masterclass.
Overreaching a little there.
Played up to mid on.
$1 buys you a minute. So if you want 2 minutes of masterclass,
I'm not doing a fucking $1 for a minute.
All right, then we'll tell us what the price is. $5 for a minute. Not that I'm trying to pimp your services out, but
you do seem to be. I'm feeling under pressure. Whilst that's been happening, Jamie Smith has just whacked that straight back over the bowler's head. Picked it up nicely off Hodge. Posited it over long on. And it's 6 runs.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus. One talk over the line.
Yeah, I mean it was in his arc, wasn't it? And he didn't need twice asking there. It was a lovely shot.
46 fours. Oh, that's gone again. Has he got enough of that? No, he hasn't. He's got himself out. Kevin Hodges bought himself a 2nd wicket. England will be a bit disappointed here. They still should get to 400, which I think would be a decent score. But Jamie Smith shakes his head. Can't believe he's just given it away. And we still haven't got to the new ball. So good for the West Indies. They've got both big hitters out. He's gone back. He's tried to pull it over long on. He's clearly clothed it a little bit. That big Jason Holder has come in from long on. Pouched it comfortably.
You flipping muppet!
That's about right.
That'll do. That's a perfect one. Well done.
There's a more sweary one.
We don't want to say that to him. He's batted well. He's been careful. He will be frustrated because he'd been so careful at the start. Then he'd accelerated, and after Lords, I think he will have been feeling I could be on for a few here. He'd done everything right until that moment, and when he didn't.
It's a team sport, and England should get 400 or close to it. And
you're rather relying on Wokes, though, aren't you now?
Well, yeah, but we've got 367 on the board. It might, okay, against better teams, it may not be enough. But
and you've got Atkinson, Wood, and Bashir, and a new ball. I think 400, England would bite your hand off right now if they were offered that with the longish tail that they've got. I think they'd go 400.
Still got quite a tired attack with a couple of thrashers at the end. It could all go horribly wrong for the West Indies.
Mark Wood is the one most likely to go sod it, and you could get naught, or
isn't Atkinson a bit like that as well?
Well, he certainly wasn't at Lords.
Well, he didn't last very long at Lords, did he?
I don't think he lasted at all. Was it first baller he got at Lords?
He might well have done.
I think it was. He can clear the fence, but I don't know.
It's Gus Atkinson before Woody.
Well, Woody's scheduled in at number 11. Oh no, Bashir's at 11 and Woody at 10. Yeah.
Tony, here's one for you. Henry Calderoy says, "What do you think is wrong with the West Indies?"
Why is that one for me?
Well, I don't know, because the Bears getting so much traction about his.
Right. Okay. I think their bowling is not the problem, as we've said. I think just the pure experience of their batting and lack of red ball practice in English conditions has counted against them.
Right, that's down the leg side. Of course, you don't swap over, so that'll be Gus Atkinson facing, and this time he will not get Golden Duck. He will, in fact, get 2 runs.
But I did say at Lords, judge it after 3 games, 3 tests. You've already said, and I think you're probably right, that the best conditions for batting here at Trent Bridge are likely to be tomorrow and Saturday. If they can stand tall with not the most formidable of totals to chase so far, may not all be as bad as you think, but it will be a test of them. But I think they're better than they showed at Lords, let's put it that way.
Now, I think that ball's gone back to Hodge, who's fumbled it, and they managed to push it onto the stumps, and now they're appealing for a run out at the bowler's end. I think it was driven back onto onside, but somehow he fucked it up and pushed it onto the stumps.
Well, this would be the luckiest of lucky wickets if that's the case.
It would be. I'm not sure Wokes knows if he was in or out of his crease.
No,
I presume he was in, but we'll have to see.
Well, we'll find out now, because we're going to get the best view of it, aren't we?
Well, it wasn't driven back towards us. Oh, it was actually.
A straight drive.
No, he's
got his bat down.
He's got his bat down. It's lodged in the stumps.
I think, to be fair on Cavan Hodge,
he did touch it.
He touched it, but B, he could not possibly have seen, because he wasn't looking in the right direction when the ball actually hit the stumps. You could see he's looking away at sort of 45 degrees, isn't he?
And then he turned around and crashed into Wokes, didn't he?
Oh, no, so he won't have known how quickly Wokes spun round. To be fair, though, the umpire is stood right on top of it, and if an umpire really, really should know what he saw from that range without having to waste time going to any kind of review. So
unfortunately, only wasted about 20-30 seconds.
And the bloke who reviewed can't possibly have known, because he couldn't see.
Yeah.
So
he just knew he touched it and it hit the stump. So
what do you think, Hector? To me, that feels like you've got to trust the umpire's judgment in situations like that, and not go for a review on something you didn't even see.
Well, they seem to review everything nowadays, especially in run-out.
They do, that's true. Worked into the leg side by Gus Atkinson, who'll get himself a single.
They always feel the need just to check anything, even though it's blatantly clear that a batsman's in.
Yeah.
They always go.
Well, in the IPL, they do it so they can get a fucking advert in, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, they all see it strategic timeouts or whatever. Yeah, Henry, as I can see, he's not happy with the West Indies, is he, Henry Calderoy? I'm just having a look. He's got a point.
Just take a wicket there.
Well, they've stuck in, but this is it. Defender back to the bowler, and there's no run. If you bowl first in a test match, you're looking to bowl the Oppo out for 250.
Well, the thing that's going to be really interesting, okay, yes, it's a combined age of 69, which it is for England's attack. Well, let Sinclair come in and bowl.
Defended to the onside. There's no one. What do you mean a combined age of 69?
Well, you got Chris Wokes and Mark Wood add their ages together. They're 69.
Okay. What are we? Yeah, but how?
Well, what I was going to say, you've got then young Atkinson, who I think will open.
Oh, edge gone. Driven out by Atkinson. They might not get to new ball here. 370 for 8.
What a bonus wicket that is.
Yeah, well, it's tossed up. It just went on with the arm. There's not a lot of turn there. He played for turn. Again, you can't blame Atkinson. He's number 9. And he is caught. And the spinners are doing a job on a non-spinning wicket.
Sinclair deserved that today.
Yeah.
He's dug in there. He hasn't had a lot of spin on offer for him, so he's had to work his tricks with pace and flight. But yeah, found the edge and very much deserved wicket for him.
Absolutely. Give him a jingle.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, but I think with Atkinson opening, probably with Wood, I would expect.
No, I don't think so. I think Wokes opens with.
I don't think he will. I think they're going to go all pace to start.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Or you open with Wokes and Stokes, and then you hold back.
No, they won't. Stokes won't open itself, but I think Wokes will open
with
Atkinson. I think it'll be Atkinson.
Okay.
Alright, because I don't think Wood particularly likes the new ball. I think he likes a few overs with the lack of.
Yeah, no, actually, that's right, he does. But it's not extreme pace, but it's definitely sharp pace.
Or Atkinson.
Or Atkinson, and Mark Wood.
Mark Wood is extreme pace.
How well they cope with that will be very interesting.
Yes.
Well, Nigel Henderson says, how many batters have actually been got out today? Contrast this with the competitiveness of last summer's Ashes. Very true.
He's got a fair point. Nigel Henderson is our founder, one of our founding fathers.
Founding father
Hendo.
Apparently another spinner, according to the chat, or the Twitter chat.
Hendo, was Hendo a spinner? I thought.
No,
I've only ever seen him wicket keep.
Jay Grover says, don't let Hendo and Bear talk about the physics of spin. My fragile psyche can't take that level of irrational Henderson rage again.
He didn't have the rage. What was the rage about? The ball.
I think it was
about straightening, wasn't it, or something? I remember he
talking about spin varieties. He used to send Hendo into apoplexy.
Well, it did, yes.
And indeed all of us.
Well, if you'd ever seen Knackle Bowl, yeah, you wonder what he was talking about. That ball was guided down towards third man, and there was no run. I remember his attempts at leg spin at the Gorilla versus Guardian game. I think he pulled about a 13 ball over. I think that was the year before you were with us. You weren't at the first Guardian game, were you?
Yes, I was.
The first one?
Yes, I was. That's when I gave you out LBW.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, you cunt.
Absolutely. Absolutely plumb. You were absolutely
plumb. Bollocks. It was miles down leg side. That was played back to the bowler and there's no run. It was a full toss on going down leg.
Furthermore, I bought my son to take wickets and thrash the runs that helped us win. As I did, in fact, the second Guardian game. I volunteered the junior bishop to do all the hard work on the Bishop family behalf.
Yeah, the Guardian were pretty shit, it has to be said. Oh, we've got the trophy at home. It's now adorned by my wife's jewellery in the lounge.
Oh, well, it's been put to good use. That's important. We should throw it up for a chance for the Guardian to win it back, though, surely.
Well, yeah,
they can get a team
it was
together.
kind of when it was a Dan Lucas Cup, wasn't it?
It was.
And, I can't remember what his. I can't even remember. Lizzie, was it Elizabeth, wasn't it? She used to try and organise it, but yeah, I guess she had to move on, and that moved on. Back foot Woody, facing up. It's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I think 400's an hour, a long way off there.
It's not a long way off. It's 29 runs away.
Well, I mean, in the context of where we stand, new ball due.
Well, Woody should have been stumped there. I was down the track, missed it completely. Josh De Silva didn't gather the ball, otherwise he'd have just knocked the bails off, and Kevin Hodge would have had his third wicket.
That is one thing. The fielding today just really.
The West Indies fielding has been poor. It has to be said.
Not just the catches, but the ground fielding.
Yeah, they've misfielded a lot, haven't they? Let balls go past. This time he goes back and his crease does. Woody bends it out into the offside, and there's no run.
If that had been Johnny Bairstow done that, imagine the dog's abuse that would have been hurled his way.
That one is slapped. Ooh, I don't know if it was dropped or not, but he hit it quite hard with Woody. Remember, Woody was an opener when he was a teenager.
Oh, he can bat. I mean, he batted very well on the Ashes, as I recall. And he's made a couple of decent one-day knocks for England.
That one is pushed up towards long off. He got himself a single.
Lil CJ is asking when the session ends or when England end batting.
When England are all out, or at 6:30.
Yeah. Well, if England are all out now, they will. If there's enough overs, they will definitely play to 6:30, won't they?
Well, yes. If they're out after 6:20, that'll be the end of the day, though, because it's a 10-minute turnover,
Yeah.
and they'll just call it day end. That was defended out to the offside. There is no run. I mean, England haven't done too bad. I mean, again, I think like the last Test, considering some of the scores that players got to in the positions they got to, you kind of want more runs on the board, but to a degree, I think England are a little bit. I think you're right. England are a little bit slapdash because it's the West Indies and they think it's enough.
Woody made his highest score is 52, which he got at the Hagley Oval in 2018 against New Zealand. So, yes, on that evidence, we have seen that he can bat, though his preferred style is attack, attack, attack. You don't want him to be batting out for a draw or just holding up an end, really, do you? You like to see him swing. Yeah. And to be honest, England have got more chance of getting to 400 if he swings than if he attempts to,
that's what I mean.
to go back to his schoolboy opening days.
No, I think he shouldn't be hanging about. Well, that's smeared and out. No, dropped. Oh, for fuck's sake. Was that another drop? Jesus Christ. Woody had a smear at that. Should have been caught at backward point. There's some tired men out there. That was a pretty simple chance, really.
Is that Mikhail Louis again? I think it might have been.
The toe ended, really, by Woody.
Oh, yeah, that was
coming forward. He didn't even actually get a full grasp. It seems to have gone through his fingertips. I thought he caught
it. Was Louis, and that should have been taken.
Should have been taken. Ah, well. Wokes is facing up. He gets down, drives up to mid-off. Who's now up? It's Jason Holder. And they won't be able to get a single. Two for 65, Sinclair off 19.2. Coming in over the wicket to Wokesy. It's down leg side, turns it around the corner. They'll get a single. They're going to come back for two. And they're not.
I think we're due a change at the end of this over, Bear.
Oh right, yeah, we're into overspill now. So who's in overspill?
Overspill, I think, is me
and
you. Hector can go and put his feet up, or head for his train, whatever he wants to do.
Oh, edged, caught? No,
it was
into
juggled,
the ground.
but I don't think it was ever a chance.
Well, the way he went to catch the rebound, I thought he must have just about scooped it off the ground, but no.
I think he was more concerned about saving what might the run they might have taken.
Woody sort of drills it back to the bowler with sort of cross-batted push. Goes through the bowler, but they won't get a single.
I think it's Messi's going to come back and join us, so one of us has to slide over to the driving seat.
I might as well do that.
Do you want to do that?
I'll do that.
Stay where I am.
There's an appeal for another stumping, but this time I don't think Woody's back leg left the crease. The umpire's still going to have a look. His fucking back foot didn't move, did it? No one seems that interested in it. It's one of those things, sort of automatic reflex by keepers against spinners. If the batsman misses, you kind of take the bails. His foot's in the crease, in the crease. Ooh, actually, no. Keeper's too slow. There was a chance for him to get it back, but he seemed to hold it in his hands for a little while.
Second bit of slightly sloppy work behind the stumps from Josh De Silva. You do sense maybe he's
a bit slow getting it back to the stumps.
Flagging a tad at the end of the day.
It's going to be not out.
Not out.
That's what it's a little disappointing here. England had a chance to really put the nail in. As you say, the bowlers are tired. England should be making hay, and instead they're getting themselves out.
I think that is me done. I think
that is you can either head for the hills or wait and jump in the car with me.
Can I say what
choice.
a seamless job you did on the jingles, Hector?
Thank you
First
very
time
much.
out, nobody would have known.
This is
absolutely
slapped out towards cover.
Thank you.
And that is no runs. The first ball of Hodges' 8th over. He's got himself 2 for 29 as Caven Hodge. which is riches indeed for a man who'd never taken a Test wicket before. The bear is going to delicately manoeuvre past me and into the driving seat, defended by... and oh, he sat on the microphone. What have you done? You've sat on something plastic. Oh, Lord, it's the headphones.
The bear and delicately are words you don't normally
Well,
hear
it wasn't a
in
very
sentences.
delicate sit-down, because he's now sat on the headphones, didn't you? Oh, they were on the floor. Okay. Hodge, around the wicket, to the right-handed Wood, who defends actually very nicely. There was a glimpse of the schoolboy opener. There's a slip in close attendance, and there is a forward short leg for Hodge. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. Most of the rest of the field look pretty deep set to me. Thrown up, driven to extra cover by Wood, and again there is no run. That run rate, I've lost all hope that it's going to hit 5 unless these two manage to do something of an acceleration. Cut, that's a nice late cut by Mark Wood. He's not going to get 4 to it, which is a shame because he executed it perfectly, but Jason Holder's come running round from deep backward point. They'll come back for 2. This time, Josh De Silva they came back for 3, I beg your pardon, does whip off the bails, but Wood was past him and halfway towards the pavilion, which seemed to me a bit of a waste of effort, probably by a wicketkeeper who knows he's missed 2 chances there, and that's where he was making up for it, at least in his own mind.
Well, there you go.
We're in the 82nd over. The new ball has hasn't been taken. You wouldn't be bowling Hodge if you'd taken the new ball, would you?
No.
Possibly they're not thinking about tomorrow morning for it, are they?
No. I mean, they've got half an hour to go. But I would be very loath to take the new ball at the moment. Edge is going straight off to the boundary.
Well,
but they also might carry to your slips.
That's the end of that over.
I mean, these two have put on, 8 runs and 3 and a bit overs.
Yeah.
I think take the pace off the ball, don't give them a chance of getting edges, and make the
378 for 8, and I must say I'm 100% with Messers. If you've got 2 spinners who, okay, Chris Wokes is no tail ender, but you've got Mark Wood and Bashir to come. If the ball isn't going for runs, why use up the new ball if you don't need to? Mind you, that said, you've only got 2 wickets to fall. It's not like you're saving it for tomorrow morning if you're the West Indies. Then again, how much is the West Indies do you want to bowl tonight, to bat tonight? Because that one's off the outside edge of Mark Wood's bat. They'll just take a single as it rolls out towards extra cover.
Stephen Kelk says, I'm not sure why I've never noticed this before. How can the comms team commentate when they've got their back to the pitch?
Oh, very good. That's
on your green screen.
Yeah, I take your point. But well, then the only way you could realistically do that is see the backs of our heads, which some would argue is more attractive than the front. I grant you, as that one's fielded off his own bowling by.
And we have a super chat.
Oh, hello, excellent.
From Jay Grover sends us a $5. He says, just because Hector's disinterested in all of us old bastards is funny. Thank you, Jay.
I think we've amused him a little bit.
Out towards me. I think so. I think he's had a good time.
I think he enjoys himself there.
I think he's been excellent. We weren't really going to send him up a chimney. Oh, mainly because we don't have a chimney, not because we didn't want to.
I wonder if he compares us to his dad, though.
Do you think he reports us for mistreatment?
I don't know.
Do you think we're going to get a knock on the door?
Do you think he says to his dad, look, I do this cooking contest, there's a guy there who smokes weed.
Smokes weed all day.
Yeah. Drinks beer.
They both want to send me up a chimney. I don't think they were joking, as that's pushed towards mid-wicket again. No run.
You know, if his dad gets furious and thinks about
his dad's a lawyer as well.
Is he?
His dad's a lawyer, Ben.
That's the last thing we need.
I thought I'd better check that out for you, just in case he was like chief of Wimbledon police or something. That's rather edgily flicked away by Chris Wokes down towards deep point. He'll get a single. It's the end of that Sinclair over. They are whipping through them. It's 83 complete. It's 380 for 8. England 20 off that magic 400. And we'll go to Messers.
Well, Mutler's got a theory as to how you can see the cricket. It's because you're both wearing glasses and can see in the reflection. And Lockie says, nah, they're blind. Enhanced other senses. So Kieran says, such as an inflated sense of self. And Stephen Kelk says, that explains it.
Well,
they just listen to Angus and regurgitate.
No,
Fuck off.
100% not. Now there we draw the line.
That's an insult.
Most definitely not true.
As Kieran says, many have regurgitated after listening to Angus.
Exactly.
Right, Cavum Hodge still no sign of interest really in this new ball. That's it's a sort of a dab sweep by Chris Wokes. I would think they'll come back for 2. Did they? He'll move on to 15. Yes, they did. There wasn't a leg slip. Now, I got to say, for a spinner, I'd have a leg slip in. Okay, he may not be turning it.
No, I wouldn't.
But or a man on the 45, because
I definitely have a man on the 45.
Possibly, yeah. That a trick missed by the West Indies and by Craig Brathwaite. That's nicely guided, really, out to cover by Wokes.
Oh, that's some Woody magic.
Louis Fields. Do we still have? Did you? I think Shamar Joseph's still off.
I thought I saw him in the outfield, but clearly I didn't.
Oh, I don't think you did. I still think it's the other Louis whose name escapes me. That's smeared really by Chris Wokes. He's not going to get forward to
Woody.
it. It was Woody. I beg his pardon. Jason Holder is down there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll come back for 2. Woody should move on to 9. Or have they already clicked it up? Yes, he has moved on to 9. 385 for 8.
I've only got 8 runs to play with in my GPL. I think I'm doomed.
Where are we on the GPL? Let's find out in a minute. Oh, that's a horrible ball, and it's missed by Wood. It was thrown up wide of Mark Wood's off stump. Actually, he did achieve just a little bit of turn there, which turned it further away from a ball which was already horribly wide. Net result was nothing happened. It wasn't quite wide enough to be fully wide, and Woody had stepped back. He stepped nicely into that one though, just to drive it out to a wideish mid-off. Take a single. 386 for 8. That was a really horrible ball by Cavum Hodge, who seems to see the funny side of it. Big smile on his face, which is nice to see. Probably of relief. That's a drag down, and it's slapped hard by Wokes, but he can only slap it as far as the deep cover boundary, whereas the fielder...
It was Woody again.
Was it Woody again?
It wasn't, it was Wokes.
Thank you. I know you're really confusing me. It's 387 for 8 anyway. 17 for Chris Wokes off 35. So pretty much a run every other ball for him. 10 off 18 for Wood. Something is making the mirthful Messers mirthful. What is it,
says,
Messers?
I bet Hector took a spliff worth out of that baggie. I don't think Hector knows what a spliff is.
Oh, yeah, I suspect he will do after a few days here.
Yeah,
let's be honest. 387 for 8. If he didn't when he came in, it's all part of the lad's education. It's not just the jingle machine we're going to be teaching him. A Bear's already given him a beer.
Yeah, when he's 18.
Gloria Fernandez says, smoke a spliff. You don't need to encourage Bear to smoke a spliff.
No,
he survives on.
Anyway,
Jonathan says, thoughts on Phil McCracken? Who the fuck's Phil McCracken?
That sounds like it's something rude, isn't it?
I think he's just trying to get you to say Phil McCracken.
Yeah, I think he's I think that's just like Ben Doon and Phil McCavity, that sort of thing. That one's defended towards mid-on. Sinclair over the wicket, down the track comes Wokes, prods it, but it's a very clever prod because it's gone all the way past a rather tiredly lumbering Jason Holder and gone for 4.
Well, he noticed that mid-off was up.
Really, he just drove it. Actually, he drove it really nicely when you see it.
He didn't hit it too hard. He knew that mid-off was up, and he was quite wide, so he just drove it reasonably straight and got enough on it.
Well played. 391 for 8. Maybe they will. Maybe they can get to that 400. You sense that is the A marker, perhaps, for England. I'm sure they'd like to go on well past it if they can. Sinclair in, worked off his legs, just backward a square by Wokes. They should take a single, I suspect. He'll bring Woody back onto strike. 2 ducks on a pond for Chris Wokes, even though we're not doing the bingo anymore. 10 for Mark Wood, who is going to be facing Sinclair, who will be reasonably happy with his work as well. 2 for 73, that's defended into the onside, no run. I mean, 2 for Hodge, 2 for Sinclair on a first day wicket where you would have expected pace to do most of the work. I mean, that's a real result for the spinners, isn't it? So even though they've been giveaway wickets on at least 3 of those.
I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? I mean,
defended into
as soon as West Indies put England into bat, you kind of thought, if they don't get us out for... I mean, they put themselves in a spot above it now, haven't they? I mean, they're basically going into first innings, having decided to put the opposition in virtually 400 behind.
Thrown up, driven back, straight to the bowler by Wood, no run. End of 85 overs, 392 for 8, so England 8 short of that 400 landmark. 2 for 73 for Sinclair. Messers.
You've got 1 run to play with then, Messers. Now you're the highest score in the GPL.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucked. Nicky says, afternoon, gentlemen from the Leewoods Archipelago. I see we're getting roasted again. Well, it could be worse. It's a great batting track, so every chance of making some runs tomorrow. A question for the Bear. How have the West Indies spinners been effective this innings? What techniques have they used?
They've not been very effective.
Well, they've thrown it up. What they have done is
they varied their flight.
Varied their flight, yes.
But that's all you can do on a wicket that's not really offering you a turn.
There you are. You see, you're getting a little bit of advice there, subtly, without making it obvious you were asking for it. You gave that away for free, Bear.
I did. Fuck it. Give me some money.
There you are, you see.
Yeah.
Show me the money.
By using the spinners, the West Indies are pulling back the overs so that they're not going to lose so many points. Not that they're going to be in the
Cavan Hodge, in he skips. He has a slip that's flicked away around the corner. It's flicked nicely around the corner, in fact.
Come on, back
they
for 2.
They should definitely come back for 2.
Yeehaw. The bank wins. Boom. There we go.
And Bear can breathe a sigh of relief that nobody wins the GPL today and it stays safely in the Gorilla Bank. But at some point somebody will win it, Bear.
Exactly,
but then obviously there's...
I hate that.
You've got to be open, you know. It's
of course I'm open to it. It's a hard thing to give money away, though.
Hodge in again. Pushed by Wokes out towards long on. Easy jogged single. Should take him on a 396 or no 395 for 8. 5 short now of the magic 400. As someone shut the commentary box window and now opened it again. Presumably the man who goes away has been weighing every so often.
Yeah.
Just haven't. Oh, that's thrown up wide. That's an absolutely filthy ball from Hodge, I've got to say.
Woody's disgusted it's not given it wide, but it's a test match. It has to go wider than that.
Oh, it does. It wasn't wide, but it was certainly he should have done something. He's onto the back foot, defends it nicely back to Hodge, who was much more accurate that time around. He's got 2 balls left of his 10th over. So shade over 4 and over, and 2 wickets to his name. Riches indeed for Cavan Hodge. He's flighted that beautifully, but it's drilled out down to long off, and they'll take a single. Move on to 396. Chris Wokes is doing well. 25, he's doing his job for sure. 25 or 40. Maybe these two now are thinking, well, we might as well be here tomorrow when West Indies by then surely would say we'll have the new ball. That's pushed out to long on. But I think when you've got 2 wickets to take, and you're really into the tail, bar Chris Wokes, who sort of is the cusp of the tail, as it were, the beginning, the start, just before you start it. I think it's rather negative just to think we'll just keep plugging away. Why not take it tonight and try and get the job done? Or are they just thinking we don't mind gifting England a few runs here and there because all they're really doing is pushing 1s, 2s. We don't particularly want to be out there facing Wood and Atkinson or Wood and Wokes tonight.
They probably don't, but presumably in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes,
I think.
Then do you go? Well, let's have the new one. Here indeed it is. So there, I think, is our explanation. I think we've stumbled upon it. Why do anything other than just concede a few 1s and 2s?
It's this.
You don't want to be batting tonight.
Cue balls, please.
Which I think was sound cricket by then. Sorry, Messrs.
You may be interested that Shane Lowry is now outright leader in the Open at 4 under after 11 holes. There you go.
Well, he's certainly doing better than poor old Rory McIlroy, who had a bit of a stinker as far as I could tell. Only by looking at the leaderboard, though, I haven't actually seen any of it. I know he shot a double bogey in the first on the the postage stamp hole. Over the wicket with the new ball, flicked away round the corner.
Yay!
Beautifully done by Chris Wokes. There's nobody down at a fine leg. It's 4 runs signalled by
It's
Rob
nice
Duckett.
and she.
It's the 400 up for England.
It's nice
401 for 8.
Didn't we run the jingles for these things? When England got 400 up or something.
We may do.
It was for ODIs.
Who knows where they may be?
Yeah.
It's something again. I'm always sitting here in huge anticipation when I hear that Messrs chortle, because I'm expecting something quite amusing to come our way.
For more information from the Bear without offering a further super
That's
chat.
beautifully played again by Wokes, who's up onto his toes to guide this away, really, down to deep extra. They should have come back for 2. They do. He'll move on to 32. England move on to 403 for 8. And I think you could probably just about say it's been a decent day for England. This.
Oh, yeah, I think you can say it's definitely for the World Cup. We had these jingles for 300, 400 runs, so we'll use it anyway. So I don't know, but what the hell?
What does it say then?
400, 400, a total so cool. 400, 400,
Joseph
score
Finn.
so incomprehensibly vile.
Guided straight to short cover, no run. That sounded like Mog.
Yeah, it was Mog. I think they were for the ODIs, weren't they? At the World Cup,
I
everyone was going, we need jingles for 300, 400, 200, 150.
Well, yeah, because 400 in India suddenly became ever so, almost like not expected, but far more frequent an occurrence. Yeah, which of course, not only 2-3 years ago, it would have been such a rare thing as to be almost unthinkable. 2 for 91 for Alzari. Started his day magnificently, bowling from the newly named Stuart Broadend. Chris Broadend. Stuart Broad was there, of course. That's defended into the offside. Third ball. Took the outside edge of a loose Crawley drive, and we've said that before. And England were 0 for 1. Since then, well, it's really been Ollie Pope who's had 2 lives. But he got himself to 115, 130. Where did he end up? But he's been the centrepiece of this the 400 that England now found themselves on. It's been a very nice knock from Jamie Smith as well. Duckett, of course, really set the ball rolling with 71 early doors as that one's away towards point. Take a single. Now we'll have a look at England's central contracts, some of whom are quite interesting. Ollie Robinson, Dawid Malan. Well, we're not going to see him again. Reece Topley. Well, I wouldn't entirely discount him as a red ball bowler, but I don't think that Stokes and McCullum see it that way. Jack Leach, I think they think overseas may yet return. You've still got Moeen Ali with a 1-year contract, remember?
Yeah, it's all for short form shit.
I'm not sure we'll see much of him really before that contract expires. In comes Alzari Josephs, quite full. It's driven straight to mid-on by Mark Wood, who, by and large, by Chris Wokes, I beg his pardon, and he'll keep the strike. I was about to say Wood, who's looked quite assured. Well, yeah, because that was Chris Wokes. It's the W squad, Wood and Wokes. 33 for Wokes, 11 for Wood, 404 for 8 at the end of 87 overs, 2 of which have been with the new ball. Messers.
Jay's complaining. He says, and now even my super chats are being ignored. There'll be tears on my pillow tonight. Well, it was read out 15 minutes ago, Jay.
Where were you,
not
Jay?
Listening properly. Yeah, you've got to listen better.
Yeah,
it was definitely read
Listen
out.
harder. Listen harder.
Yeah, listen harder.
Yeah. Josie Oak some time ago said this is rubbish. We should be looking at 500. We're doomed.
Jaden Seals, yes. So it is going to be the man who was at Sussex.
Who has a jingle like this?
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Well, he's bowling to Chris Wokes with 2 slips in place, and he's rather floaty on leg stump, and Chris Wokes works that beautifully out to deep mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Shot. That's a beautiful shot. Let's give it one of these.
I said they shouldn't have taken the new ball.
And I think we can say that the Nigel Tristan Seals, the former Conservative MP for Hove, was bowling a bit of a loosener there.
Yeah, my name is. I got my air conditioning redone, and the guy who did it was a Nigel. I was like, oh, you're another Nigel. No, Nigel's. And he was also like Farage. He was basically a reform voter. I was like, for fuck's sake, my name is being.
Seals in, edged, taken. Seals has done the job with his second ball of this spell. I think so. No one seems very excited.
No, they're not excited because England are 408.
408 for 9, indeed, it has gone. It was beautifully taken again. That's the second slip catch that Jason Holder has taken well today. Wokes has gone for 37. Is that stumps them for the day?
No,
Surely last wicket down. They
got 6 minutes to go.
They've got 6 minutes to go. It's 2 minutes for a guy to get out. It's only if it's in the last over today.
Taken low, diving to his left.
The crowd says you're out.
I suppose having chosen to insert England, 400 would seem too many. If England had chosen to bat, 400 just over might not have seemed quite so bad. So there's certain psychology there, isn't there?
They're definitely. That's the thing. I mean, if you choose to bowl and then you let the oppo get 400, then you're coming out to bat, having made that decision to let them get there. You're under pressure. If you're the batting
it's a good
side,
ball, by the way. It was speared in at sort of just the leggish side of middle, and possibly nipped back a little. We'll get a better view from this angle. Possibly
really.
Straightened a bit. But it was too good for Chris Wokes, and it was well taken.
The good thing from the West Indies point of view is they can look at this pitch and know that it's not full of demons.
Yes.
And you know, Lords was challenging. This is much less so in terms of the.
It is, but then you've also got this is it. You put scoreboard pressure on yourself that's got a weak batting lineup. If they lose a couple of wickets, even though it's a good wicket, suddenly the pressure will be on, and that's the thing about experience, isn't it? You got guys who know the score, been around a block. They'll come in, and you know that if we get a couple of big scores here, we can still recover this. Blah 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 blah. 400's got a long way off. You know, you end up at 50 for 3 with that batting lineup, and you go, shit, that's a long way off. People go into their shells. It allows England to get loads of slips in and bowl aggressively, and you can put yourself into a bit of trouble, and that's, I guess, what they fear as a batting unit is the inexperience.
Well, Shoaib Bashir is our new man at the crease. 2 slips and a gully as in comes Seals. Shoaib Bashir looks to try and pull him fine. Can't lay a bat on it. It's taken behind the stumps, and there's no run.
Let's have a little jingle.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
4 for 77. Remember, he got at Lords. Did Jaden Seals? He got Duckett, Crawley, Wokes, and Smith. So 4 big wickets as well. He's got 2 to add to that collection today. Short, pulled by Bashir. Didn't really get hold of it. Just dribbles past square leg. And they'll take a single. And bring Wood on to strike, who presumably
got more runs than he got at Lords then.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I seem to recall at least once in India he
scored a quick 20 or something, 18 or something.
And we certainly saw Hartley could bat in India. He held his end up on a couple of occasions.
Bashir was the better bowler by far, I thought.
Yes, I think I'd go along with that, and that's why he is being nurtured and kept within the group, as they say. In come Seals. That's
I thought we got a hold of that.
Massive swing and a miss. I thought that was straight down the middle, about 250 yards, but it wasn't. It was missed by Mark Wood and through to De Silva, and there's no run. All swing, no ding, as they say for that one, and there was a lot of swing. Messers again is not only chortling, he's got a sort of a satisfied sort of grin on his face. I'm now deeply intrigued to know why, but we'll wait one more ball to find out. In come Seals. Oh, that's gone up in the air, but Wood, well, he wasn't sure what he was playing there. I think he was half trying to get out of the way. The bat was periscoped. He gets something. What did it come off? Did it come off the bat?
Glove, a little bit of bat, I
little
think.
Glove, a little bit of bat. We'll get him single. One more to the score. 2 for 90 for Seals. 410 for 9. England. Messrs. What's amusing you?
Well, Cornelius Davis is not happy with his team. He says, stay in the Caribbean, West Indies. You're a disgrace to our cricket nations. I think that's a bit tough.
That's a bit harsh.
Kieran Roseblade says, sorry, Bears. Guys, I can't find the Bear Masterclass featuring Tony cricketing DVD all by myself. And Stephen Kelk says, I remember the Craig B has a jingle based on a song by the band Seabound. I once paid a super chat to hear it, but you kept playing the wrong one. Can I claim it now? Do super chat favours have an expiry date?
Who is this for? For Jaden Seals?
No, Craig Braithwaite. I think we've only got one.
Craig
for
Braithwaite. We can have a look if it's in the jingle cart. It can be found, but
it was Seabound Watching Over You. Was the original.
Alzari Joseph in short and wide and plenty of bounce. 1 for the over, says Rod Tucker by tapping his shoulder. A rather stern look on his craggy face, and I don't think that was the best ball that Alzari Joseph's going to bowl either today, well, certainly not, because the one that got Crawley was terrific, or in his career. He won't be happy with that. Mark Wood probably will be. He's probably eyeing a nice shower and if not a beer, a cool drink.
There are 3 Craig Braithwaite.
In comes Joseph. That's nicely played. That's very nicely played by Wood, who guides it down to deep backward point and take a single.
Let's try some of them, shall we? This one.
No, it really is hate. Craig Braithwaite.
Well,
no ball.
That was a GPL jingle.
Well, that was a no ball, by the way, as
IPL
well
jingle.
as that single.
There's this
Not
one.
a free hit. Don't worry about that.
My spelling ain't strong. Can you tell me if I spelled your name all wrong? I wrote it down with a C before. Now
Comes Alzari Joseph. It's jabbed down on by Bashir. He's going to get 4 down to third man. England march on.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
Hard to spell, it's true.
Not sure that's fully the shot he meant. Let's have a look. No,
it's not the shot.
It's
He's
absolutely
number 11. What are you fucking on about?
It was he slightly squared up, and if anything, he was looking to nudge it into the offside. Alzari Joseph imploringly held his arms out, going, "Well, why isn't there a man there?" You may well wonder, because well, he's got 2 slips and a gully, but he doesn't have a third man.
Was that the one? Or there's this one.
He's a determined fella. I just gotta tell you, he could bet on endlessly.
It was that second
In
one.
comes Joseph.
Oh, okay.
Edged, taken.
End of the day.
And it is the end of the day. It's Jason Holder again. It's Alzari Joseph again. It's Bashir who is the last man to fall. He's gone for 5. Squared up, edged, taken at second slip by Jason Holder. He's got a big old smile on his face. 416 is where England have ended up.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Yeah. A perfect way to the day to end, really. England have got enough runs there, 416, one thinks, and tomorrow they get the new ball right at the start of the day.
Well, I think we've been entertained, gentlemen. I hope you would agree. Ben Duckett certainly entertained us after Crawley went early for a duck off just 3 balls, caught by Alec Athanasi in the slips. Duckett 71, but he raced to about the first 40 or 50 of those off very few balls indeed. Then he got a little bit becalmed. Shamar Joseph accounted for him, caught by Jason Holder. Ollie Pope 121, did have a couple of lives to get there. Again, he was caught ultimately by Hodge off Joseph. Joe Root will be hugely disappointed, 14 off 29, not because he was out for just 14, but because he played the most ugly of shots to get himself caught by Joseph off Seals. Harry Brook was going nicely, but he too made an awful horlicks of a shot, probably underestimating the talents of Sinclair, and he paid the price. He went for 36. Ben Stokes, return to form for him after a run of low scores, albeit most of those in India, where obviously it has been very difficult. Thank you, Bear. 69 off 104 for him. He was caught by the sub Jeremiah Louis off the bowling of Hodge. 36, promising 36 for Smith Tilley, rather clothed one off Hodge down to Jason Holder. Chris Wokes 37 before he was caught as the last man out, bowled by Seals. Atkinson, he didn't last very long again, 2 off 5. Mark Wood was the not out batsman, 13 off 29, and Shoaib Bashir, who was the last man to fall, 5 off 4 for another one for Joseph. Pick of the bowlers probably was Alzari Joseph, although he went for 98. 3 wickets, 2 for 90 for Jaden Seals, none for 60 for Jason Holder, who plugged away and was economical comparatively. Shamar Joseph 1 for 44, but the old injury problems seemed to return, and we didn't see him for from about a couple of overs after lunch, if I recall. 2 for 73 for Kevin Sinclair, surprise wickets maybe for him, but he got them. None for 2 off half an over for Brathwaite, and possibly the surprise of them all, 2 for 44, first 2 test wickets for Caven Hodge. Probably England's day, but not so far. Well,
definitely.
I suppose you've made 400. You've made 400.
You made 400
in.
runs, for fuck's sake. What are you on about?
Definitely England's
day. We got
day,
stuffed in, and we got 400 runs.
We did. We got stuffed in.
It's England's day all day long. Jesus Christ!
It wouldn't be guerrilla cricket without a little tiff between the Bear and the Bishop right at the end.
I think it was probably that I wasn't definitive enough.
You weren't definitive enough. It was definitely
day.
England's day.
It will be an interesting day tomorrow. What I was going to probably conclude by saying is that it's not such a runaway big score that the West Indies should feel out of it, but they're going to have to show some mettle they didn't show at Lord's.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, that is exactly right. They are going to have to show the mettle that they didn't show at Lord's, and that's what you worry about this West Indies team,
exactly
because
right.
They have got a very inexperienced middle order, and they're away from home, and they could quickly find themselves under pressure at not many for 2 or 3 runs, and 2 or 3 wickets, and it's how they deal with that in the middle order until
It'll
you
be
get
a different test for Atkinson, don't forget, as well, though, tomorrow. That's going to be
it's a
interesting.
new start for him. You got extreme pace and Woody. You got Wokes. I mean, this is it. Having the runs on the ball really helps the English batsmen, though, doesn't it? I mean, it means you can keep the slips out longer.
Lord's overcast.
Yeah,
can be a very difficult proposition.
And tomorrow is going to be another sunny day.
But tomorrow, Trent Bridge, traditionally much more of a batsman's track, smaller boundaries, good batting track. It'll be a big test for Atkinson and Wood, I think, and we'll see how Atkinson goes. I'm not expecting him to
be a big test for the West
7
Indies.
for not many.
It'll be a big test, big test for the West Indies order as well. Who was it? The opener who, I mean, Brathwaite had a poor first test, but we know he's got experience. Mikhail Lewis seemed to have a reasonably good starts in both innings and then didn't kick on. Middle order suffered badly. Kurt McKenzie, Alec Athanase. He got a start in the first innings. I think Kevin Hodge didn't get much. Jason Holder, of course, and Josh De Silva at the sort of back end of that. Kevin Sinclair apparently can bat, and he's at number 8. So, they do back a bit deeper.
Yeah,
they should back themselves.
Anyway, we should probably
make a run
for it today. Are there any final goodbyes or
we got nice
thoughts
thank you
or messages
from Mutley and Stephen Kilk. and some Nikki's was started off the day really well at 0 for 1. That she's been disappointed ever since.
Oh dear, I'm sorry, we can't do much about that, but we're glad you stuck with us.
So that's about it. Lovely to have you all with us, so thank you very much. Jay says, Fair, did you just try and vape your microphone?
No.
I suspect you did.
Anyway, that's us for the day. Nobody won the GPL. That'll roll over tomorrow on how much money, Bear?
It'll be £87 tomorrow.
£87. We'll get on that early. We'll, of course, remind you in the morning. But the pot's there to be won. And we'll love you and leave you and see you in the morning.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. We'll see you tomorrow. Until
Thank
then,
you all.
Goodbye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao,